You know what I always say? Better late than never.
Huh?
That's what I always say, Kenny Ducey.
I've never heard you say that.
No, I say it all the time. At least once a day on this stream directly to you. You should really pay attention to me more. I'm kidding. Adam Kaufman here with you. Of course, you know Kenny, and we are with you. The first of 6 Madden simulations here on this busy Dream Stream day. Looking forward to it. We could not, Kenny, have a better start to the sim day in terms of something really topical. You know, I don't know if people have heard. Maybe you, I don't know, slept in today and went to bed super early last night. Either way, whatever it may be, you missed a huge blockbuster trade in the NFL with Matt Stafford and Jared Goff changing places. No, that has not happened in Simland, not yet. Maybe down the line. So Goff is still a Ram. We've got the Rams and Raiders getting ready to clash, and a whole lot to talk about concerning that move as well.
Yeah, this is a great place to be whenever NFL news breaks, Goff, and that's exactly what we saw happen with Jared Goff going to the Detroit Lions. You know, Reed and I spoke about it on Monday. We were talking about, boy, who in the world would ever take Jared Goff's contract? Well, the Rams have found a suitor. Thank goodness for the Rams, because right, they didn't want Jared Goff, but it's like, who in the world is going to take this contract? Somehow they found a home for him. So I guess hats off to the Los Angeles Rams. And, you know, the Detroit Lions, I mean, they got enough back there to get, you know, to make it worth it to get Jared Goff, right? But we'll see. I mean, we'll see if that ends up working out for him. Of course, they get a nice haul, but you never know. Like, Jared Goff is going to handicap you for, 2 or 3 years now. So we'll see.
Much to get to on that end. Looking forward to it. But because we are here, obviously, and getting ready to get going, we've gotten underway here. The Raiders with the ball, and they will start off from the 25. Do tell, what is your lineup here for this nooner contest that is called the Rams got themselves a new quarterback? Free roll. Very original, I know.
Oh, incredibly original. I love the original titles. Well, the man throwing the football right there, you know, that's a hard fade for me, right? You know, I'm a Derek Carr hater. Don't believe in Derek Carr. I don't think he's a real person. So don't have him in my lineup, but I got Cooper Kupp in the captain's spot, Jared Goff, Darren Waller, Tyler Higbee, Henry Ruggs III, and I also have Jalen Rocket Richard.
So I have got, I just felt as though you can't fade Jared Goff on Jared Goff topic.
That's right.
Today, which is basically what this is. So Goff is in there. He's part of the flex along with Carr. I got both QBs, Cooper Kupp, the one and only Tyrell Williams, who, as we know, didn't play this year on account of his injury. And then also have Jalen Richard, who I think is going to be a popular punt play. Actually, it's only about 30% owned. I would have thought higher at $2,400.
Yeah.
My captain is Josh Reynolds, who tends to show out in these sims and also relatively inexpensive. And other people
Reynolds in real life and in sim life, always a good option. But for this reason right here, I could not roster Josh Jacobs. He does have the superstar traits, but at the end of the day, this is a very good defense. Aaron Donald is as good as they come in Madden, and Josh Jacobs has kind of struggled to run the football. So, I mean, you saw right there, just nothing really doing. Wasn't interested in getting him at his price for, like, what is he going to put up, 5-6 points? I mean, realistically, you know, he should be priced like, you know, like David Montgomery is, right? Or like James Conner is, really. I mean, because it's not like they really run the football a lot, the Raiders, in these sims. And he never has good games.
With Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. Minute gone by, scoreless game here. Virtual Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. We got our great production crew, the Drew Stack, Drew our producer, Drew our technical director. They are different people. Kyle and Joe, our Game Ops squad, here with us nice and early on a Sunday, and we thank you for being with us. First Sunday, Kenny, in many, many, many weeks, months for that matter, that we have not had actual football. And I know ordinarily, obviously, we would have to So that being said, you know, I think some people are plenty used to this particular Sunday not watching football. That's fine. There is, from what I understand, a Madden Pro Bowl that is taking place a bit later on, still just trying to embrace the situation and obviously the pandemic that we're in, try and do things a little bit differently. So hats off to the NFL and its partner. Big game away, 1 week away. So we will have time for Super Bowl talk as well, obviously. But yeah, it's a little strange here having a Sunday. And I know there's still NHL a little bit later on. There's college sports, but no actual football taking place today for the first time in quite a while, and that's a little bit weird.
Definitely weird, man. It's I mean, it's going to get some taking used to. Although the good news is the NBA does usually a pretty good job of dominating the weekends when, I don't know if you're, the introduction of the great on national television. You get to watch those games. You get, so you get the Saturday night game, which has been pretty good in the past. Of course, Steph Curry, his 60-foot game winner or whatever came on Saturday night. I mean, they usually put some pretty good games on Saturday night, so the NBA does a good job there. And then, the Sunday afternoon slate for the NBA, which starts this week today with the Knickerbockers. It feels like home. I miss watching those Sunday afternoon NBA games, and we haven't gotten to see them because there's been NFL. So now that those are out of the way, now that the NFL's slate is out of the way, the Sunday slate, the Sunday afternoon slate, it's good to have them back, man.
Jim says, hey, Goff, got you again last night in B-ball. 3 out of the last 4. You doing the 1 o'clock or the 7 o'clock today, or both? I'm ready to try again. That is, of course, the increasingly popular last-minute NBA that we like to throw out for the DK Sim Fan Friends League. And, Jim, I hadn't given any thought to the couple early games, the 1 o'clock slate there.
The Knicks are a mess to play from a DFS perspective, though. I don't think that game's going to be very fun to for the Knicks. There's too many wins, and so it's impossible to figure out what this rotation is going to look like. I don't think Tom Thibodeau even knows what the rotation is going to look like. You have Alec Burks, who obviously needs big minutes because he is one of the most talented scorers on the team. Then you have Reggie Bullock, who starts, right? Then, of course, you have Austin Rivers, who's been the closer for them at certain points this season. You have Emmanuel Quickly and Frank Ntilikina also at guard who rotate in. I mean, Ntilikina really hasn't been playing at all, but he's healthy now. He hasn't been healthy. Kevin Knox, right? I mean, there are all these guys that just get at least 10 minutes a game. And because of that, it's unless there's injuries like we dealt with 2 weeks ago. Remember Austin Rivers getting 35 minutes a game? Those are scenarios where it makes sense to play the Knicks. But right now, I mean, unless you're playing Julius Randle, right, or Quickly, I feel like you're kind of just throwing darts. So that's why the Knicks slates are really difficult.
4th and 5 on the way from the 28. We'll get a 45-yard field goal try here. See if the Raiders can get on the board with Dan Carlson. Kicks up, it's away, it's good. 3-0.
Should have rostered Daniel Carlson. There you have it.
Apparently. So let's dive into this thing here. This is a big move. This is a monumental late January offseason move pre-Super Bowl here in the NFL. The Detroit Lions, for anyone that missed it, here are all the specifics, have sent Matt Stafford, who, of course, we knew they were, to the Rams in exchange for Jared Goff, who was not the QB du jour there at the end of the season into the playoffs. Injuries contributed to that, but it wasn't just that. It was Walford time. We were talking a ton about him at the time, Kenny and I especially. A lot of draft picks involved, along with Goff. So the Lions receive 3rd-round pick in the upcoming draft, 2021, a 1st-rounder in 2022, a 1st-round pick in 2023, in exchange for the number 1 overall picks, obviously.
Oh, Bobby Trees, there he goes!
Whoa! Woods, all the way down to about the 30, gets to the 32, a 43-yard pickup, Goff. See, Goff making him pay in Simland. The deal can't be made official here until the start of the new league year, which is March 17th, so about a month and a half away. But this is going to happen. Rams have not had a 1st-round pick in years. They won't have a 1st-round pick for the next few years as a result of this deal. I'm a little bit surprised. We knew the Rams were obviously open to the idea of a new QB. They were not when we recently made this list of, which QBs are locked in for next season. Goff was not on that list. The Rams were not on that list. We knew there was a potential for change there. I'm a little bit surprised, as you alluded to earlier, that they were able to find a taker for that contract. But then you look at the bigger deal, obviously, and it's Stafford, who is on the wrong side of 30. Still a good QB and certainly a better QB than Jared Goff, but wrong side of 30 in exchange for Goff and multiple first-round picks. And I saw this deal, and we will... Oh my God, what is Deshaun Watson going to command? This deal is outrageous for Matt Stafford.
Can I just get something off my chest here? This is grinding my gears. Like every single time, and it's not a personal thing about you. Every single time I hear these like experienced NFL reporters, right, and they'll go, "Oh my goodness, what's arm and a leg?" Right? That's how old NFL reporters say. He's gonna cost your top dollar. He's gonna cost 6 first-round picks, right? This deal couldn't have less to do with the other quarterbacks in circulation. Okay, this is not setting the quarterback market whatsoever. Reed and I were on the stream on Monday. We were trying to talk about trade possibilities for Jared Goff, and the number one thing that the reason Reed didn't even believe me that Jared Goff's going to get traded is because his contract is so bad. He's owed so much guaranteed money, $25 million plus guaranteed over the next 3 years or 4 years, and there is a way to get out of. Right, but the fact is that Jared Goff's contract is one of the worst in football, considering how bad he was last year. Mm-hmm. So the reason that the Rams had to get, like, if you're an uneducated football person, which I know these football writers aren't, right? You would say, "Oh, Jared Goff, he went to the Pro Bowl, right? He's a good quarterback, and look at all these picks." No one wants Jared Goff. Okay, that's why the Lions got so many first-round picks with Jared Goff, right? In reality, Stafford got dealt for like a low first-round pick. That is what Stafford cost. The other components to the deal that came from the Rams and went to the Lions, those picks were to make up for the contract of Jared Goff. Okay, so that is and Turtles is saying Goff's current contract. That good luck trying to tell Jared Goff he's not going to make $25 million. There's no way in hell that he's restructuring his contract. That is what they have to pay. So the bottom line is, this doesn't mean that Deshaun Watson's going to go for more than 3 first-round picks. It doesn't mean that guys like Sam Darnold are going to go for multiple first-round picks no, that's not what that has nothing. This deal doesn't set the market at quarterback, and I think people need to understand that. And there are people who are starting to understand that, but there's still a large amount of people that don't get it. And I'm just trying to make sure everyone gets it, because the number one thing that I saw surrounding Jared Goff this year, right? Everyone in the world was saying Jared Goff stinks. And I agree, he does stink. Everyone, our community of football fans all agreed that Jared Goff stinks, right? Yep. So what happened? And his contract is bad. So why now is everyone so shocked that the Rams had to attach all these picks to Jared Goff's contract? It's because no one wants him, right? The Lions, right, took on a big risk taking him. Like, there's no way. It's the same thing with Carson Wentz, right? Carson Wentz doesn't, no one wants to trade for Carson Wentz because look at that contract. It's the same situation. So if you wanted to trade Carson Wentz to your team, you'd have to attach multiple first-round picks with him. And it's not just like, it's not 2017 anymore where you're like, oh man, Jared Goff and all these picks. No, it's like terrible. And it's also an indictment on all these teams, sorry for going on a rant, that decide to pay their quarterbacks early, right? That don't, like, the Texans and the Chiefs they're not unique. They're not smart. They just have the better quarterbacks. But there's a lot of teams like the Titans, like the Rams, they'll pony up all this money for their quarterbacks, thinking like that they're these great quarterbacks, that they need these quarterbacks. The Rams paid Jared Goff all this money because they thought that they needed him. They thought that, well, like, we have a guy in our system, he's good. And it just goes to show you that quarterbacks really are not as valuable as you'd think, because unless you have like a top 5 quarterback, it's never worth it to give them all this money, because look at where it puts your franchise. So I'm going to be interested to see what the Lions do here. They're going to be handicapped from a salary perspective, but I think this move was more about the future and not about the next few years. Like, I don't think the Lions are planning on winning with Jared Goff. If it happens, great. But other than that, they're just going to go forward and use those draft picks to rebuild. So anyway, I just had to get that off my chest, because I was reading Twitter all night last night about Jared Goff, and there seemed to be a large disconnect between the like what the package was for Goff and how it's set, or for Stafford, and how it sets the quarterback market. So this doesn't change my opinion of what it's going to take to get Watson. It's probably going to be 3 firsts and maybe a day 2 pick. That's it, I think.
Jared Goff with a passing touchdown to Robert Woods, by the way, just to let the people know, in case you're, the opening quarter, but I do have thoughts. First, we'll see what Derek Carr does here. Long pass, left side. Good job keeping the feet in. It's a catch. Darren Waller at the 15 to end the opening quarter, and so the Raiders in good position to threaten to go ahead when we begin quarter number 2. Again, Kenny Koff, along with the Drew Stack, our great Game Ops crew, Kyle and Joe here with us. And, I agree with much of what you said, and a lot of people in the chat do as well, with regard to, picks offsetting the contract. That makes all the sense in the world to me. And I was thinking about, the same thing too. That's coming from, and I'm not going to say I crafted it well. I suppose where I was coming from with the whole, what is it going to cost for Watson aspect of things, is, to me, and this is a to each their own kind of conversation, I guess. Like, the Rams clearly view Stafford as a guy that, could get them to a championship level, versus Jared Goff, who actually did get them into a Super Bowl, just a couple years ago, not this past year where he was terrible. And I'm with you on that. What I start to think about, though, is, yes, you're giving away Goff, not giving away, but you're getting rid of Goff. You're shedding yourself of Goff's contract, and you're giving away multiple first-round picks in the process to do it, to get Matt Stafford. Not to get Deshaun Watson or somebody like that, to get Matt Stafford. And for me, it comes back to, am I enough of a believer that Matt Stafford is going to take me? The ceiling is just so much higher with Stafford than it is with Goff, to where I am willing to give up that much in exchange in terms of future capital. And I'm just not. And yeah, I'm not denying Stafford is a significantly better, more experienced, higher upside quarterback than Jared Goff is. But I don't necessarily believe, even with all the parity in the NFL, that he takes you to that level that Goff is totally incapable of, where I'm going to give up multiple first-round picks.
So, bringing the Rams to the Super Bowl this year, it was not. Right. But that defense was, right? Like, was that with a top 15 quarterback? Does that team get past the Packers?
No, I don't.
I look at. Remember how close that game? That's because of that defense, right? Like, the Rams are a good team, and they just need a quarterback that can, the Rams couldn't move the football, and they haven't been able to do it all season long. And look, whether or not you think that Stafford's this giant upgrade over Goff, the fact remains that Goff was not good. And I think that the positions that they need, like, this is the Rams window, agreed? Like, this is the Rams championship window.
Sure.
Right? Like, they had one of the top 5 defenses in the league, right? And they have all these guys at skill positions. So this is the Rams' chance, right? They made it to the Super Bowl a few years ago. Would you agree? They need to go for it now versus later.
Yeah, they were in the Super Bowl a few years ago. They still have a lot of talent on that team. No
so
problem.
it makes sense to mortgage a few draft picks, is what I'm like, until 2023.
I guess it just depends on whether you believe, as we got a fumble was recovered by the Raiders, no loss of yards. It 4th and 29, my God. It depends on whether you believe that Jared Goff can be what he was a few years ago, or if this is who he is now, and there's no further upside to it.
Well, okay. The other thing I'll say is, I had a few things to ask you, but Goff, right? First of all, no one's going to know Goff better than the Rams, right? The internal scouting is
Yeah, of course.
very important, and the Rams do a good job of scouting. And if the Rams don't think that, if they think Jared Goff took a significant step back, which I think all of us do, I believe it.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I mean, I don't know if he was that good to begin with, but at any rate, right? Like, quarterback was lost some games they shouldn't have. Their defense kept them in a lot of games. About this as if, like, how big of an upgrade is Goff over? I think that getting rid of that contract was a miracle, because I saw another person, right, be like, oh, did they even try to get Deshaun Watson? There is no way in hell that the Texans would want Jared Goff, right? When they look at all the options that the Texans have right now if they decide to trade Deshaun Watson. They could get the number 2 pick from the Jets and a bundle of first-round picks. They could get Tua and a bundle of picks from the Dolphins. They could get the 13th pick in the draft and Tua and a bunch of picks from the Dolphins. They could get a quarterback that they think has some upside, right? Like, I think that all these guys are trash, like Bridgewater, Locke, Stidham, all these guys, right? But like, maybe they think that they see something there, right? And then they can also get the picks. Like, the bottom line is that they could draft a good Watson very easily. They could, and they don't have to take on any salary. So the Goff trade to the Tex, like, that was never going to happen, right? Ever, like, in a million years. And the question remains, and Reed and I were talking about this, so that's why it's front of mind for me. Like, I couldn't figure out what team would ever, first of all, would be positioned to trade for Jared Goff's contract, but would want to trade for Jared Goff's contract. And we were thinking about, I brought up the Eagles, right? Because I was like, what if they would trade Wentz for Goff? Like, maybe those two teams just think that, they would be better off with that, the other one or whatever, because those contracts are similarly awful, right? But like, no one in the world, I mean, could you think of a team other than the Lions that would have been in the position to make that trade for Goff and and collect the picks and take on the salary, and like, it would have made sense for them? Like, it wouldn't have made sense for the Jets because they have the number 2 pick. So if they need a quarterback, there's other quarterbacks. No, I'm not talking about the Lions, I'm talking about the Rams. Like, I think that the big win here was that they got rid of that deal, and now they can spend money elsewhere, right? They don't have a $30 million hole burning in their pocket. And I didn't think there was any way they could get out of that deal. So for the picks, like, who cares, man? Like, this is their window. Like, they already made all their money in the first round. They got Aaron Donald. They used the first rounder to get Jalen Ramsey. Like, they've built this team. Like, they don't need to continue to draft in the first round, right? They're not in rebuild mode. They need to retool. They need to add some pieces. So I think that this ultimately made a lot of sense for the Rams. And again, it's a miracle that they found anybody to take on that contract. So I don't view it as they're just doing a little upgrade at quarterback. I view it as like, they would have been fine with John Wolford starting at quarterback if it meant getting rid of that Goff contract. So I think that they're very happy with this. And I think it's a miracle that they found someone to take that deal.
Do you worry about Stafford's injury history? And I realize, it's been up and down. Wasn't great at the beginning. He had a good long run there where he generally didn't miss time. Then he breaks his back, missed half a season a couple years ago. Last year.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, there's some fluky stuff in there as well, or, stuff that isn't, lingering or chronic. But how concerned are you about that?
I mean, yeah, there's obviously some concern, but again, I don't view it as like the Rams. The Rams didn't really give up a lot to get him, right? Like, the Rams could have gotten, a linebacker who was paid like it would have cost the same amount. They would have to attach all these picks to the Goff deal. Like, it was a salary dump is really what it was. So I think that it really worked out for them. Like, I don't think they're taking that much of a risk. They really just traded, again, like, essentially a late first rounder to get Stafford. And so to me, like, I don't think that they're taking much of a risk at all. I really don't. Like, it's not like it's the Brooklyn Nets trading away all their picks for 3 guys. Like, they were already in an adverse situation risk here. And I also expect them now, with all this money freed up, right? Like, they'll probably go out and sign a good backup quarterback. I get it. I don't even think it matters if Stafford gets hurt. Like, what if they just go out and sign Marcus Mariota or Jameis Winston or something like that? Like, you know, spend that money. Like, I think they could. Deontay Hudson says, Ducey talks so much about his Jets and why players should sign there. I haven't mentioned the Jets or why players should sign there one time on this sim. We're talking about the Rams and the Lions. So, I'd like to debunk that theory.
Silly Sally wants to play. This is kind. Says, Kaufman, every time I check my scores and come back, Ducey's still talking. On to my question, do you close your eyes and sit back and just let Ducey roll, or do you try to get a word in? I generally let Ducey roll if I'm enjoying what he's talking about, and if I'm not, I'll interrupt him. Like I would.
Well, you just ask me questions. That's all you do. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, he's asking me questions. I'm just trying to answer them. It's not even a conversation. It's like an interview.
I will say the lack of, a vote of confidence for sure. And, you just look back at some of the quotes at the end of the season with regard to the Rams about Jared Goff, whether it was McVay after the Packers game saying he's our quarterback right now. And then you have this week before the trade, Rams GM Les Snead asked about Goff's future with the team. He says, moving on from Jared Goff, that's the money we've invested in him. That's not easy to overcome.
Of course. Then
added, anything can be done in a cap-based system. So it's not like there was a whole lot of you talked about John Walford. I mean, the free agent, former AAF star, or whatever he was, and coming in and starting a playoff game when Goff was technically healthy enough to do so. Now, Walford hurt his neck and went down, and Goff came in and kept him close with the Packers, to your point before, but Goff hasn't really been viewed as that guy there in LA for a little while now. It's a shame to me. Is that a big boy run real far, all the way down to the 50, gets to midfield, 2-minute warning. It disappoints me, and I've never been a big Goff guy. In fact, I've been, kind of one of the leaders of the pack here in Simland, at least with regard to my disdain for Jared Goff as a player. Not, say what you will of him as a person. I don't know anything about him as a person. As a player, I've never been a fan, and I thought that contract when they gave it to him was absurd. It was laughable. You can't argue with what that offense did that year. They went to the Super Bowl a couple years back, and even points prior to that, once Sean McVay took over, overall he had good success in LA. I just don't understand, still being a young guy, I mean, he's mid-20s, being a young guy, why these past couple of years since that Super Bowl appearance, he's just been unable to recover.
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable, the downfall of Jared Goff. I mean, out-dueling Patrick Mahomes years ago in that great Monday Night Football game. You're right about the way that he's kind of slipped, and I definitely agree with you. Like like people like to make excuses for players like this, like, oh well, he was injured, or he had to overcome this, or like he didn't get along with the coach. Like, look, I don't care what the reason is. The fact of the matter is this is a business. And Jared Goff was just not getting it done at the quarterback position. And so it makes perfect sense that they would have wanted to move on from him. And again, like, you have to give Les, I mean, the writing was on the wall, as you brought up. And I think you really have to give Les Snead a ton of credit here for getting rid of Jared Goff. I mean, that is, like, impossible, man. Like, I didn't think that any team would take on Jared Goff. And the fact that they got the Lions to do it is pretty remarkable. Now for Goff, I mean, it's put up or shut up time. Like, this is his opportunity. There's a lot of people who went out there and they claimed that Sean McVay was behind Jared Goff, and that he looks to the sideline every play, gets the play from Sean McVay, like that he made Jared Goff. And Goff can prove to everyone that he's still a good quarterback. I think that you would be with me in doubting that he will be able to do that, but we'll see.
He's got some weapons there. I mean, I would argue that the weapons are better in LA, but he does get some weapons in Detroit if they can stay healthy.
I mean, not really as nearly as to the level of in LA. I mean, you have DeAndre Swift, who's nice, and then TJ Hawkinson, but like, Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones Jr., who are like the driving forces there, are free agents.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not they're going to offer them big money to return, either or both.
Well, they can't now, right? That they can't because they're paying Jared Goff.
Yeah, what's their cap situation now that Goff is on the books?
I'll take a quick look, but I can tell you that it's not going to be good because they're also not going to have it updated. But they paid. Let's see. So I'm just going to look at what they're paying Stafford, right? Because Goff, I think, is going to be a $30 million dead cap hit. Although they already have it updated here on Spot Track. So they've got, they're over the cap already. So they're over the cap by $10 million.
Field goal's good. 10-point lead for the Rams. Congrats if you have Sam Sloman in your lineup. So those two I don't know what their contracts are. Obviously, you've got it in front of you, but those two.
$43 million dead cap hit on Jared Goff.
That's not the case?
No. Jared Goff is making up 15% of the Lions' salary right now.
What was Stafford?
No, that's already updated. With Stafford gone.
No, I'm saying what was Stafford before the Goff contract came over?
So Stafford, I think, I don't know if his contract's backloaded or not. I'm looking right now. But I don't think he made as much. So, yeah, Stafford's only a $21 million hit $20 million hit for the Rams. And I believe that it's not even guaranteed money. I think he already got all his guaranteed money. So it's just going to be a $10 million roster bonus, and then his salary is going to be about $10 million a year. So it's going to be roughly $20 million for Stafford a year versus $30 million for Goff. And the thing about Goff, first of all, the Stafford thing, I don't think his money's guaranteed anymore. Like, they could just cut him after this year if they really wanted to do that. But with Goff, I mean, you're talking about $43 million dead cap hit. Like, that is real bad. That's really bad. So, and Stafford has no dead cap hit. But yeah, I mean, they got to pay Jared Goff now for 3 more years. I think 2021. Oh no, 4 more years. That's real bad, man. Jared Goff signed for 4 years, and he's gonna take a hit on their cap of like $25, $26 million a year. 28 actually this season.
First and 10, 30 seconds to go. Is there a way that the Rams lose here? Here's what I mean. I don't mean like in the standings. I mean this.
I think you meant in the sim.
No. Yeah. Can the Rams fall apart in this sim? Can Josh Jacobs get hot? Can Tyrell Williams score multiple touchdowns in the second half? No, I mean the Rams. Can they lose this deal? Meaning, let's say Stafford isn't what he's been in the past. He isn't good. He gets hurt, whatever it is. And yes, there's no denying that no matter what happens with Stafford, they got out of Goff's deal. But they did give away multiple first-round picks, as you talked about, to offset that in the process. So how bad does it need to be with Stafford to view this deal not as a wash, but as a loss, to where you have actually done something detrimental to your program, to your franchise, by making this deal?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think this is first of all, the overwhelming truth to this deal is that they just got rid of Jared Goff's deal, and they only have to pay Stafford for 2 more years. And they, first of all, have a good quarterback, right? Like, I think everyone agrees that Matt Stafford's a good quarterback, especially in the right environment, like when he's actually on a winning football team, and we've never seen that before, right? But this guy's really good. So first of all, that is that is going to be a factor. And number two, like, they owed Jared Goff 4 years worth of money, of $26 million a year. So to cut that in half and, to not have to pay Goff for 2 more years, and then on the flip side to get a good quarterback out of the deal, like, the first round picks thing, like, I don't put any stock into that because, like we talked about, if Darren Waller gets stopped at the 1 yard line, that's the half. Like, the Rams don't need those first round picks. Like, I think that everyone is sort of in agreement there. They already have all the talent that they need to win a Super Bowl. They have the coach that they need to win a Super Bowl. Like, this team is built already. So I know that, you can get a lot of value out of first round picks. Like, we've seen Clyde Edwards-Helaire on the Chiefs this year. Like, there's been good teams that have picked up a first rounder, got even better. But to me, this is totally worth it. To get rid of that contract is awesome.
So here at the break, 13-3 Rams are leading the Raiders. Robert Woods, Bobby Trees here already in the bonus, 4 for 103 with a touchdown to his credit. So he is having himself a monster day, about 35 points in the captain spot, as a matter of fact, and he is part of the leading lineup, to no surprise in that slot. It is Dallas God in front by about 2 points currently in the nooner. The Rams got themselves a new quarterback free roll, also with Goff, Waller, Higbee, Ruggs, and Reynolds. Reynolds, my captain, and a popular captain at that, has done very little so far. 1 6-yard catch. That is it. I'm sitting 122 out of 150 in this contest, which is bad, if anyone was wondering. Where's Jets fan at the moment?
Not good. 88. So I'm like right in the middle there, I guess.
Yeah, middle of the pack. Better than me. A lot better than me at the moment. If you got Robert Woods, especially in the captain spot, that has been enough to guide you so far. Again, bonus at the half, 13-3 as we begin quarter number 3 with the Drews, with Joe, with Kyle, with all of you. He is Kenny. I'm Adam. Thank you for being with us. So someone to put this in the chat, and our production crew kind enough to look up the details. Here's the deal. Apparently, these words not out of Matt Stafford's mouth, but a report from NBC Sports Boston is that Matt Patricia was willing. He told the Lions he'd go anywhere except for the Patriots. And to read a little bit from this article, comes from a source who was heavily involved in the Stafford trade negotiations, but failed to land him. The Patriots did make overtures for Stafford. Stafford, of course, a Ram after Los Angeles sent the haul to Detroit, as we know. Now, let me see here. Matt Stafford, sorry. I said Patricia, apparently. Matt Stafford. Patricia is back with New England, by the way. And the reason I confused the two, or said the wrong thing, is my initial thought before even reading the article was, I wonder if it was a Patricia factor. Those two early on were not on the same page when Patricia was coaching him in Detroit. And, of course, he's come back and rejoined Belichick's staff in New England. So, just kind of scanning over the article. Apparently, Stafford, the big thing Curran writes is that Stafford nixed the notion of being the guy that replaces the guy that failed to replace the guy, i.e., he didn't want to follow Tom Brady. Do you buy into that? Stafford didn't want to go to New England just because he didn't want to follow Tom Brady?
I don't know. I think that it's very like the Patriots writers to try to loop the Patriots into this whole thing. Because I think that, obviously that's what's going to sell with the Patriots fan base. Again, like this thing about anywhere but New England, like I feel like that's probably not true. He probably said, like, this is one of the teams I don't want to go to. And I think that the Patriots kind of were exposed a little bit as not a great destination for free agent quarterbacks, right? First of all, you're right about the filling the Brady shoes thing. I don't know, like, how much of a factor that is with quarterbacks, but I think that a lot of quarterbacks out there see what happened with Cam Newton this year and realize, like, well, maybe that offensive line isn't as good as we all thought it was. Maybe, we were all wrong about how Tom Brady had all these great receivers to throw to. Like, he had nobody to throw to. Actually, look at how terrible these receivers are. Maybe Bill Belichick isn't as good of a coach as we thought. Maybe it was just Tom Brady. Like, these are not all true statements, right? Like, I'm not saying these are true things. I'm just saying this is what goes through your mind when you're trying to commit. This is a big decision for Stafford, right? Like, Stafford's not 24 and deciding like, oh, maybe I'll go play New England, see if I can win a ring there, and then I can always go back somewhere else after that. Travis, Matt Stafford was the number 1 pick in the draft for a reason, my friend. I don't think he's Patrick Mahomes in a new system, but my goodness, I mean, we've seen this guy dominate the NFL. We've seen this guy throw for 6 touchdowns. We've seen this guy lead the league or come close in passing yards. I mean, this is a good quarterback. And Jared Goff, made 1 Pro Bowl, had 1 great game against Patrick Mahomes one time, system quarterbacked his way to a Super Bowl. Like, these are, I mean, come on, man. Like, have some respect for Matt Stafford. This guy's been there and done that in the NFL. This guy's put in work. He's had a great career. But back to what I'm saying. So, if you're you, right, like, Goff, I mean, you put yourself in Matt Stafford's shoes. This is the big decision because this is basically his last chance. Like, he's had a great career, but he has not won. This is his last chance to win. And especially when you look at how great Tom Brady is looking right now in Tampa Bay, how great Aaron Rodgers is still looking in Green Bay, how great Mahomes and the Chiefs are and will be for like the next 10 years, you got to put yourself in the absolute best position possible. So I think that he looks at New England and he's like, New England's certainly not a quarterback away from winning. They are a lot more away than just a quarterback away from winning, I think. We saw that with Tom. They had Tom Brady, and they still couldn't win, right? Last year, like, this is relatively the same team. No weapons, right?
They didn't win the run. They still won double-digit games. I think this team.
Yeah, but everyone knew going to the playoffs that was sort of a fake team, right? Everyone knew that team was a little bit overachieving. And again, look at the defense. Left a lot to be desired the last couple of years too, and that's Bill Belichick's thing, right? Isn't he a defensive guy?
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, Henderson's still at the 1. 2nd and goal on the way. Rams trying to pile on, really put this away. I guess going back to the article,
that team's not a quarterback away. If you're being objective about it, they're a little more than a quarterback away. I'm not saying they're in full. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What I said was I believe the Patriots absolutely could be a quarterback away from being a playoff team, not from being a contender. They need more than that to be a contender. You're going to tell me that they, with a better quarterback, they couldn't be a playoff team? Of course they could.
Yeah, but Matt Stafford doesn't want to be in the playoffs. Matt Stafford wants to go to the Super Bowl. That's your goal.
Now
right? Why would you go somewhere?
No,
why would you go somewhere where you could go to the playoffs when you could go somewhere like the Rams that has a legitimate chance of going to the Super Bowl?
I'm not saying Stafford's ideal destination was or should have been New England. We're saying 2 different things. If you're talking about New England, whether or not they are a quarterback away from being a playoff team, a Matthew Stafford away from being a playoff team, yes, I believe so. A Super Bowl contender? No. And I'm not saying Stafford wants to go to a team just to make the playoffs, despite the fact he played in Detroit with a whole, lot of lack of success. Those are 2 totally different discussions. With regard to Stafford and this article, and this is where you started, and I agree with this, where I take exception to the article, I
don't think this is true. I really don't.
Drew sent us the article, and the first thing, just looking at the headline, which was source, Stafford told Lions he'd take a trade anywhere but New England. My initial thought was Matt Patricia factor. He didn't get along with him great in Detroit, probably doesn't want to come to a place where he's got influence on the coaching staff. I'm done with him. I don't want to be around him. Drew said maybe. More likely Belichick. He knows how it'll be run because Patricia went in and tried to run it the same way as New England. Maybe he just doesn't want any part of that. And then the article, as I already said, ends up saying he just doesn't want to be the guy that follows Brady. Now, what I disagree with, and you brought this up, is I'm not saying Stafford wanted to or should have wanted to go to New England. I understand fully why a Matt Stafford or a guy like that wouldn't want to go to the Patriots. The suggestion that he would want to go or willing to go anywhere other than New England, to me, is just blasphemous. That's ridiculous. I don't buy that for 1 second, because there are plenty of places that are worse fits than New England. There are plenty of places.
Out of curiosity, you name them. I would like to hear your worse fits than New England, and I'll try to figure out a reason why maybe he would want to go there.
All right. Well,
I think that you're not being totally objective. So let's go through them.
You think every other opportunity in the
No. I don't think so. But maybe it's true if we go through team by team. Like because think about it, right?
All right. Well, would you rather go to the Jets? Would you rather be a Jet than be a Patriot right now?
I mean,
let's do my bias versus your bias.
No, because no one's gonna take me seriously. But
okay, but that's exactly.
But if you think about it,
but if you think
first, I mean, he doesn't want to go to a team that I would want to go to a team that's in a rebuild, right? The Jets, though, I mean, if he was 28.
But that's my point. That's exactly my point. This isn't a Patriots conversation. It is truly not a Patriots conversation. If I don't want to go to the Patriots, if I'm a quarterback and I don't want to go to the Patriots,
it sure feels like a cough.
No, it's not. Let me finish the statement, and I will tell you why. If I don't want to go to the Patriots, if I am a QB who doesn't want to go to the Patriots, the reason is not because I don't want to follow Brady, or it's I don't want to play for Belichick. It's because they have no weapons. They got nothing around them. I want to go to an offense that has better weapons. That is the reason I would want to go somewhere other than New England. So this idea that, trade me
about the fact
that New England. Hang on, trade me anywhere other than New England just because I don't want to be the guy that follows Brady, to me is ridiculous.
First of all, okay, this is not. I think that you're probably on the mark with the Patricia thing, and I don't think that it would come out that he didn't want to work or he didn't want to talk to Patricia or work for Patricia or work with Patricia. Like, if that were the reason, I don't think that would have actually been printed. He wasn't telling his friends or leaking to honestly probably leaked to the press that he didn't want to play after Tom Brady because no one wanted to he didn't want anyone to know that he didn't like Patricia, right? I think that's probably the real reason. But
okay, then I would be right.
To your argument about the Jets could go out today with all their money and sign Allen Robinson and sign Kenny Golladay, and they already had one of the most improved lines. They gave quarterbacks over 3 seconds in the pocket last year to throw.
I'm not saying the Jets
they have the second pick in the draft, so they could pick a tackle at the top 5 for the second straight year, and Allen Robinson and Kenny Golladay. And again, they have some young pieces on that defense and a general manager, which everyone loves. That's not really an undesirable place, but I mean, if they're probably more like 2 years away, so at his age, maybe not. But I think that's a great place to go play. But New England, I really feel like they're probably headed for a rebuild in 2 years, and I think Stafford's he's a stopgap. He's not going to. First of all, they're not going to win that division. The Bills are going to win that division. Everyone knows. And you're not going to win the AFC, right? Because of Mahomes. So why would you want to go to a team that at best you're going to be a wild card team? You're 2 years there and probably just get smoked like Bobby Trees is smoking the Raiders.
In the Robert Woods. Good God. 57-yard score. Guy's getting close to 200 yards.
So I don't think that I don't think there's really any reason why you'd want to go to the Patriots. Again, the last team thing, whatever. That's a catchy headline. I don't know if that's really true.
And that's all I'm saying. I didn't sit here one time and say he should want to go to the Patriots. The idea of the Patriots being, send me anywhere other than New England, I think is ridiculous.
Is it possible that maybe he just really doesn't want to play for Bill Belichick?
Sure, of course it's possible. I mean,
is it possible that Bill Belichick is the worst coach to play for in the NFL?
I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you no. There are plenty of players that have felt that way. There are other players that didn't, but those players were winning along the way, and you don't have a Tom Brady there anymore to help lift the tide. So yeah, I'm sure we've been saying in New England for years that, boy, when Brady's not here and if they're not winning and it's just Belichick, some of the attitude with the media and press conferences and stuff in that locker room, whatever else that's been reported or just downright witnessed or observed, that stuff isn't going to fly. If you don't have W's attached to it, well, we got a little taste of that, obviously, this past year. And how long something like that lingers, I just don't know. I mean, there's no way to know that. It's not like Belichick's going to up and change who he is. well-established identity at this point in time, and if they don't turn it around next year, that's, there's not like Belichick's job is in jeopardy all of a sudden, but they are going to have to, reassess their recruitment process, because guys aren't, Rex Ryan, it was Rex Ryan, I think, that said the other day, like, I think what this has taught us is that people weren't coming to play for Belichick. They were coming to play with Brady. I think there's certainly some truth in that. I mean, Lord knows the only reason Gronkowski retired and then came out of retirement is because he didn't want to play for Belichick anymore, but did want to play with Tom Brady. So if Brady had retired, Gronk doesn't come back. Brady goes somewhere else? Yeah, I'll play again. Sure, you're not playing for Bill anymore? I'm interested in that. So I think there's a lot of truth to some of that stuff. Drew brings up, Lions were working with Stafford on a trade. It's unlikely the Pats were the only team he didn't want to go to, but that's probably the only no on the list of possible people that were interested. So a no to New England out of a possible list of like 6 teams. If you want to frame it that way, then sure. If, like, going to Stafford, his agent comes to him from the Lions and, hey, there are 5 teams that are interested in trading for you. Any of these you won't go to? Sure, I'll go anywhere other than New England. Well, that's a no to 1 out of 5. It's not 1 out of 30 or 32 or whatever it is.
Okay, yeah, that's probably the best way to look at it. As long as you can admit that they're an undesirable destination right now, I think that that's probably true. You said what you said about Gronk, and I think there's a lot of good points there. But
I do think there's a difference between undesirable and not the most desirable. They are certainly not the most desirable. Undesirable, I'm not willing to go to.
I think it's undesirable. I mean, again, like, what proof do we have that players like playing for Bill Belichick? Antonio Brown, is that really it? Like, I don't know.
That's your go-to example. The guy who was in town for 11 days.
That's it. I mean, well, that was the whole thing, right? He was like, "Oh man, Bill Belichick." I mean, look, I think that like they're falling off. It's clearly the end of the empire for them. They can't. I mean, this regime hasn't drafted an All-Pro since Chandler Jones, and that was 13 years ago. I mean, sorry. I should say they drafted an All-Pro punter. So that was the only All-Pro that they had. So I don't know. I think objectively, right? Like I think I'm being pretty objective here. Like except unless I'm talking about the Bills or the Saints, I keep it pretty objective. And looking at their drafting, looking at the way that the team has kind of been on the backside for the last couple of years, I do think Brother Phil made a good point in the draft. Like any other, not a great point, but he said any other quarterback with that team, and they probably beat the Bills and win the division. I don't know if they win the division, but I would be interested to see what that team did last year with a different quarterback. Like I definitely agree. Sorry, Mike just said, "What would you say you do here at Initech?" I would agree with Brother Phil, but I still think the fact remains, like, you're probably getting ahead of a rebuild, to be honest. Like, the Patriots are going to have to rebuild within the next 2 years. And if you're a guy like joining on for 3 years, you're probably seeing like, well, this team is like just they're any year now they're going to start to just blow up the team and rebuild. Like, they're going to trade McCourty, they'll get rid of everybody. So I do feel like that's kind of undesirable, right? Like, why would you want to go to a team kind of in limbo, especially like that doesn't have weapons, like you said, like you admitted, like they don't have anybody to throw the football to. It's not like anything really salvageable there on offense.
With the Jets, much like you were saying with the Jets, that's true today as we chat on January 31st. Patriots have as much cap space as basically anybody in the NFL. Now, whether you can draw those free agents in, obviously, and
that's a good point.
All of a sudden,
well, and if you have Stafford, then you can, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, what free agent, star receiver or tight end is flocking to come play with Cam Newton or Jarrett Stidham? They're not.
They're also their number one destination for Allen Robinson is going to be wherever Deshaun Watson goes. This team's been pretty good. There's
Ruggs, baby,
my man.
Ruggs.
The number one destination for all the receivers is going to be wherever Deshaun Watson goes. Number 2 is probably going to be, I mean, not the Bucks, right? Because they're going to just re-sign Godwin. They're stacked there, but I don't know. Is number 2 the Rams now? Like, I mean, I guess they don't really have any cap space still, but I don't think. Well, I mean, Andrew wants me to say Jets. I mean, maybe if depending on who their quarterback is, it could be that could be the. I'm not trying to talk about teams. I'm trying to talk about players, like quarterbacks, like because we have a lot of moving quarterbacks. So I think that whoever Deshaun goes, that's where the top receivers are going to want to go first. Then maybe the Niners. I mean, I don't know if that's really so desirable with Jimmy Garoppolo, but Andrew brings up Green Bay. Green Bay's definitely, they're going to be number 2, right? So Green Bay is going to be number 2. I think that there's a lot of quarterback situations that receivers would like to go to before they would end up going to New England.
How much does this isn't a question that has anything to do with New England, or at least not directly. How much do you think the QB market has to, and that's trade market, free agent market, all encompassing, how much does that have to play itself out before some of these prominent receivers, running backs, tight ends, whomever, I haven't looked at the full free agent list, but before those guys start deciding where they're going to go, how much QB movement do we have to experience first?
How much QB movement? You rephrase that question?
How much does this all have to get settled, knowing, where we go from saying there are 15 teams that might have new quarterbacks next year to, okay, we know who everybody's quarterback is with the exception of maybe 3 or 4 teams.
How many teams need to decide it, you mean?
What I'm saying is, how much does all the quarterback stuff have to play itself out in terms of whatever movement is going to take place?
Before we get the rest of...
Before, receivers and guys like that are going to start to decide where they're going to go. Is it going to be, like Drew says, none? Free agents will sign on day 1 or day 2 in March. A lot of QBs might not be traded until draft day in April.
I would agree with that. I would say we always see all the signings come out in like literally 2 days when free agency opens. And I think by the time free agency opens with draft day trades and with off-season trades, like, the league year, like it's not that far away. It'll come before free agency. So I think most of the quarterback stuff is going to play itself out before we get to free agency. So that way the free agents will know where they want to sign. But, that just seems to me what's going to happen, because when you think about none of these quarterbacks are moving in free agency, right? It's all going to be via trade. Sam Darnold via trade, whether it's Mariota via trade, I guess if you wanted to say Taylor Heineke's going to earn a new deal, then maybe that's via free agency, but I don't think that really plays a factor into where anybody signs. So yeah, I think I think that there's there's not going to be much to be settled by the time we get to free
agency. 27-9, halfway through the fourth quarter. People commenting that I waited until very late to get the last-minute NBA contest out for the 1 o'clock games. That's only because I got distracted talking to Kenny. I am working here.
A very distracting person.
No. You're my broadcast partner.
Okay.
Jordan says free agents aren't going to pass up a nice contract to wait to see where their QBs are going, Goff. And, that's probably true. It's probably true. But it depends kind of what guys you're talking about, too. Like some guys that are in their early to mid-20s, or, I guess mid to late 20s more realistically, with regard to rookie contracts expiring, aren't... their concern isn't yet, it's on maximizing their dollars and living situation and, where they play and all that stuff. It's not title based. That's something that starts to happen when you're into your 30s. So if you want to say like tier 1 isn't going to decide based on the QB, then fine, I'll go with that. But I think you are going to have some guys, not unlike, again, that draw of playing with a Brady, a Manning, a Rodgers, a Breeze, some of those guys that have, picked vets that get them closer to a championship. I think you're going to have some guys that hold off and wait to see how that stuff plays out.
Some, but I don't think that, I think that most of the quarterbacks are going to be settled in their new homes, no?
Could be. That's what makes the whole thing interesting to me. Sitting 102 in our contest. It's bad. Bad situation.
Yeah. West Ham United also in a bad situation right now. Losing 2-0 to Liverpool. In danger of being shut out.
Speaking of trades, by the way, NBA, according to Shams Charania, the Pelicans are focusing on a Northeast team, the Sixers, the Nets, the Celtics, as potential trade destination for J.J. Redick.
Good for JJ, man. He needs to get somewhere. He needs to get out of New Orleans. He had made the playoffs. What? So how many years in a row? Like 1 million years in a row?
Sure.
Literally 1 million.
Yeah, ballpark. Sounds about right.
So to not make the playoffs with New Orleans, I mean, get that guy out of there, get him on a real team, man.
Herb Dog, Kaufman LLC. It's the law firm that spends all of its time defending the Patriots from critics. I don't even feel like I've done that in this particular set.
Yeah, I don't really know if you have either. I think the people are being a little unfair.
Defending the Patriots against critics, from me being sitting here and saying they've still got ringing my fist at the air, old man shouting at cloud, going, they still have Bill Belichick. Of course, players want to play there, and they're one guy away from a championship. And
there's certainly an element of that, though. I think
says a little bit. You don't like the Kern report.
I think it's hard for you to accept that the Patriots aren't a desirable destination anymore. They are undesirable. You said they're not the most desirable. They are undesirable right now.
Well, that's fine. I will disagree with you there. And if that's me, defending the wall, then fair enough. What I said with regard to not liking the Kern report is that I didn't say I don't buy Stafford not wanting to go to New England. I said I don't buy the reason simply being I don't want to follow Tom Brady. That to me is ridiculous. There's so many better reasons to not want to go to New England than to not want to be the guy that follows Tom Brady, which you're not. Cam Newton was that guy.
Sexual chocolate in the chat. I heard JJ Redick will go anywhere except the Patriots. Brilliant.
Very good. 27-9. See, even Jordan won't hesitate to criticize me. He says Yakov was being a bit more objective about his beloved Patriots than usual.
Were you though?
Yeah. Believe it or not. Hello. And we get a touchdown to flip the slate a little bit. Waller big grab out to the 6.
Is this guy going to be held out of the end zone again? For real. I'm 75th. I could do it.
Jordan says, got to agree with Goff there. It's as simple as him wanting to go to a team ready to win immediately, maybe a tiny bit Belichick. I'll believe either of those things. Not wanting to be the guy following Brady is just stupid. First and goal from the 6, back of the end zone. Touchdown, Vegas. Wow, Hunter Renfrow.
The Sim Man coming through. People love him in The Sims. I think he's a Fantasy Hawk favorite.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Renfrow, 20% owned, higher than I would have expected. That's in the larger free roll. Captain at 0.8%. Sexual chocolate. I heard the same argument from Clippers fans saying the Lakers were undesirable a few years back. Robbie Noble Says Adam, who's in second? You, sir. But Mr. Golf and More is in front by about half a point. At least as things sit right now.
What does that mean?
Golf and More. Maybe it's ice cream and putt-putt and putting range, driving range. All sorts of different things you could do with Golf and More. Wow. Holy cow. Rams recover the onside kick and take it back to the house. 50-yard return. Yeah, go-karts
so
too.
Now,
thank you.
If you
batting
have Van
cages?
Jefferson,
yeah, batting cages.
If you have I don't care about go-karts and batting cages. If you have Van Jefferson and the Rams D, you just got 12 points. Van Jefferson, a punt play on the slate, has just scored a touchdown in improbable fashion. This could
Van Jefferson's ownership here. Not a guy regularly involved. 2.74% in the larger free roll.
He's 0.7 in your free roll, and he's in the 29th place lineup. $1,200. I think people put him in there as a punt play, just as a roster filler because you need to put someone there, not expecting any points. And oh my goodness, did Van Jefferson just come through for punt play nation out there.
All right, we'll see what that does for this 29th place lineup. They don't have the Rams DST, unfortunately for them. So it's only going to help so much.
Love to see someone. I'd love to see someone stack Van Jeff.
I don't think anyone's going to vault that high to knock off Golf and More over here, but...
well, this in your contest, I mean, he could... this 29th place lineup with Van Jefferson could get to... Now they got it. I don't know how we're going to credit that. I think they should give Van Jefferson that touchdown, right?
Yeah, he'll get it. Just take.
I don't know if he will because he doesn't have it now, and they already updated the score.
Score's not updated in the standings page.
It says 27-16. Oh no, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that put them at 34.
I'm just trying to make. I don't know the rules with an onside kick recovery, so.
Our Drew's coming at you. It's manual scoring, Kenny. Give it a second.
I am just asking the rule. I know. I'm not putting the onus on our ops team to be quicker. I don't know what the rules are, man. I wanted to know if Van Jefferson going to get credit for the touchdown. I'm actually very curious. Fantasy football. Sometimes there's a fumble recovered in the end zone and you don't get credit for it. I mean, now you do these days, but in the past, sometimes you haven't.
Kyle says he's pretty sure it's just the DST and not the player, and I believe that's wrong.
So now everyone yell at me for asking the question when the ops team.
No, because I think we just need to, and I'm happy to be wrong.
Let's look at the rules. Rules and scoring here.
I was thinking Van Jefferson would get the touchdown as well, so I think we need to just double check.
Kickoff return for TD 6 points.
I think Van Jefferson
offensive player does get that.
Okay.
It says
not to worry. Again, manual scoring there. We'll get it in there. Manual scoring. Final few seconds. Jordan, our Simland treasurer here, says it would be the DST and Van Jefferson. He would, Goff. That's what I was thinking. So don't worry. We'll get it figured out. And here, that'll help you out as well if you get that Rams DST. How about an interception? How far can he take it back? Not far enough. That would have been something.
Hey, it still is something.
Yeah, I mean, you get the pick, but it's not like it comes along with a touchdown, too. That would have been insane. We see y'all in the chat. Don't worry. We'll get it all up to date for you. Always do. It's never not been correct at the end, so just be patient. Manual scoring takes a moment. Man, I don't even think I told you guys to hit the like. Could you hit the like? We're sitting at 85. Let's get to 100. Smash that like button before you get out of here.
I got to put the glasses on for
bonuses all over the place.
But Robert Woods especially.
How about Carr, 350, Goff, 316, each with 2 touchdowns passing. A pick for Carr as well. But Goff, hell of a send-off for the Rams, even though in Simland. He'll continue to be on the Rams. Malcolm
Yeah,
Brown,
both
7
quarterbacks
for
with the bonus,
61
pretty
to
remarkable.
score. He had Henderson failed to get in the end zone. He finished at just 10 rushing yards, a dozen for Jacobs, who made a lot of sense to not play, as we tell you all the time here in Simland. Bobby Woods, your guy, 8 for 208 and a couple of touchdowns. Ruggs just missed out, 6 for 94 in a score. Waller got there, 6 for 127, a touchdown for Renfro, who went 4 for 42. There are a lot of different guys that, at least are worthy of honorable mentions and would normally be runaway Krusty-Koff players of the game, but I think we know who it is.
Yeah, it's Bobby Trees, 11.7K in the captain spot. 65.7 fantasy points if you put him in the captain spot with the 2 receiving touchdowns, over 200 yards, which means that obviously, yes, he hit the bonus, but he didn't get like 2 bonuses or something like that. 8 catches, hell of a day for Robert Woods. He is your Mr. Kaufman MVP.
Now, how about your huge disappointment? Henderson is certainly a candidate at $86.
I'm looking right at Henderson and Higbee, and I'm having a tough time deciding between the two because I think both had pretty high hopes. Both were disappointing.
I'd go Henderson.
But
Henderson was more expensive, higher owned, and had
Josh Reynolds was also a disappointment too. $5,400, very popular, 4 points. I think I'll end up going with Darrell Henderson. Now, I saw many people in the chat asking, did he even have a catch or a carry in this game? 10 rushing yards, 2 catches for 6 yards. That is just not going to be good enough for a guy that's pretty highly priced. The lead back for the winning team that scored 34 points, $8,600. That is doo-doo. So poorly done by Darrell Henderson Jr.
Doo-doo, he says.
Special shout out, by the way. I wish I could give the player of the game to Henry Ruggs because here's the thing, right? You played Henry Ruggs. That is like a huge roll of the dice move. Henry Ruggs he's had what, 1, 2, 3, 4 20-point games in the last 20 sims. Unheard of for this guy to go for 20 points. So you picked the right day to roster Henry Ruggs III. So that's a great. We can't give it to anybody but Robert Woods, and then the LVP is going to end up going to Darrell Henderson.
Herb, loved the trade had to do with the Rams and Lions, but we spent the whole time talking about the Pats. I get it. Koff knows about the Pats. It's easy for him. We can talk about the Pats till the 4th quarter. Get the hell out of here, Herb. Settle down. Spent the whole first half talking about the Rams and the Lions, both of them in great detail. Go back on the YouTube. Relive it.
Stop being a Herb. Herb.
All right, here's what we got coming up for you in Simland today. That was just one. There were 5 more of these to go, and a lot of Goff and Stafford chat inevitably, and there should be, quite frankly, after that blockbuster yesterday. I will continue it after I finish getting Pat stuff off my chest with Geoff Ulrich. Packers-Browns coming up in a little under an hour. It is the 2 o'clock sim, 45 minutes away. And, of course, that is the fondly known as the Mad Matinee. Early bird special at 4, Washington at Pittsburgh. Jason Rossi will be along with Tom Carroll. And then you got Kenny's beloved Jets at the Bills. Rossi and TC as well there. 6 o'clock game there. And on to primetime, Texans-Eagles, Brendan Glasheen and Matt Lamarca. 10 o'clock, Lions and Ravens. And that will be the 2 of those clowns as well. Looking forward to that, Phonics and Saxman. So it's going to about do it for the 2 of us. We want to thank all of you for watching along. The Drew Stack, obviously, our Game Ops squad, Kyle and Joe. He is Kenny. I am Adam. Thank you. Stay with us. Much more on the way, including maybe a little something special only moments from now. everybody? With Kenny Ducey, I am Adam Kaufman. Of course, big trade happening in the NFL ahead of the Super Bowl, and that is quarterbacks Matt Stafford and Jared Goff changing homes. Kenny, as we know, those two former top picks switch spots. You had Jared Goff's big contract going the other way, a lot of picks going, right along with him, obviously. And so how does ultimately this work out for Matt Stafford there in Los Angeles? Is this a good fit for him?
I think it works out very well, Koff. I think that this is a fantastic fit for Matt Stafford when you consider the factors. You consider that the Rams had a top 5 defense last season. When you consider the fact that he has all the weapons in the world to throw to. Now the Rams just invested an early pick in Van Jefferson in last year's draft. You've got Tyler Higbee, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, all the options in the world to throw the football to. Oh, and by the way, Cam Akers, who they also invested a nice draft pick in as well, turned out to be one of the best stories of the season last year, one of the best running backs in football already at such a young age. He's going into year 2 next year. It is all set up for Matt Stafford to have a Tom Brady-like season this year with a new cast of characters around him, a lot of experience. This is a guy that's had a fantastic career, and we've never gotten to see him on a really good football team, a winning football team. That is what we get this season, and Matt Stafford has all the talent in the world to make these pieces around him the best that they can be. Look at how good the Rams offense was able to be with Jared Goff. Like, they were able to get into the playoffs, win some big games with Goff at quarterback, and now imagine how good they could be with a real quarterback, and that is what Matt Stafford is. So I think this is a fantastic fit for him. Great place to potentially end his career. If he had to pick a perfect spot to go to have the best shot at winning the Super Bowl, you go away from the AFC where you got Mahomes and maybe some divisions that are unwinnable. You go right here to the NFC West. You can win it again, and you can go to the Super Bowl here in the NFC, the weaker of the 2 divisions.
Was 3 future picks, multiple first rounders, plus Jared Goff, too big a price to pay for Matt Stafford, or was it actually a necessity?
Yeah, you mentioned it. It was a necessity. This was not the price to pay for Matt Stafford, okay? The price to pay for getting rid of Jared Goff's contract was a future first-round pick and a third-round pick. They could have traded Jared Goff for Bud Dupree. They would have had to give up the first-round pick and the third-round pick along with Jared Goff because no one wants this contract. He's under contract for 4 seasons, making about $26 million a year. He's got $52 million roughly in dead cap hit that over the next 2 years, right? This guy's under contract for 4 seasons. He just signed a massive extension. This is one of the worst contracts in football. So you had to give up something with him to make it palatable for the other team receiving him to take him in. So when you cancel out the Goff contract situation, what you're left with here is, the Rams giving up a late first-round pick really for Matt Stafford. And to me, that's a really good price to pay. I think that you get a big upgrade at quarterback. You get a guy that makes you better at quarterback and that maybe makes you a Super Bowl team. I mean, they were just in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. That game against the Packers was real close. If you remember, 1-possession game until Rodgers put the dagger in him late. That defense kept them around. The offense just couldn't move the football, and against a bad defense to boot. Jared Goff, there was the injury late, but all season long, right, just wasn't himself. He's really regressed since he won that shootout with Patrick Mahomes, and we thought that, there was a reason this guy was taken number 1. So I think this was a vital move, and I think the price was actually relatively low when you consider the factors of Jared Goff's contract.
Can Jared Goff be successful, not just successful, but a long-term plan in Detroit?
I think that he certainly could be. I don't expect him to be. And I don't think the Lions do either. The Lions are in this deal because they're in blow-it-up mode, right? They're in rebuild mode. They have nothing going for them. They have DeAndre Swift. That's nice. That's good, right? That's great. Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones Jr., free agents right now. They really have just like a couple of high draft picks that they had over the last 2 years scattered around their team, whether on defense or offense. And that's it, right? They're blowing up the team. They're starting over. So these picks, right? You get 2 future first rounders, a third rounder. Those picks are going to be used to build this team to be a contender in 5 years, right? The Jared Goff thing for them, this is just, hey, we have some salary cap space now that we got some guys walking, and we're not going to pay Kenny Golladay. So let's just end up, let's get Jared Goff in here, and maybe he works out, right? Maybe he ends up being a good quarterback. So if Jared Goff winds up, this ends up being a successful reclamation project, great move for the Lions, and he can be the long-term answer. What we've seen the last year, really the last year plus from Jared Goff, is that he's not a good quarterback. So The history would lead you to believe that he's trending in the wrong direction, but certainly there's a chance that he works out to be the future quarterback of the Lions. I think that they would like it that way, so that way they don't have to go figure out a quarterback in 3 or 4 years. But, you know, they're obviously probably not going to want to pay somebody this much money in the early days of a rebuild.
So on one side of things with LA, you get a superior quarterback in Matt Stafford coming in, who's a little bit older, but has obviously lots of experience, a lot of pretty gaudy numbers. I mean, all-time passing leader in every category for the Lions in his career. And obviously in bringing him in, you shed yourselves of Jared Goff's contract. You do lose multiple picks, as we talked about. On the other side for Detroit, you get rid of a QB who doesn't want to be there anymore. You bring in a young QB who, say what you will about him, he has been to and led a team to a Super Bowl. Which of these two teams made out better in this deal?
The Rams, absolutely. The Rams did. I mean, look, this is a built team, okay? You use the first-round picks, we've learned, to rebuild your team. What's a prime example of that? The Rams. Look at all the first-round picks, all these high draft picks that the Rams used on their line, right? Aaron Donald, the shining example. I mean, they have built this team up with so many picks that they got by trading down in drafts, and they were just so, the Sam Bradford deal, right? Like, they are so set now. They have so much talent on that team. This is their window. So they need to win, or it's all going to be over in a few years, and they're going to have to start over, right? Because all these guys are going to get owed so much money, they can't keep them all. This is their time to win the Super Bowl. So you needed to figure out the quarterback position. It was clearly the worst position on the team. Right, you look at one of the top defenses in the league. We just mentioned all the weapons. The offensive line was great. They have Sean McVay, one of the best, offensive minds in football, and they couldn't get it done this year. And Sean McVay was frustrated, and the Rams were frustrated. And this was a big point, right? They wanted to get rid of Jared Goff's contract. How are you going to get rid of it? No one knew. No one was lining up to take this deal, right? I don't think we thought that anybody would have taken Jared Goff's contract. So to get him off the books, that is a huge win for the Rams. And again, who needs these first-round picks? It's only a few years until you get the first-round picks back, right? None until 2023. They don't need first-round picks right now. They have a team. They just need a quarterback. So they address that. The Lions, on the other hand, I mean, it's not like this is a win-lose trade. The Lions win as well. They get a lot of draft picks here to start their rebuild up. They got to kind of fast-track the rebuild. But at the end of the day, I mean, the most immediate winner of this trade is going to be the Rams. Time will tell how the Lions use those draft picks. The Rams right now should be in the Super Bowl next year. They should be winning the Super Bowl next year because of this trade. Write that down.
All right. So Stafford is a Ram. Goff is a Lion. Sometimes Kenny's a baboon. I'm Goff. Thanks for being with us. We'll talk to you soon. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back. Good to have you with Geoff Ulrich. I am Adam Kaufman. This is the second of 6 Madden simulations on the day. So as I was saying, here's why Tom Brady is Brady's the greatest ever, Jeff.
Tom Brady?
All right, Tom Grady, perhaps you've heard of him, his alter ego. I'm kidding. All right, the Packers and Browns are on the way here, and lineups are locking in a couple of minutes. There is a lot to discuss, not surrounding Tom Brady or Grady or anybody even remotely related to either of them. We're going to get into the Matt Stafford, Jared Goff stuff, as we did quite a bit with Kenny Ducey on the previous sim. But this particular one, how you feeling about it? You know, what's your captain approach for your lineup?
Yeah, I mean, this actually sets out to be a pretty interesting sim. So let's talk about that first, because I got things to say about the other stuff. But
yeah,
I mean, the news broke at exactly the moment when Tom and I were coming on air last night. So it was like a very weird last sim. We were very distracted. But this one's interesting. I mean, you got Aaron Jones, you got Aaron Rodgers, both really consistent fantasy producers. Devontae Adams up there too. And on the other side, you've got dudes like Higgins and Beckham Jr. who can kind of really like break value too. So I'm just went fully offense, faded Baker to get Rodgers and Jones in there. And then I went with the Cleveland receivers. And Devin Bunches of Funches still kind of just like hanging around Simville, being almost a near must play because he's averaging over 15 points. He's only 8,200. So, I went chalky in that regard. I went Lazard as my kind of one-off, like, really cheap guy.
Fun play.
And we'll see what happens. I'm expecting points here, though. These are two pretty good sim teams, so.
Hopefully that's what we get. Lineups have locked, folks. Here's what I have. Certainly some overlap to what you went with. So Rashard Higgins in the captain spot is what I went along with. Like him a lot. He is, obviously a reliable touchdown threat. Basically has won every other sim on average. Averages 10, 11 points per. So that much better as a captain. Did fade Baker, have Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, who I almost never play in Simland, but for some reason I put him in today, so hopefully that doesn't burn me. Do have Bunches of Funches and Aaron Jones, and then Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So if you were paying attention, that is a heavy Packers stack. It is entirely Packers in the flex, and then the Higgins captain play, and that's what we got.
Interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting move. I mean, could work out. Putting the one dude there, the one Browns and the captain definitely will be a unique build, I think, in that regard. So, yeah, interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and I don't want to pretend that I go into this with any sort of real check out this build strategy. No, it's a total mix and match, and this is what I like and what I'm feeling and a given. I love that some people have even messaged me directly on Twitter and said these are like Creature from the Glash Lagoon has said this is a strategy no matter who's playing that I follow on Wild Weather Wednesdays. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Creature from the Glash Lagoon is messaging you. Wow, I'm jealous.
Sure is.
Creature, you never messaged me.
Well, if you're out there, Creature, if you're sitting there down deep drowning in the lagoon, Moose wants to hear from you, buddy.
Drinking lagoon water.
Find the fantasy grind here on Twitter. Do it.
Yeah, at the fantasy grind, Kaufman. Let's give him the right address.
I'm sorry. Did you see that says sup Simians? Koff, Moose, good afternoon to all, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here. Smash that like, something I really did not say till the very end of the last sim, which is why we are sitting at a paltry 106, and I know the hundreds will follow on in. Let's smash that like. Let's get you out here. Aaron Rodgers, popular captain play in the larger free roll at about 14.5%, 75% owned almost. He is naturally always going to be a popular play here in Simland. And our smaller contest, actually only about 70% owned and 5.6% in the captain spot. It's Bunches of Funches. This goes to show the people that actively tune into these sims, i.e. the people that jump in to these free rolls with us, to an opportunity to play against us. Nice catch there by, looked like Devontae Adams, right? Was all the way down, 40-yard pickup out to the 32. Good start for him. The people know Funches is 27% owned in the captain spot and 61% overall. So welcome on into the Mad Matinee, folks. The boring, these teams ain't changing QBs free roll that we've got going on. We're here with you. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, Funchess isn't. He's not a secret anymore. He's like I said,
No.
he's kind of a must play. You just got to play him. He's a wide receiver too. He gets tons of looks. That's just been the trend. Ooh, there's a nice little dump off. I'm not even sure who that was. Is that Jamal Williams?
Brother Phil, is it safe to come out of my bunker? Has the Ducey brain bombing stopped? Oh, cough, Jeff. Listen, Ducey was animated the last sim, as he should have been, by the way. There was, lots to talk about, lots to argue about relating to the trade that Jeff and I have not yet had the opportunity to discuss yet. But the last time that I worked with Jeff just a couple of days ago, people acknowledged on the sim since that's about as fired up as they've ever heard you. I'd love to take some responsibility for that, but we just had a nice, passionate, all-time QB discussion that, don't worry, we're not going to revisit right now, but we are going to talk about quarterbacks. So Goff and Stafford, when that trade came down, before we really break this thing down, just when the trade came down, what were your initial thoughts?
Yeah, okay. It's really funny because obviously I did 3 sims yesterday. So, we were talking about QBs on Friday, but like the 2 sims before the news broke, we were actually going over like, okay, what teams could use quarterbacks? What moves might we see? And the second, like the afternoon sim, the last thing we said was we brought up the Rams and we're like, oh, there's a touchdown, by the way. It's cut in
Aaron
here.
Jones.
That is Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, nice first drive. He was the catcher of that ball, that pass I was commenting on too. So this is a good start for my captain, Goff.
There you go.
I went with the chalk. I didn't get all crazy and use Higgins and, go off my rocker. I just ate that chalk with Aaron Jones. But anyways.
Hey, he's about 12% owned in the captain spot, so you weren't alone. Good start for him.
He's a pretty solid player in these sims. But so we brought up the Rams and we're saying the Rams we could see making a move. And I agreed. Like I thought Stafford made more sense to go to the Rams. But I also ended by saying like I just don't know if anyone will take Jared Goff. But I did say, like, and again, this was like 4 hours before the trade broke. If anyone was going to do it, it was probably going to be Detroit because once they get rid of Stafford, they have nobody. And like, as much as people like to make fun of Jared Goff, he's a QB. He's a first-round draft pick QB who's got experience in the NFL. He's been in the playoffs. At the very least, he's going to be a competent game manager. Like you with Jared Goff, you're already ahead of like at least 10 other teams in terms of QB position. Probably more. I'm probably being very like conservative with that by saying that you're in front of 10 teams. You're probably more likely in front of like 15 teams in terms of QB play. So that's why I said like Detroit might go that route. They're going to build defense. Then they don't have to take risks in the draft. If no one falls to them at 7 that they want, they don't have to pay up the draft capital. And they got what they wanted. They got 2 firsts. So Detroit made sense. I still didn't think it was going to happen. So when Tom broke the news to me, because Tom cut in and saw, because I never look at the Slack when I'm doing the announcer side of it, if I'm on your side, because I can't do like that many things at once. So luckily
focused.
Tom saw
we appreciate your determination.
stopped me, and then I just couldn't even believe it, man, because we had literally just talked about it. So I think it actually does make sense for the Rams. I've seen people trying to break down the trade on Twitter. You can make a case. Matt Stafford's record. I see this actually does flow back to our conversation about Brady. People trying to bring up Matt Stafford's record with the Lions as like a reason why it's a terrible trade for the Rams. Do you know how bad those Lions teams were? Like you're going to blame it all on Matt Stafford now because he doesn't have a playoff win? Like, come on, people. Are you kidding me? Like it's such weak analysis. I mean, you're really going to take Matt Stafford and say Jared Goff is a better QB than Matt Stafford? I don't know, man. Yeah, I like the move from the Rams. Go all in. Yeah, sure, they've mortgaged capital. If everything plays out well, though, Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, Matt Stafford, Woods, Kupp, if those guys like just don't tear ACLs and stay healthy, you're competitive for the next 3 or 4 years when your draft picks start to come back in anyway. So why not do it? I like it. Go for it. You got a short window in the NFL.
Browns here in Simland going for a first. Got it. Out to the 39 as we are about halfway through the opening quarter. 7-0 Green Bay. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Landry, his second catch. The Drew stack, Joe and Kyle, our game ops crew. So I will paraphrase a much larger conversation that took place with Kenny earlier.
Yeah, tell me what Kenny said. I actually would like to know Kenny's take.
Well,
on this. I'm sure it's insane. So
no, I mean he likes the deal. He certainly likes
Okay.
it for LA. He's probably pretty in line with you. What I said to him was my initial just seeing like the push notification come through on my phone from Schefter or Rappaport or whoever, and not really thinking about anything beyond just the surface deal of the news. Goff, multiple picks, couple first rounders, Matt Stafford. That's it. Thinking nothing beyond that. My initial reaction was, my God, what is Deshaun Watson going to command if that is what the deal was for Matt Stafford?
Okay.
And Kenny said, you know, I just don't think they're even remotely related. I don't think that this at all, you know, is some sort of barometer for what Watson's going to go for, because to me, the reason that LA had to give up all those picks is because you had to do that to offset Goff's contract in order to get someone else to take that from you. So to me, it's more like, you know, Goff and a pick, not 3 picks, Goff and a pick for Stafford, and it's the multiple additional picks that are offsetting the contract, which makes, you know, all the sense. I don't disagree with that. But I still feel, even if that's how you want to look at it, I think it's a totally fair way of looking at it. I still feel that's a big price to pay for Matt Stafford in particular. Not for, you know, if we were talking about Watson, I wouldn't feel that way. But I guess it's just, you know, I know Goff has not been good the last couple of years, but he is still a guy that led a potent offense 3 years ago that made it to a Super Bowl. He wasn't good there, but he made it to a Super Bowl. And he's younger, you know, Stafford, not old, but he's 32, about to be 33. He's on the wrong side of 30. Do you believe that Stafford is enough of that guy to get you over the hump versus Goff and multiple future first-round picks?
I do. I think that QB play, you can get there with like I mean, obviously we saw Garoppolo and Goff go to the Super Bowl, so you can get there with guys like Goff and Garoppolo, but they're not going to get you there themselves. Like the Rams had the best defense in the league this year, and they couldn't get to the conference finals. That's not good when like you have that elite in a unit and you can't take advantage of it. So I think it is worth it. I think it's worth it because, again, okay, yes, you're giving up a somewhat comparable quarterback, like you said, and I'm not even going to argue that the difference is that big between Jared Goff and Matt Stafford. Like I said, I think we need to give Jared Goff a little respect, but those first rounders are going to be late first rounders too. So like, let's not say that they're worth like as much as people think too. I think people put a little bit too much emphasis on that. Like the Rams are already kind of stocked on defense. Yeah, it's probably going to create a little bit of depth problems, but you can make up draft picks too. You know, you could get rid of guys at the draft or something like that. So I think it's worth it. I think quarterback is that important a position. Again, I think Matt Stafford is being a little bit underrated himself because of this stupid record thing by people. So it's a polarizing trade. I get it. And I get by being on both sides of it. I just think that when it comes down to it, it's the NFL. You have a small window with these guys. It's an incredibly variance-filled season and league. Go all in if you got a window. And the Rams obviously have a window because even when they were bad, they still put up a winning record. Even when they had injury issues, their defense slipped a bit. In like 2 years ago, they were 9-7, and then this year their defense flipped back. They almost went to the conference championships, and they just need to flip their offense again. And I think they can do that with Akers and Stafford. So I just think it makes sense, regardless if it's overpayment or not, for the Rams in this situation.
So some of what people have had to say in the Chat Kings conference room here is the Browns moving the ball downfield. Baker 5 out of 7 for 49, a first down pickup. Minute to go here in the opening quarter, down to the 21. Dustin says, and you can feel free to respond to any or all of these. It was my captain Higgins on the catch. Dustin says, Rams still aren't the best team in the NFC West. Jordan says, I'm calling the Rams don't even make the playoffs with Stafford. Dumb for giving up all that for Stafford. Only time will tell, though. Cody says Stafford will slay. Wish that scheme with that scheme in the wide receivers. Goff is like Trubisky, only did good when the system was doing good. So how do you feel about some of those remarks?
I mean, again, I understand where people are coming from. I mean, but I don't think that the people, I just don't think that you can really sit there and judge Matt Stafford. This is the first time he's going to be on a team with like a competent defense, with like one of the top sort of offensive coordinators in the league. an organization that's kind of well
He had some
run.
good receivers there with him though in Detroit. I'm not denying everything else
And,
you're talking
and he
about,
put
but
up
did
he
have
put
some
up
good
big
receivers.
numbers though. But he's put up big numbers. That's the thing. Like he has produced. So I just don't know how you can look at the Detroit situation and be like, oh yeah, that was Matthew Stafford, man. Like he can't win the big games. Like really, that's what you get out of watching the Detroit Lions. I mean, I'm not there. When I watch Matthew Stafford play, I see a guy with a ton of talent, probably would succeed and help a team like the Rams more so than a guy like Jared Goff. He can create plays on his own. I think it's worthwhile. It almost doesn't even matter if Stafford isn't as big an upgrade as I think. Even if he's just a small upgrade, it kind of makes sense for the Rams. So that's why I'm kind of pro this trade. I do get the other side of it. You know, the Rams didn't have to do this. I think they didn't have to do it. And I think that's where people are like questioning it, right? Like they could have just taken the draft picks, tried to game manage with Jared Goff, maybe improve him a bit. And maybe that will be the right one in the long run. But at some point, like, you know, you got to roll the dice too. And I think this is a fine spot to do it. Like I said, I think people probably overvaluing like late round draft picks anyways. So, or late first, you know, if you know what I mean. So.
Do you believe? I mean, you alluded to this before. I guess I'm just wondering if you genuinely believe it, because Kenny certainly doesn't. I don't know that I do either. I mean, I thought that Jared Goff's contract when they gave it to him was absurd. I mean, I openly laughed at the deal, especially on social media. I mean, I was right there with all the other people that were mocking it. I didn't understand it, and that's not even me saying he's a bad quarterback. I just didn't think he was worth what they gave him. Do you think that we are undervaluing Jared Goff because he is still a young guy in his mid-20s?
Yeah, a little bit. Absolutely. I mean, Jared Goff, if he didn't have that contract attached to him, would be a pretty attractive quarterback, right? Like if you could get him for, as a tackle in the red zone, if you could get him for like a decent price, right? Like if he came with a reasonable price tag, if you sign him with like a Teddy Bridgewater deal or something, a couple of years. So I mean, I don't think it's, I don't, like I said, it's the perfect situation for Detroit. They can move on if they want. They don't even have to play Jared Goff, but at least they have that option now, right? I mean, to me, it's a good spot for both teams. It just makes sense. And I think that's why I think people are having trouble realizing that like both teams, it's probably good for them, even if the trade from like a value perspective or from like taking Goff's contract doesn't make sense. I think it does kind of, it's just one of those situations where both teams benefit.
You want a hot take? Travis give you a hot take in the chat. Rams got worse and Detroit will still just be Detroit. I don't see how there is any way. You want to say that if you're like me and you believe that, or at least you're skeptical, you're not sure that the Rams got significantly better. I get that. Again, you're speaking my language. I don't see any universe in which the Rams went backwards here. Like I just, Stafford to me is enough of an improvement on Goff to where this team should be exponentially better. You want to say they're not a championship contender? I'll listen to that, certainly, and obviously injuries are unpredictable. What I did ask Kenny, and his answer, I'll just tell you right off the bat, his answer to this was no, but I am curious as to your take. Is there a situation in which Detroit, or rather LA, pardon me, loses this deal? Is it, like to him, it's just such a big, incredible win getting out from under Goff's contract that no matter what happens with Stafford or no matter what happens in losing those future picks, you unloaded that contract. So at like worst case, this is a push. Is there any way that LA comes out on the wrong end of this deal to you?
Well, Stafford didn't come with a contract extension, right? And this was, I think, a good point that people were making. They're going to have to commit money to Stafford at some point too. So, if they don't re-sign Stafford and it doesn't work out, it's a loss. But Kenny makes a good point. It's not that. There goes Aaron Jones, by the way. Goodbye.
Hello.
He gone.
See you later, buddy.
All
Number
right.
33 from the 33. That's a nice long 67-yard score. And the second of the day for Aaron Jones, Moose's captain.
Moose's captain, Aaron Jones. Yeah, I'm in. I'm going to be higher after these points get totaled. I was in 52nd in the what was it called? The board. These teams ain't changing QB free rolls. Well, the Packers could be changing QBs. See where I am now. I'm at 27th. It looks like 24th. I'm just moving up. They can't stop me. But anyways, nice run there by Aaron Jones. Yeah, he's 11% owned in that free contest in the league. And where is he in yards? 89 rush yards. So we got 11 to go. But yeah, the re-signing Stafford is going to be a thing, right? I mean, if they don't re-sign him, people will be like, well, they gave up all these draft picks. Now they have no quarterbacks. But I think Kenny probably makes a good point. At least they got out of Goff's contract, right? So, again, I think it's positive for the Rams. I really do. Even if they don't re-sign Stafford, quarterback is at its deepest point where we've ever been. Like, we got guys like Jameis on the market who you could probably get for a year. So you've gotten out from Goff. You have a 32-year-old Matt Stafford who maybe he ends up being the guy there for the next 8-9 years. Maybe he ends up giving you stability, making you a winning franchise. You're contending every year. Or maybe he gives you nothing, but at least you've moved on and you don't have that contract albatross and you can start fresh in a couple of years and you still got, Aaron Donald, etc. So it's hard for me to say it's going to be like a massive loss for the Rams. I just don't because they got rid of Goff. So I guess I'm in agreement with Kenny there.
Does it pain you to say that?
No, I mean, I guess
are you
I was expecting Kenny to be like, oh, well, the Rams have John Wolford, so I don't even know if Stafford will start next year. I was expecting something like that. So did he even mention John Wolford? I assume he did at some point.
Not really. He came up kind of briefly, but not in that context. Although I will say this, sort of bringing it back to Wolford. Drew sent this along a little while ago from Michael Silver, of course, NFL Network. I spoke to Jared Goff after he was traded to the Lions, and he told me, I'm just excited to be somewhere that I know wants me and appreciates me. Which, I'm not even going to attack him for kind of that pouty remark because I get it. I get it. I mean,
dude was on the Lions for 10 years.
More. No. This is Goff, not Stafford.
Oh, Goff. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's Goff. Oh, okay.
I get it from the standpoint of, again, Wolford. You're a young QB, mid-20s, who got to the Super Bowl a couple years back, and they brought in a former AAF star to, as a free agent to start a playoff game over you. So I get the sentiment of wanting to go somewhere where you actually feel like you're wanted and you believe you're going to be the starting quarterback.
It's a little bit of a rough go for Goff, isn't it? Just going from where he was to this dude who gets no respect. I mean, part of it is his play. I mean, he wasn't great.
Last
obviously.
2 years.
Yeah, and especially down the stretch this year, he was pretty bad, but it was a pretty quick turn too. I mean, like we've said a couple times, he's 26. The team invested draft picks in him. Why do you give him all that money if you're just going to go and not support him? So I agree. It's mixed signals, right? It's oh, here, we love you. Here's all this money. And then the next day it's by the way, our quarterback sucks, so we're probably going to bring in this guy, John Wolford, off the street. That's weird. That would be a weird situation to be in. You're walking around, you have one of the biggest contracts in the NFL, and your team is just actively looking for scrubs out. I'm not scrubs, but you know what I mean. Dudes who aren't even in the league to replace you. So I don't know. Weird situation for sure. All right,
3rd and 11 from midfield. Baker Mayfield thinks about taking off with it. Instead passes to the right. Incomplete. Could have been intercepted.
No, he didn't get it.
Let's see. In the Madden Matinee out of 160, I'm sitting 55th. It's Ty Sim. Ty Sim. Tysim. In front by about 5.5 points as things stand right now. Where is Wave Goodbye sitting? That's Jeff, if people don't know that.
27th.
Oh, yeah, there he is. 27th and only about 20 points off the lead. Punts away. Packers will get another opportunity. See if Aaron Jones can score again before the half. James in the chat says, hey, Dr. Kaufman, been a while. Smash that like button, folks. Did you hear that I got my honorary doctorate here during the pandemic? From Madden U.
You got your doctorate?
Yeah, Dr. Kaufman.
Madden
Smash
U.
that like button, folks. Let's get to 150. We're almost there.
I feel like Dr. AFKings because I have all DraftKings stuff on today.
You do. You look good, though.
Yeah.
From Carter Robinson, and I'm not even offended by the remark because I get his point. Carter says, here lately watching these sims, but listening to the announcers is like watching SportsCenter over and over and over and over and over and over again every game because they talk about the same thing over and over. Now, I feel like if we were spending, let's say, 4 sims talking about my West Wing binge in a given day, you would have a very compelling point. Like, Goff probably needs a few days off to get something new in his system before he comes on back. But I feel like this particular Stafford Goff trade, kind of a big deal. Or talking about the Super Bowl or Brady Mahomes or Brady's all-time rank, or how do the Patriots feel seeing Brady in another Super Bowl, or what's the future in the AFC, Mahomes versus Allen, or any number. What's Rodgers going to do? Is he going to be a Packer again? Any number of things that I know I've spent a lot of time harping on with my co-hosts here in recent sims. I feel like these are all pretty relevant with the Super Bowl a week away. So, but I do understand the repetition. The reason, though, Carter, and anyone else who feels that way, that I go back to the well with some of these topics here and now, as opposed to what we just did with Kenny during the neuter, is because we're with Kenny. Now we're with Geoff. I want another opinion. Just so happens, somewhat surprisingly, Jeff's opinions are kind of in line with Kenny's.
Yeah, I mean, I just I look at the other view of what the Rams keeping Goff, and I guess I get it from but actually I really don't. I just think that moving on from Goff, if you had the chance, probably it just makes the most sense. I think where people are just getting, and it is a little bit mine, again, you talk about it, but they just paid Goff. This was 2 years ago, not even. So I think people are like, what are the Rams doing? They've invested draft capital, they paid him, now they have to pay to unwind him. But at the same time, it's a bad move, but I like moving on from the bad move now rather than just waiting it out and just letting Goff suck out your best years.
Yeah, it's like putting good money after bad,
cost
so to
loss,
speak.
Right?
Yeah,
it's like keep paying to have a bad car rather than and fixing it and putting $5,000 into it every year, then moving on from it, getting a new car, and never have to fix it. It's the same idea, and I think that's what the Rams are doing. They're attempting to fix a mistake, and I think they did a pretty good job of it. So I get it. The whole long-term deal with Goff and the Rams, yeah, it was poorly handled. And I think that's where most people are just the Rams are stupid. But I think this trade, and it's just, if you look out singular this trade and the factors around it, I think it makes sense. I can get being mad at the Rams or just not liking it from the long-term perspective, the whole view of it. But this trade, to me, I would have snap took it if I was the GM of the Rams. Absolutely.
We got in the chat. El Bongo says, Dr. Kaufman, give me the news. I got a bad case for a sim or two. Well, sounds like El Bongo, you've got yourself an addiction. But this one doesn't have a cure, my friend.
You gotta make an appointment to Dr. DraftKings, El Bongo. Get some more sims in your life.
John says, Koff, I'm showing Eddie his very first DK stream. Can you please give him a shout out? Appreciate it, bro. Eddie, thanks for watching along. Appreciate you being with us. A couple people saying they got Chinese in my honor yesterday. I'll tell you what, I got Chinese yesterday for dinner since, Glash had fallen through. I decided, you know what, I'm not going to wait on that clown anymore. I'm getting a little Chinese food for dinner. I had some leftovers for lunch too while I was at it. A couple people did, not only in the chat, message me on Twitter with their screenshots of their Chinese meals last night. All about it as we got 120 to go here in the opening half, 14-3. I'll look at pictures of Chinese food all day. Let's go. So producer Drew here. Is this just the Rams pulling a Cardinals, Rosen, and Murray move, or Washington and Haskins less patient with QBs to win ASAP? What do you think?
Yeah, it's similar, I guess. I mean, it was smart by the Cardinals to do it. You telling me the Cardinals shouldn't have moved on from Josh Rosen when they had a chance at Kyler Murray? Yeah, absolutely. I think they're similar type of moves. Yeah. I think that's, quite frankly, if I'm being honest too, if Miami has a realistic shot at getting Deshaun Watson, they should be moving on quickly from Tua too. Tua is a little bit of a different situation because, like, I don't think we've seen enough from him, but I also think we have seen enough to say Deshaun Watson is still a big upgrade, and you take Deshaun Watson if you get him. So I don't want to close the book and say Tua's like going to be the next Jared Goff or something. You're going to give him a big contract. He's going to take your franchise down. But I would be at the point where, yeah, I think you can say probably not going to hit Deshaun Watson heights. And at the very least, you got a sure thing in Deshaun Watson, and you take it. So, we'll see how that situation
can he
works
get
out.
there?
Oh, my God, Aaron Jones.
That's 3 in the first half for Aaron Jones. Aaron, take a bow.
Go, man. This dude is – he hasn't even hit the rush bonus yet. He's got 37.35 in the captain. Oh, that was before the third touchdown.
That was before the third score.
This dude's we might break some records here, folks. So
I love it.
Hold on.
It's been a long time since we've had a Bundy from a
hold on to your butts. Aaron Jones. Hold on. Aaron Jones sim record in this new sim 37.4. It looks like so. He might have already hit that. Very close to it. Like I said, I don't even think he's hit the bonus yet. So
Brian agrees with what we were saying before. Mostly you says it's good analysis. Don't throw good money after bad.
Right. That's the main thing. I mean,
yeah.
So Aaron Jones, 31 points so far. Yeah, three yards away from the bonus. So like he is trending well towards a sim high. If he gets in the end zone again, we could see something special here, folks.
It might be almost time to officially declare him the Krestikov player of the game. Herb says comparing Moose to Kenny is like comparing a flashlight to a star.
Oh, you just made my day, Bert.
This is too good. Drew points out, this is a good point from DJ here. That's the trend of us of the NFL right now. What you were just talking about, but to Josh Allen show us the dangers of that. Maybe giving up on a guy too soon. I don't think I don't think Jared Goff falls into that category. He's been in the league long enough. But in general terms, what do you think of that?
Of which? Sorry, I missed the question. I was reading the chat.
The idea of giving up on a guy too early. Drew says to Josh Allen, show us the dangers of that.
That's true. Josh Allen is such a raw talent, though. Like, he's got that athleticism that we were talking about. Like, do you realistically feel like that kind of boost is coming with Tua? I don't know. It could, I guess. He's mobile, but he doesn't have that arm. I don't see it. I'm not that worried. We know it's not coming with Goff because dude's 26, been in the league like 5 years already. So I don't think the Rams are in danger of that. But Miami, yeah, it's fair. Like I said, I'm not ready to cap the upside on Tua yet either. But there is dangers with it. I just feel like with certain types of players, like you can kind of guess their upside enough where, it wouldn't make sense. Like I wasn't a big Josh Allen guy when he came in, but I recognize the fact, like,
not a lot of people were.
If the dude was accurate, he would make a great quarterback, right? Like I think most people realize, like, the talent is there. He makes good plays. He just, like, for every good play, there was 3 bad ones or 3 completely weird messes that you should just be making. So to me, with Tua, it's more like, well, okay, he can fire on those short throws a little bit, but he's jumping in the pocket and he doesn't really have a cannon downfield. So nothing that he's really done is really all that impressive because he wasn't even a good game manager at times. So it feels like his upside is just to be a good game manager right now. But
Mayfield up to 112 passing. Nice pickup for Hunt there. 1st and 10. Final 10 seconds, though. I don't think we're going to see another play. They're out of timeouts, so I would say the clock's probably going to run out here and take us to the half with the Aaron Jones-led Packers. Not Aaron Rodgers today, folks. The Aaron Jones-led Packers comfortably ahead. He's got 3 scores. We'll look at some of the numbers here in just a moment. I will tell you also latest update showing Ty Sim in front with Jones at about 47 points in the captain spot.
Is it TY Sim? Is it TY Hilton Sim account?
Or TY like thank you Sims? That kind of, just
Maybe.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you Sim account.
Yeah, a thank you Sim account. You know what? I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you to win. May thank you Sim win the day. Rogers, 8 of 9 for 118. So even throwing the ball only 9 times, he is doing better than Baker, who has completed 9 passes, but only has 112 as things stand at the moment. Rushing yards, Jones 1 away from the bonus. He's at 99, 3 touchdowns. What a day. Chubb, 7 for 16. Hunt just 2 for 9 on the ground. Bunches of Funchess, 1 for 8. He does have some rushing ability. We will look at the receiving yards as well. Let's see. So Hunt 5 for 66. So he is pacing toward a bonus there. We'll see if the running back can get it. Landry 2 for 15, 2 for 13 for Jones. Lewis 2 for 32, 1 for 20 for your guy Alan Lazard, who's sometimes my
Lazard
guy.
on the
Beckham
board.
1 for 18, MVS 2 for 13. Those are some of the notable guys. So again, as we sit here, 21-3, and Devontae Adams, he had that 140-yard pickup to start the game, hasn't done anything since so far. 21-3, Green Bay in front as we get ready for quarter number 3 with Moose, Goff, and everyone else here along with us. Thanks for being with us. The I don't know, new twist on the same topic, something I did not get into with Kenny. It seems like Jared Goff, I don't know him on any sort of personal level, so it would be unkind to say he has any sort of a fragile ego or is mentally soft or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe he is none of those things. But how do you like the fit with Dan Campbell, who is obviously, well, seriously, like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, for sure.
I feel like he, there was a lot more. It was easier for someone like him, what we seem to know about Jared Goff, to mesh with a Sean McVay, who's younger, very even keeled, experienced, as opposed to bite their kneecaps.
Well, here's
Dan
the
Campbell
thing.
coming in looking to make an impact.
Here's the thing, though. Did Jared Goff mesh well with Sean McVay? Because
I guess I don't know.
Because I don't think he did. I mean, that's why he's gone, right? I think McVay is he obviously felt he was a little bit above Jared Goff. He never really tried to put away this idea that he was calling the plays and he was the reason Jared Goff had any success. He kind of took credit for it, if we're being honest. And I actually think Dan Campbell's a better coach for Jared Goff, because Campbell will come out there and probably, if someone starts, criticizing his QB, he'll be the kind of guy who just tells people to shut up and ends the conversation about it. McVay never really did that. I think Detroit. This is why the trade to me just makes a lot of sense for both sides. I think Detroit is actually a good spot for Jared Goff. They're going to try and build through defense. I don't think they're going to ask him to do complex things. He's going to sit back, probably be, just a bit more of a game manager at first anyways. Hopefully they can surround him with maybe they bring Galladay back, or I don't know, but hopefully they can surround him with some kind of talent. Because if they don't, then it could be a really, at least next year could be a disaster. But I think the way they're going to try and build is probably smart with Jared Goff anyways. Goff, sure, he had a little bit of success in the run and gun, but I don't know if long term Jared Goff can give you the output you want in an offense like McVay wants to run. So I think he's probably better suited as a game manager, a bridge quarterback anyways right now. And I think the Lions are a good spot for it. And I think he does have a coach who will step up and protect him if he does have a bit of a fragile ego, which maybe he does. I don't know. But I really do feel like it's a good spot for Jared Goff. So it sounds weird, but they're probably going to be bad. But, I think long term he might find some sort of solidity there. And if the thing is, everyone's expectations too are so low for them there that if he does anything, people are going to be wow, maybe the Detroit won this trade.
Well, a couple comments here in the chat to that, right on cue. Our guy Jared Kilgore says the Lions made out here, fleecing the Rams in the short and long term, which I think is probably
a good trade for the Lions. There's no doubt. Yeah, it's a good trade for the Lions. They got a little bit of draft capital to work with this year. They already got a high pick. They could, if the QB they want falls to them, great. They only need to keep
a more expensive
for
quarterback now,
who's
not necessarily as talented, and you're pretty close, if not entirely capped out. I mean, this could be, to your point before, this could be a really rough year on the way.
Probably will be.
Jordan says
they're probably losing Golladay. So
Jordan says if Detroit doesn't replenish its wide receivers, Goff is going to have a hard time. Look at how Goff did before McVay came there. He actually looked good by comparison. And nice touchdown here by Cleveland Nick Chubb, 45-yard score to get on the board here for the Browns. To go back to that, and I don't have the numbers pulled up. I could look it up. I mean, did he? Did he look good by the Rams were terrible under Jeff Fisher when Goff was there. I don't think they won a single game. But did he look good? I don't really recall that. I don't see how you can when your team doesn't win.
Has Dan Campbell hired an OC yet?
Anthony Lynn says.
Oh, right. Oh, boy. I forgot about that hiring. And it's a good point someone made up. Goff looked horrible in his first year without McVay. So, we are gonna find out some about Jared Goff this year. We also might find out that this hiring by Detroit is, and I don't really like the hiring either. Like, I mean, I think that the kind of philosophy that he's bringing, it just doesn't work in this NFL. But again, if that's what you've gone with, going with Goff as a bridge QB, again, at least makes a little bit of sense. I don't. It's probably going to be a rough year for Detroit. I mean, they need to get Goff something to work with. Like, they have DeAndre Swift, but it's probably going to be a terrible year, to be honest.
Okay, Jordan, I'm with you. Yeah, you said it backwards, but I get your point now. And it's what we were thinking. About 500 people watching the Dream Stream just on YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across all of our other platforms. North of 130 likes. Let's get to 150 as we got a hold here on the way against the pack, 10 yards. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated, and we appreciate you spending some of your Sunday with us. As I mentioned to Kenny, it feels a little odd having nothing but sim football on a Sunday, no real football anymore, just the 1 week left, and that's going to be next week with the Super Bowls. We know today it's that virtual Pro Bowl, so first time with no Sunday action to do a little DFS or just for your viewing pleasure, whatever it may be, in months at this point. It's odd, it's strange, it's weird. At least we got some afternoon basketball and sims all day long, all throughout the day and night.
Yeah, and this is, like Koff said, we're going to be talking about NFL leading up to the next week a lot, like the real life. And it'll probably die down a bit after the Super Bowl. Still have the Deshaun Watson news to hit on, but yeah, I know it's been heavy on the NFL news. I did 3 sims yesterday. That's all we talked about. So Super Bowl and the QB, musical chairs. So we get it, but at the same time, I mean, you guys are interacting. You like it. At least some of you do. So we'll try and mix it up. A little bit of.
I like to think most do. At least that's what I tell myself when I fall asleep.
I mean, if you're in the chat watching a Madden sim, you have to like and appreciate the game of football on some level. So you probably don't hate that there's some football talk going on, right?
How are these guys not talking about what they had for breakfast? What the hell is happening here? I thought this is where I come to hear cereal ranks. Koff, when is the last time that you pulled movies off the wall behind you? Damn it, we're hungry for a little buy stream trash. We need it. We got to have it. Tell us about your psych binge. How's it going? Fine, thank you. Early in season 3 now, flying right along. Great show if you've never watched it.
Have you watched Yellowstone yet?
No, but I'm intrigued by it. I
it is
think
fantastic.
Like it.
It is.
Where is it?
It's on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
It's on the
Kevin
Paramount,
Costner, right?
Yeah, Kevin Costner. It's on the Paramount network, but Amazon Prime picked it up, so you can get it for free.
Gotcha.
There now. So
okay, that's where Psych is as well.
I know I saw the trailer for this show when it came out, and I was intrigued by it, but it wasn't anywhere easily accessible, so I never went and started it. I do not know why people have not talked about the show from the beginning. It's amazing, man.
Is that the one is that Woody Harrelson also?
No, Well, he hasn't showed up yet. Maybe he will at some point, but
I could be wrong about that. So who's with?
it's Costner and it's Wes Bentley's in it. There's guys you might know or might not, but it's filmed at Costner's ranch in Montana. It's all set in Montana. It's a fantastic show, man. I would definitely highly recommend it. It's like a blend of like Breaking Bad and like it's like a Western-ish version of Breaking Bad. It's not even maybe Breaking Bad's a bad comparison, but it's great, man.
Leet Largo says Yellowstone's probably the best show I've watched in years, and I never liked TV shows.
No, I haven't. I would put it up there with Breaking Bad in terms of quality. Like I haven't started and finished a show like Yellowstone in a while either. So I put it up there in that regard as well.
How many seasons deep is it right now?
I think there's 3 out. I'm like halfway through the second. So.
Short seasons, like 10-episode seasons, or is it
Yeah,
longer?
10. Yeah, 10.
Nice. Yeah, I'll jump into that. Hour-long show?
Hour-long episodes, yep.
Yeah. Producer Drew knows how to get to our hearts. Acting credits. Kevin Costner, go.
Okay. Kevin Costner. I'm going to go...
It's a toughie.
80.
Okay, so minus baseball movies, that like 30, right? 80.
Westerns.
That feels...
You take out Westerns and baseball movies, he's done like 2.
6. 80 feels low. Feels low to me. I feel like he's in a bunch of stuff that like you don't even remember him appearing in.
Maybe.
Like a little Bruce Willis syndrome.
He's pretty selective.
I'm gonna go 105. I'll go 105. What do we got, Drew? 62.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. I knew it was.
You were
low.
right with selective.
I didn't think it was that selective. Like I thought it might be in between both of ours, but yeah. He's never done like the TV. Like he's never done.
No, that's true.
Like
yeah, some of those guys get a lot of TV credits. That's
TV credits. He's never done like had like a B movie run. You know. He's I like Kevin Costner, man.
Yeah, me too.
Sexual Chocolate says Kevin Costner only knows how to play Kevin Costner in a movie. That is.
There might be some truth in that.
A very accurate statement.
Is he going to go again? Holy cow.
Oh,
Aaron
my God.
Jones, another big boy run for 20. He's up to 133 on the ground now. 28-yard run.
Yeah, Jordan Wickenbaum. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
I was just going to say, Jordan made a good point about Yellowstone. If you liked the movie Sicario, Prisoners, The Arrival. No, not The Arrival. Sorry. Sicario, Prisoners, and Wind River. The same dude who wrote those wrote Yellowstone, and I can't remember. It's Taylor something, Sheridan something. Anyways, all those movies, Sicario, Wind River. It's the one with Chris Pine. It's really good. Hell or High Water. He wrote that.
Okay.
He wrote Yellowstone.
Costner wasn't the star of this movie. He had a bit part, but he was good at it. And it's based on a true story. Molly's Game. Did you ever see Molly's Game?
Yep.
Playing
That's
her
right.
dad. He was good. He was good in that movie.
Yeah, that's like one of his rarer ones where he took like a bit part.
Right. It's
He
only
was
top
good
of
in
mind because I watched it fairly recently during the pandemic. Anyway. 2nd and 9. Minute to go here in the third. That is completed. Out to the 28. 141 for Rodgers passing. MVS.
Taylor Swift. Classic.
Taylor Sheridan. There you go. Feet were in. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, once I get through Psych in another few seasons, maybe I'll make the move to Yellowstone.
What's Psych?
You don't know Psych? Psych has been on my list for years, and I've just never gotten around to it. It is a favorite of our own babysitter, Billy. I mean, truly, I'll be watching a show, and I will text him the most obscure line from it. I mean, a funny line, but with no remote indication of what episode it's from. And he will instantly text me back knowing which episode I'm watching. It's scary. Like there was one that I sent him the other day. Again, really obscure quote, and he like an hour later writes me back. He goes, "Wait, do I not get a reference? What? Wait, is there an episode I don't remember? What is this?" And I told him which episode it was. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's a great one. I've only seen it like 10 times." So that's an only. So it goes to show how many times he's probably seen some of his favorite episodes of Psych. But it is.
This movie got a pretty good. Or the show got a pretty good.
It's really, yeah, really kind of a cult following. Underrated, underappreciated show. Cop show, detective show, but in a real comedic sense, where it's a guy who pretends to be have psychic abilities, and just fooling people one step at a time, solving mysteries, solving crimes. Just a good, funny show. You should check it. Lots of running gags, as Drew says, good buddy cop kind of show. You should check. That's also on Amazon Prime. Watch the first couple episodes. You'll probably be hooked on it.
Yeah, I might do that. Got a good review. Yeah. I don't even know how I missed. Like, I don't.
It was on for 8.
Yeah, I know. That's I'm
so.
looking at it now, and it's like it was on like 2006. I'm like, really?
It was on USA though, so you probably that's probably why you missed it. It wasn't super mainstream. 21-10 this game, by the way.
Yeah, running backs doing everything.
Yeah, a Chubb touchdown and 3 for
passing.
Jones.
The quarterbacks are just. Aaron Rodgers has 6 points. What does Baker have? Probably something similar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Elite Largo says if you like Costner, The Highwaymen is a great movie on Netflix. That's the one I was thinking of that has Woody Harrelson in it. I knew I was picturing something with Harrelson and Costner. It was The Highwaymen. There we go.
Woody Harrelson would fit into Yellowstone. Like if he just dropped in one episode, I wouldn't even blink an eye because he appears perfectly.
Edge says Psych and Monk, criminally underrated.
Monk I've heard of.
My parents watched Monk. I never watched it. They liked it. I know that. Tony says sports broadcasting is not in these guys' future. Well, it's not exactly what we're. I wouldn't really call this.
You're right. It's in Kaufman's past. That's all he does.
I know, right? Play-by-play is not the goal of these simulations. Is he going to go again?
In.
Oh, no, he's
at
the
you didn't
one.
Give it to him.
Aaron Jones at the 1. You got to give him that.
Oh, no. Wow. So unlucky, Aaron Jones owners. You only have 3 touchdowns and 144 yards. Feel really bad for you and me. Dropped all the way to 38. What is going on here?
Eric says, "Who watches something 10 times? My goodness."
That's what Billy does. He tells me
really
like
does.
Watch episodes of Seinfeld like 30 times or something. I'm like, holy cow, man.
Yeah.
I've probably seen every episode of Seinfeld like 3 times, but like, and some more, and some maybe I've only seen a couple times, but like, he's like literally just like always has something on. He says.
Well, imagine watching an episode of Psych 10 times and have that be an episode you haven't seen that often. 2nd and 10. There he is, Bundy for Aaron Jones. 4 touchdowns in a single game.
All right, folks. It is an Aaron Jones or it is a nothing day for you folks. Had to have them. 56.3% owned in our league showdown free one created by A. Kaufman. 57 point. Oh, that was before. So once we get updated here, do we know what the sim record is for points? I think it was that Lamar game that Rossi and I called.
I don't know. I don't know if producer Drew would have access to that history. I know once upon a time in the Madden 20 days, that was something that our own Professor Z, Zach Thompson, was keeping track of.
Yeah.
Whether we've continued in Madden 21 or started anew, I couldn't tell you. Drew says stand by, though, so that's an indicator that he might know. How about Bundy life for Aaron Jones? Up to about 67 points in the captain spot. Man. Kareem, Chiefs got blown out last night, and I'm still salty.
The last game we did, everyone was very, very mad about the Chiefs game. We were talking about the Stafford news the whole game, but like the Chiefs literally put up an all-time stinker. Like they scored 3 points. Oh no, they actually got a late touchdown, but people were hashtag mad.
It's a wild start to the Dream Stream day. We had Robert Woods go for 200+ receiving yards and 2 touchdowns in the first game of the day. And obviously Aaron Jones going nuts here. So they have both been how many points was that for Woods in the captain spot last game? He went for right around 65 or whatever it is that Jones has right now. It was very similar. I have to actually pull up the contest that we just had. But so Drew says Saturday, November 21st, which is a game that you and Rossi did, you said. 4 rushing touchdowns, 307 yards rushing, 112 passing, all-time sim high rushing yards and points, 62 in the flex, 62.18, 92.27 in the captain spot. I have never seen anything like that.
Yeah, that was Lamar.
300 rushing yards.
And in that game, I think he only had like 10 rushing yards in the first quarter. And then he just started going on these like tears, like 40 yards at a time, and it just didn't stop. It was insane. It got to the point where we were like we were just like, oh, there goes Lamar again. And we're just like talking over it because it was like he was running so much. It was ridiculous.
I don't think we have any chance of coming close to that here in this one. I mean, Jones would have to score 2 more times.
Yeah, he'd definitely have to break like a 70-yarder here. And that would even get him there, so I don't know.
So Woods in the captain spot the previous game, 65.7. Thank you, Scotty DJ. That's right. We need an Alvin Kamara 6 touchdown game. Sonny says Lions go 9-7 next season, buy or sell. And not to, not to sound like a total cop-out answer, but I just feel like it's impossible to even predict without knowing if Goff's going to have anyone to throw to. I mean, they're 2 key receivers are free agents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to make like a judgment right now. If I was making one, I would definitely hit the sell on that and say no. Although, here's the argument for them going 9-7. That division outside of the Packers is not good anymore. I mean, the Vikings, they're probably going to have to roll with Kirk Cousins again. They had an okay offense, but like their defense was pretty terrible last year. I don't know if they're going to be able to like rebuild on the fly. And then you got the Bears, man. I mean, they're stuck in QB purgatory too, kind of. Like, what are they going to do? They're suggesting they're going to be aggressive on the market. But like, what is the big upgrade over Mitch Trubisky they're getting? I mean, so I think there is. Oh wow, here we go.
Pick for the pack. Taking all the way back to the 40.
Here's Aaron Jones time. Get him number. What are we on? Number 3 or 4? No, he's got 4, right?
He's got 4, yeah.
Okay. He's not that far away from the record. He's
44.9 in the captain spot.
He basically needs 20 DK points. So like a touchdown run here. Let's just say he takes us for a touchdown. That's 10 points. Do it, Aaron Jones. Do it. Do it. Go.
There's the handoff.
Oh my God. Close.
Saw the whole Jeff
15 yards.
First and 10 from 26. About 4 minutes to go here in regulation.
Yeah, the argument for Detroit, though, is, I mean, it's a weak division. Campbell gets the defense in order. They could make a push for 8-8 or 9-7. I'm not suggesting that I want to bet on that at all, but the opportunity might be there just because of what Minnesota and Chicago aren't doing, right? Here it is.
Nope.
Just keep racking up the yards, though.
Yeah, that's fine. Still productive. Green says they're building Megatron. He should be complete by August for Goff. Hit that like, closing in on 150, folks. 2nd and 3 from the 19. Less than 3 minutes to go. Another handoff for Jones. And okay, stiff arm gets rid of one defender and picks up a first. 10-yard pickup, 175 now. I mean, again, he's not going to get there because he just doesn't have the time, but he could absolutely get a 5th score here.
Aaron Jones is actually an interesting player to be watching the offseason too. He's a free agent. You know, the Packers have Jamal Williams, A.J. Dillon now behind him. I don't really think they bring back Aaron Jones. I mean, I kind of think they should, but that would be a lot of money. Actually, maybe I don't even think they should. I shouldn't say that. They probably shouldn't, just because of the amount of money that they'd have to commit. So I think Aaron Jones is probably going to get paid somewhere else. It's a non-RB you want to keep an eye on.
How old is he?
I'm going to say 25, but that's just a guess.
Non-QB, you mean?
What's that?
First and non-QB, you mean?
Non-QB Aaron Jones, yeah. Yeah.
2nd and goal.
Oh, did I say non-RB? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, sorry.
He said it's a non-RB you want to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
26. Thank you, Drew. Herb says, no more Jones. He's 100% owned. I need Funchess. That's true. Jones is probably not helping a lot of people, even if you have him in the captain spot, because there are just so many people that have him. Nevertheless, I like to see big games.
Maybe the Jets will sign Aaron Jones.
And
Bring in
trade
Deshaun
Deshaun Watson.
Let's see that. Watson doesn't throw to the RBs, though, so I don't...
40 seconds left. 3rd and goal from the 5. Another handoff. Run right up the gut. And down at the 2. You got to go. You got to go back to him here.
I mean,
he's the only guy that's gotten the ball in this drive.
Yeah, they don't even need to run a play though.
No,
they probably will though, because it's the sim, and they usually. No. Oh no! What?
Drew says Matt LaFleur. It's a field goal.
Snap it!
4th and goal. That's it. Time's up.
Wow, gypped.
Crushing. I mean, obviously it wasn't going to change our winner, but still unfortunate. I wanted to see him get up over 80 points in the captain spot. We would have been there. 72.75 as things sit at the moment. Man, a couple of huge days.
Yeah. Scoring's been very concentrated lately. Like Zeke Elliott had a massive game last night too, in that Kansas City blowout win. I think he scored 3 times, so I guess that's just been the run we're on, folks.
Jones, easy Krusty player of the game pick with the 4 touchdowns and 182 on the ground. Got it done a little bit in the air too to, I think, cross over 200 total yards, or pretty close to it. 2 for 13, so I guess he didn't quite get there. 195. Adams went 3 for 58. Yeah, Hunt at 7 for 80. MVS 4 for 36. So who's your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to?
Yeah, because we don't need to talk about the player of the game.
Probably our guy Funchess, huh?
Did he even catch a pass?
Nope. Just
okay. Yeah, well, he'll get it.
That's
all I was going to say Odell, maybe
60% owned and 27% in the captain spot. He had 8 rushing yards.
Let's give it to Funchess. I was going to say one of the QBs or maybe Odell, but like if he didn't even catch a pass, then yeah, let's give it to Funchess. The mega chalk. I guess he was kind of due for a bust game, but like to go from that good a value to nothing, yeah, he gets it. Devin Funchess, where were you, friend?
Listen to my lineup. This is just terrific. Higgins in the captain spot. This is, pending any stat adjustments, obviously. Higgins in the captain spot, 3.5 points. Rodgers, 6.5 points. Adams, 8.5 points. Funchess, less than 1 point. MVS, 7.5 points. Aaron Jones, 48.5 points.
That's what everyone's lineup looks like, though. Like the winning lineup only has The winning lineup in our free showdown contest has 2 players with under 3 points.
It's wild. 73 just about in the captain spot for Jones. Where'd you finish?
33rd.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Nope. Your lineup's basically the same as mine, except you had the right captain.
Yeah.
You had 4 guys with 3 points or less.
Yeah. I had 5 players under 7 points.
Oh my God. What a day. Herb says, Koff, you made me wear it. Didn't even mention the Pats in the very glash kind of way. I was waiting for you to talk about them. Yeah, didn't. Nope. There was no
no Tom Brady talk. It's great.
There was no logical time to even mix them in. So we have got 4 more sims today, folks. The 2 of us are done. You have got Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll coming at you for Washington at Pittsburgh in a little under an hour, 50 minutes until pregame. That is the early bird special. And then the happy hour sim, Jets and Bills. Where's Kenny when you need him? It'll be Rossi and TC once again. Brendan Glasheen and Matt Lamarca, Phonics and Saxman for Primetime and Madden After Dark. First Texans Eagles, and then Lions and Ravens. That is what is on the way for you the rest of this Sunday sim day, any given sim day, dream stream day that we have in front of us here. And then on to Monday, and not just that, February. I will be with you tomorrow just for the primetime 8 o'clock Chiefs Broncos. And Geoff will return, it looks like, not until Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Be back.
I'm doing 3 on Wednesday, I think, aren't I?
Oh, yeah.
Or
no,
2 maybe. 2? Okay.
Yeah. 1 with Glash, 1 with me at 4 and 6 for people on the lookout for a little moose time, a little moose calling. It'll happen to you on Hump Day, 4 and 6, right in the middle of the day. So, very good, my friend. That was fun.
Absolutely. That's a little Sunday afternoon jaunt into Maddenville. I'll take it.
Little football and Yellowstone talk. Can't be better than that. Best of luck to Stafford, to Goff, and thank you all for being with us. We want to thank our great Game Ops crew, obviously, our entire team, Joe and Kyle, our great production crew, the Drew Stack, Drew, our producer, Drew, our technical director. They are different people. Mike Bizzle says, much love, Koff and Moose, production and ops, always doing those behind-the-scenes dreams. He is Geoff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Enjoy the rest of your Dream Stream day, folks. We'll talk to you soon.
Sunday, 4:00, and there's Sims. This is amazing. I'm not wearing my wedding ring. Oh, anyways.
Whoa.
Hey. Yeah, I just washed my hands. It wasn't like a
Okay,
thing.
fair.
No one's home. I'm by myself. It's a Sunday. I'm Jason Ross. You can follow me on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. And with me today is that dude right there at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter, Tom Carroll. Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We got football on a Sunday. What's better than that?
Going to be that way for a long time, right? You know what I'm saying? But it is a glorious day. We're going to have ourselves an interesting sim. Two teams that I don't think jump off the pages when it comes to your lineup. I'm very interested in how you constructed it. We'll get to it in a moment. We're talking Steelers. We got this the former Skins, now just the Washington football team, which I hope stays. But Tom, when you looked at this one, just like from like an early perspective, before you even construct, like where are the plays like in your head? Like for me, it was like I had so much budget while building this lineup. I was having a lot of tough time. Like, do I fill it? Do I not? I don't like leaving money in the bank. I'm more of a spender. So how did it come to like the thought process of your construction today?
So I figured I needed to get the wide receiver 3 for one of these two teams in my lineup, because I felt like if I did that, I was going to have enough cash on the back end to get like name dudes, right? Because the Steelers' offense is riddled with them. Washington, not so much. So I wanted to make sure I gave myself some flexibility to get dudes in my lineup that I felt comfortable with.
Sure.
Because especially with Washington, just outside of Terry McLaurin and McKissick, like I don't feel confident with a lot of these guys. If we're talking real life, I'd have Logan Thomas in my lineup. But for these Sims, not a factor. So that's where my head was at as I kind of thought about building my lineup. And like you, I'm a spender too. I want to have the least amount of DK money in my, remaining as possible. So,
I can feel that.
when I go for my punt plays, I usually try and look, okay, how much do I have left and how much do guys cost? And that's what I did.
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll get to it in a minute. Obviously, lineups we'll lock momentarily. We have a contest for those. I think 110 entered. We have another one for our 6 p.m. Jump in that one. But this is the Rossi and Tommy 4 p.m. Stafford to LA for what? Contest. So we'll obviously get into Stafford. We'll kind of go around the league with some other stuff, some news and notes that we saw. We'll talk a lot of sim. We'll call some action. We'll have some fun. But yeah, lineups of lock, Tom. So why don't you reveal to us, however you want to, let us know your lineup.
Captain James Washington. I figured if I'm doing a wide receiver 3, it has to be Pittsburgh's wide receiver 3.
Sure.
Then I'll just go right to my punt play. Steelers defense, because I don't trust Washington in any way. Steelers defense obviously has got some dudes on it. So that's the way I went with my punt play. Had $4,400 left. Actually, no, I had 300-ish left with that punt play. Then the rest of my lineup, I got the 2 guys on Washington. I trust Terry McLaurin, McKissick as well in there. And then I got Big Ben, and I got my man Juju Smith-Schuster.
Oh, he stinks.
So
he stinks.
That's the way I constructed my lineup. That's, I feel okay about it.
If
Did
you don't
not
know,
put James Conner in there. I've made a lot of mistakes with him in the past.
no, if you're going to do anything, maybe you play around with Samuel, but you want no part, excuse me, with James Conner in this one. So for me, I originally was in line at a grocery store because there's going to be a big snowstorm here in Boston. So I had plenty of time because it was awful. So I started off with the Steelers in my captain spot, but it left TC so much money, after constructing even the highest and most expensive lineup. It didn't feel right. So still have the DST in there. I ended up captaining Deontay Johnson. So kind of similar to you. I went with like, where's that other receiver you're going to get that value from? Got Big Ben in there, Eric Ebron. I got Steven Sims Jr. and JD McKissick. So we both faded Haskins in this one. Again, he is the QB1 if you are joining us. Make sure you're checking out just the Madden Sim info page. Don't be shy. Seasons, a lot of moves and things have changed throughout the season. We've updated some things. Players are in different locations in the current lineup. But don't be shy. Bookmark Madden Sim's info page before you start making a lineup. It helps you every day. So yeah, that's kind of the way I looked at it. We'll see kind of how this plays out because I don't know how this game's going to go. I'll be honest. Like I feel the Steelers should win with the talent, but Washington sometimes plays out. I've been in a game where Haskins throws for like 4 touchdowns, and I just don't even know what to say for myself after that.
Yeah, because he shouldn't be throwing for 4 touchdowns, right? Like
Good,
kinda
but it
stinks. He stinks.
Hey, we see you, DK Sim fam, Robbie Noble, Tank the Chai Guy. Who else we got in here? Clyde, Jordan Lindenbaum, hashtag team always here. David Stouffer. Oh, I don't know. Oso Dios? I don't know how I'm saying that, but he says, hey, Rossi, it's Rumble Day. Oh, and go Rams. Yeah, we'll talk about them Rams. I'll see. Yep, big Rumble Day. I'm going to be very distracted as we get closer. So saying he loves the Brody Lee shirt. Playing both. Oh, look at this. Go ahead.
Do you have DVR?
Well, it's on the WWE Network, which technically,
gotcha.
technically it is a built-in DVR. You can start from the past, but don't put me in this position because you know what I'm worried about. And this happens every time. Football games. I'll go on Twitter by accident. Like it's just a natural thing. I don't even mean to. I've been those person that's shut down Twitter for a week. Like put in the back of my apps pages and don't go to it. But like somehow my mind finds it. Like we are so trained to look. So I'm scared of that a little bit. But even if I do, like, let's be honest, the event starts at 7. Like, we're done, let's say it's even 7:30. So we have, like, or 7:45, triple overtime craziness. Like, realistically, I can catch up before probably most things happen.
Yeah.
With that being said. But I also have YouTube TV, and it's, like, about 30 seconds behind anybody that has a Verizon or anything. So whenever I'm watching, like, a Celtics game, like, just for instance, I'm in Boston. Not going to get into the whole Boston thing, but the Celtics had a big game last night against the Lakers, and it came down to a final shot. Getting text messages from friends going, "Oh no!" and I'm not even knowing that they had possession of the ball. So that's
this is why like my I have so many buddies that don't have cable, and they're always like, "Dude, why do you have cable? Why do you have cable?" I'm like, it's so dumb, but like I don't want to be 16 seconds behind.
No, you don't.
I like being the guy that's ahead.
Yeah,
it's worth it for me to pay my cable bill to be the guy that's 15 seconds ahead of you with all of this stuff.
And being the guy to text me and just spoil everything.
Yes, I want to be that guy.
Oh, boy. Look at that, James Conner.
Okay.
Getting some there. Getting in the action.
There you go, James. Showing up on a Sunday. Also, the cable is included in my rent payment here in St. Louis, so that helps.
All in. I got to move to St. Louis, I guess. Herb Dog over on YouTube says, I'm playing both defenses and putting Pittsburgh in the captain. These two QBs struggle. So, Herb, Herb, I do want to know, if you can, give us the rest of your lineup and, like, how much money did you have left? Because if you got both defenses, that's, and even one in the captain, I think that was only like 6-6.
And then who else are you putting in your lineup if you have that much money left and you have neither quarterback? I mean, I feel like you have to have Big Ben in there if you have money to spend. Right?
Yes, I would think so. Here's the pass up top. Big
Maybe
Ben going
not.
Intercepted.
Right
by the
on
Washington
cue.
D. Just as we said it, Herb's got it, and so does Tank the Try Guy. Says, stack them defenses for you, Rossi. Oh, wait. Never mind. No, I did not play a kicker today as well.
Wow, I cannot believe that's right on cue like that.
Seriously.
You got to have Big Ben in your lineup.
Dwayne Haskins in this contest is owned by just 39%. That, and you know what I think that is? That's 39% of people that are just, that's like, you had so much money left over, why not throw a QB?
Yeah,
this was
100%.
a very cheap matchup.
Yeah. It's not like last night I was with Jeff and we had Chiefs Cowboys. A lot of big money options on both sides there, right? You got all the Chiefs studs. You got Zeke, you got Amari, you got Dak, like big money dudes there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's hard. And those are runs.
And the Chiefs got stomped, by the way. I'm sure you weren't watching. Chiefs got blown out. It was the worst Chiefs sim I've ever seen. Zeke dominated.
That's why everyone's a snowflake, dude. You never know. They're all different. People say, like, oh, like you hear comments or people on Twitter, Facebook, wherever. Oh, this sim, to play these guys, it's so predictable. And then it doesn't happen. And then they get mad about that, too. But
this is why we play the game, Rossi.
That's it. It's why we have somebody set up and put computer versus computer and let it ride. Meager says, hey, Rossi and TC, glad to catch you today. Long drive yesterday back from Scranton. And is it Pawnee? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Pawnee, yeah.
I saw them.
I'm sure you saw that on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. As an office geek, I need to take one of those pictures one day. I hate that they put the studio sign on the building, though.
Yeah.
Like you had in that picture. It's like, come on, guys. You guys know people are going to come here to take pictures with the office building. Don't put your stupid studio name on the building. It's ugly. Come on. Let's let office fans take their pictures. Put your sign on the ground.
Or just put like Peacock. Like advertise if you want to do that.
Yeah. Put the NBC logo up there at least. It looks better.
Seriously.
Come on.
Over on YouTube, Fantasy Hawk says Haskins, one of my favorite Madden players. And then he says, always cheap, always ready to boom. Not so much on the first drive. That was a punt there. What else we got going on here? Jimmy B says, too funny, Tom Carroll, because I stream everything, and the delay is real. Yeah, it really is. There is a big... It's honestly, and I think 16 seconds might even be... like.
No, it's more than that for sure, because especially when I'm watching... in the off chance I get a BC football game on cable out here in Missouri, I'm in a group chat with the few people I know that are hardcore BC fans, which are my brother and one other friend. And they're always having to stream it, and they're way behind me, always.
Yeah.
Like 90 seconds, maybe.
Producer Drew says... Hulu. Oh, watch it through Hulu is almost up to a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Hulu has live sports. I don't know if you heard that.
I've heard it. I've been told. Tom Brady told me, actually. And then he left the Patriots. Thanks, bro.
Oh, yeah, remember that? No, it was him announcing that he wasn't retiring.
Oh, yeah, by the way, the thoughts of the comments of Tom Carroll about different service providers are not the thoughts of DraftKings, and we do not, this is not an ad. This is just two guys talking a bunch of smack.
Look, I didn't give my cable provider away.
Oh, I did. Well, we talked about that HULU. People can't spell, so we're good.
They have live sports. Parks and Rec over The Office from O Money on YouTube. Just firmly disagree with you.
I never watched Parks and Rec, but I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of The Office, even though
The Office is fantastic. It's just the subtle humor, especially in the early seasons, is just amazing.
It's the most cringeworthy in the first couple seasons.
It's so cringy.
Today. But now it's like, I watch it on Comedy Central every night now because I've become that guy, because I've not dove into Peacock. I didn't like what I saw in the beginning. Oh, nice play there by Ben. Not caught, though. Love that formation.
My fiance is a Office nut, has watched it over and over again, probably 20 times. And when it switched over to Peacock in the new year, the first few days of the new year, I could tell it was affecting her. She was sad. And she didn't have to tell me. I knew what it was. She couldn't watch The Office without commercials anymore, and it really bugged her. So as an early birthday gift, I bought her Peacock Premium. So,
TZ. Yeah. I'm going to need that login.
Absolutely not.
Just going to need it.
Absolutely not.
No big deal. You're a sweetheart of a man, and I'm going to need that login. But here's my issue with it, is that it's not on most television, app providers. So I have a Samsung TV, not an ad, and it's not on I can't search for it as an app. So I'd have to take it from my smart device, stream it onto the TV.
Yeah.
It's too many steps for me. And my wife, she ain't doing that.
I can't get it on my TV either. You got to figure it out. Samsung and Peacock, you got to figure out an agreement here.
Yeah, we do. Charo says, Rossi, talk about something dear to your heart. Royal Rumble. Oh, we'll get there. Don't worry. I'm going to bother Madison with it, because she'll just be rolling her eyes, eating a chicken breast and salad. It's probably about her dinner time.
# meal prep. Rossi, you brought up at the very, very beginning of the sim, you brought up that you don't have your wedding ring on, and not to make a big deal out of that, but it prompted this for me. So as many people know who are team always here, I am recently engaged within the last few months. And in doing
that, you're a fianced?
I am fianced. And in doing that, I am in the process of getting the engagement ring insured.
Oh, yeah.
And I submitted what I thought were all the forms I needed. NBD, didn't hear from them, figured it was done. Yeah, and then I get an email on Friday telling me that I need to get this done by Monday. So weird to give the person looking for the insurance homework to do over the weekend. No one likes weekend insurance. I mean, weekend homework. Or insurance, I guess, for that matter. And this was the request that the company asked me to do. They said they needed a picture of the ring next to a newspaper.
Yes, with the date.
Dated within 10 days of the submission of the ring.
Yeah.
I don't get a physical newspaper. I mean, look, I read constantly. I have subscriptions to all these, but I don't get a physical newspaper. I think my parents are the only people in the world that still do. So I had to go out in the rain yesterday and buy a physical St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And I took the picture this morning. So weird. What a weird process.
That is true, by the way. I've had to do it, and I don't even know if it ever got insured, but whatever. I have a serious question for you, especially before we get to the break here. So nothing. You got a big TJ Watt sack, 3rd and 14 at the 34 for the Washington football team. What is the headline in the newspaper? What's like the big why you would buy this paper on a Saturday?
It's COVID related. Vaccine rollout is ramping up, which is a good thing.
Just gonna segue that right out. What's like the sub headline?
I mean,
is there a local headline? Is there something about?
Well, that was a local headline, but the big news here in St. Louis is Nolan Arenado. So that's the below the fold, Nolan Arenado. In fact, the newspaper is behind on this because it happened in the middle of the day on Saturday.
Friday.
Was it Saturday or Friday? I don't know. This is the Saturday. This is the Saturday paper, and it says Cards on the verge of deal for Arenado.
Well, because I think it's I don't think the deal was
it's not
official.
technically done. Yeah.
And baseball does that more. Yeah, baseball does it more than any other sport.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, I'll say this quickly. We don't have to get too deep into it for our thing. The Cardinals always find these dudes, always make these trades. I'm sick to my stomach if I'm a Rockies fan. I'm sick to my stomach.
Well, they love to steal Rockies guys, too.
That's what it is. They always
Matt
get
Holliday, Larry Walker,
best players.
Arenado.
Best players, and they're going to probably make a World Series in the next 3 years again.
Yeah, this is what they do. This is what the Cardinals do. And I honestly... I know this is not I don't know where people are watching from, but this is just a stat
from
that
heaven.
You can appreciate as any sports fan. I got to find this because I found it very cool, and I'm going to find it on Twitter here in a second. So
while you do that,
meantime,
I'll tell people a little stat action here. My guy Deontay Johnson and the captain just crushing it, 2 for 20. Stats are real low in the beginning here. Ebron's missed a catch. Steven Sims Jr.'s got 1 for 8. 1 for 8 for the sprinkler. Vance McDonald's got 1 for 11. Inman 1 for 17. McKissick's 1 for 11 as well. Zip, zap, zilch, nada. Defenses, I saw you guys stacking them so far. You're in the winning spots because in our contest right now, it is a mess. I'm in 9th somehow, and I don't
even want to know where I am.
In first place, Washington football team defense and the captain. Smith-Schuster with a goose egg.
McKissick, 26th.
McLaurin, Samuel, and Steelers D. So we have a defensive stack in the number 1 spot. So
here's the info. So Derek Gould of the Post-Dispatch, one of the best baseball writers in the country, he said, Mike Shannon pointed this out to me, that every generation of Cardinals fans has had a Hall of Famer. That's a run that stretches back to Roger Bresnahan in 1909.
I remember him.
Musial played with Gibson, who played with Lou Brock, who played with Ted Simmons, who was managed by Whitey Herzog, who traded for Ozzie Smith, who was managed by Tony La Russa, who shared 2 titles with Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina, who plans to sign for 2021 with the Cardinals, who now will play with Nolan Arenado, who's obviously going to the Hall of Fame. So
hold on, Dwayne Haskins is doing the 2-step on here. Well, you're just breaking down straight facts about the Cardinals. Let's throw the ball. Throw the ball. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I was about to say, who is it now? Is Yadier Molina definitely a Hall of Famer?
Well, people in St. Louis believe so. I mean, he's won 9 Gold Gloves.
Yeah, he is.
Has
in baseball,
all these amazing catcher hitting numbers.
Yeah, in baseball, if they don't let nobody in, they let anybody in, so it's weird.
Yeah, no, Arenado, I don't think is going to be borderline if he continues at the pace he's at, and he's become like the gold standard of, third baseman field.
Oh, he's the best.
It's insane. They might rename the award after that guy. Like, he's that good.
Let's take it easy. Here's Dwayne Haskins again doing the Bumba 2-step. He's looking like he's getting tossed out of the rumble early tonight. 3rd sack for this defense of Pittsburgh. 4th and 36, just the way Ron Rivera drew it up. Beginning stages here of the second quarter. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi. We got the Drew stack. Andrew, our technical advisor. Drew, our producer. I haven't mentioned our dudes. My guy Joe and Kyle on ops. Have their work so far kind of just handed to them in a silver platter to wrap up their early shift. But you know what? It could get messy. It could get crazy here.
Nick Thomas on YouTube. Speaking of Cardinals, Rick Ankiel graduated from my high school. My head coach right now was his catcher in high school. There you go, Rick Ankiel.
Where?
He's a good pro.
I want to know the high school.
Positions.
I want to
Somewhere
know the
in Florida,
high
I believe.
Let's see. Marcus Clutch says, do that every play, Haskins. Well, he just might.
how deep into a Madden sim have we gone with a score at 0-0 before?
I believe there was a game that ended 3-0 on a last-second field goal. Oh, overtime.
Andrew says overtime. Wow.
It has. Okay, I was on one that was 0-0, and there was a last-second field goal, mercy kill, game over.
Was it in the snow, or was
Nope.
it just so bad?
It was just so bad. Oh, here we go. Is that your boy fumble on the play, Juju. Oh, go take it back.
Chase Young is fast.
He is fast, looking like
He was
Adrian
all the way
Peterson in his prime.
downfield to make make that tackle and scoop there.
Just
wow.
don't call this back. Don't challenge it. Juju Smith-Schuster stinks. Move on. All right, look at this hit.
The D end.
He's
he
way out.
crushed him. Picked
That
it up
ball.
and ran 25 yards. What a beast.
Seriously. Nice
There's
play
JD
there from
McKissick's numbers for you. 4 rushes, 7 yards. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thanks, Madden. By the way, there's also a Pro Bowl today that's also taking place in Madden, which you might as well
the
just,
Pro Bowl selection
yeah,
special.
just stay here. This is it. This is better than that. But I will say one thing about the Pro
Myles
Bowl.
Garrett just got honored.
Oh, who
In
cares?
case you were wondering.
I will say this about the Pro Bowl that I like, that there's no 13th fill-in guy making the Pro Bowl because someone else can't. I still think that's a ridiculous thing in the NFL. Like, so many people
Like
are Pro
100
Bowls.
dudes make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, it should be like Pro Bowl second team then. Like, there should be a distinction. Like, if Tom Brady made the Pro Bowl and he's not going because he's in the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes, they shouldn't, like, the fourth guy shouldn't become a Pro Bowl. He should be a Pro Bowl second team or reserve.
Oh, what a catch.
It's caught. It's going to get both feet in bounce. Is that the sprinkler?
Jeremy.
I can't tell. It is. He's making it rain all over the place, making sure that grass grows.
2 feet down? Yeah.
Got it. Look at that toe tap.
Wait a second.
Wait, hold up, but you never know. I don't ask questions like that. I don't ask questions like that. All I know is Jeremy Sprinkler for both of these teams can make sure the grass grows because these are natural grass teams. I'm super biased to natural grass teams.
Here we go. This one might be getting called back here. And Rossi, again, incredible impression of a sprinkler there.
There's very few things I do well, so thank you.
He only got 1 foot down, so we'll see.
Wait, hold on. You never know. It could have been magical. Did the knee come in?
Maybe did his hand hit?
It doesn't look like it. Come on, Madden. People are 33%.
Either way, impressive catch. It's just not going to count.
Or it is. Or
wow.
it is. It's a Sunday sim, baby. It's desperate for points. Give them what we can give them.
The internet is going to crush those officials.
Sure are. They're going to come after them on Twitter. Say mean things about their digital families.
They're going to have to apologize from the New York offices. You know, back to your Pro Bowl point, this is why when I look at dudes' resumes, like, you know, when you're on Pro Football Reference, you always want to look for the All-Pro distinction instead of the Pro Bowl distinction, right?
I agree. But I don't want to discount Pro Bowls all the way. But, yeah, the All-Pro is like, it's like the same thing with the NBA with, like, I don't count All-Stars for any sport that is our All-Star game middle of the season. Makes no sense. You could be a 50-time, you could literally play for 20 years, be a 20-time All-Star, and not be good. Because realistically, you could have
probably pretty good if that's the case, but I know what you mean.
No, but it's a first half award. It's like school year. You don't get your final grade of the whole year in March or February, whatever the real midpoint would be, January, I guess. But like, I was a great student in the spring, and maybe I stunk at the beginning. I wasn't in quote unquote All-Star. But then, like, I was a Pro Bowl or a first-team NBA. Like, that doesn't make – I don't know. It bothers me how, like, you see that on, like, resumes.
No, I get it. It's like in baseball when there was that year that Ubaldo Jimenez was, like, the most amazing pitcher ever for one half of the season. Started in the NL in the All-Star game and then just absolutely imploded and has never been seen again.
Nope.
I think he played for the Orioles for a few years.
He did. Yeah, he was great with the Rockies. Then
for half a season.
Gone.
Yeah, which is incredible that a pitcher was that good at Coors Field, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Yeah. Nolan Arenado, now a Cardinal.
Yeah, hopefully he stinks. So sick of the Cardinals. Cardinals literally never die. Quick pass from Ben. Has a receiver across the middle of the field. Nice play there for McDonald.
It is a religion here, man.
Well, good, you know what? I'll say this. Good for St. Louis for caring about baseball, though. So I appreciate that.
It's the only market in the country that cares about baseball.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Like the way that they care about it here, it's like it's 1950.
Good. There should be more of that across the United States, in my opinion.
agree. I love baseball.
Baseball's a great sport, bad rep, horribly marketed, and the games are always on at night for absolutely no reason, especially during this time. Here comes a man in motion. Is McDonald. Reminds me of the McRib game we had about 2 months ago now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, stuffed in the backfield. Actually, it was not even that long ago. It was like
Yeah, it was like
5 weeks.
mid-December. That feels like a long time ago, though.
Because it was the day I was having, I think, Christmas and my son's birthday, a little combo with my in-laws.
You probably had the meat sweats bad that day.
Oh, I had a lot of different things. I take a tea at the end of the night if I eat like a binge eater. Like last night, I had my dad's B-day, and I was telling you I ate like more Chinese food in that day than I have in like months. So I have this tea.
It's like a tea for your gut or something, gut health.
No, I call it. I don't know if I should say the word, so I'll just call it a DT, and I call it because it clears everything out within 12 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
It has some natural laxatives in it, my dude.
Okay.
If you ever have a day, you go get yourself it's called Dieter's Green Tea, and it will just do wonders.
So how's your morning been?
Well, here's the unfortunate thing there, TC.
You have a kid, so I'm sure you were up early.
Oh, well, that's just always. I did most clear out, but then my work sent us this popcorn package thing, and I'm a sucker for popcorn.
Popcorn's great.
And I ate the whole thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was bad. So I don't know
You're
what's
gonna
going on.
have to break out another tea.
Yep, Royal Rumble tonight with some DT and whatever.
Well, you gotta have some snacks for the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, that's what's scary. I had to tell my wife I did it because usually I don't tell people if I do like bad snacking. And this time I had to tell her. She's like, "Well, what?" She just said to me, "She goes, why wouldn't you wait for that for tonight?" Because I'm like, "Well, now I gotta line up a new snack."
Yeah, true. Sorry, it's double snack. Calories don't count on the weekends.
I appreciate the thought of that. My gut.
CEH asking if I played volleyball or nah. No, yeah, I did play volleyball in college. What's up? Division III Emerson College. Get at me, bro.
What? Also here on YouTube, who was that? Is it Jared Kilgore says, Rossi, Ace, thoughts on only having one extra inning and then calling it a tie in baseball? No. Oh, another fumble.
Oh,
Washington.
my God.
And Chase Young again. Was that Chase Young who chased it down? It was.
I'm gonna have to see the replay. Wow, how does he get upfield like that?
This dude is massive. I'm pretty sure
Washington football team just dropping Chase Young back in coverage. I see when I would play Madden back in the day, I always wondered why there would be defensive play calls where you could send your DNs like out in coverage, with the little circles around their names, when you're making your play call on defense.
Yes. Yep.
And I would never do that because I'm like, of course I want to send my guys. I got to get a sack. Clearly, if I had just put my DNs back in coverage like we're seeing Chase Young here,
he's absolutely dominating the game.
Turnovers galore.
It's unbelievable. So great game, great start so far for this Washington DST. Offense, the only touchdown so far, Jeremy Sprinkle from Dwayne Haskins. See what else people are saying here. Sean Preston saying white cheddar popcorn, the best.
Agreed.
No, I disagree. It's the caramel.
I love white cheddar.
I don't like smart food. I like dumb food, so I like I just don't like having all that powder on my fingers. I don't like Cheetos. I don't like all that stuff. I'm not saying it's not good, Sean. I just when around Christmas time or holiday time, when you get the tri popcorns, I go caramel, butter, and then the cheddar's usually just a big stack for whoever comes over. DJ,
save it for me, brother.
I'll send it to you, dude. I'll put it in Ziploc. DJ Matty Ice says the water boy is better than James Conner. That's what we told you up front. Avoid him. Right, chill. Let's see what else people say. Jimmy B says sounds like a pooper's dream. It is if you so want to get there. Let's see what else. Who's we got going here? Yeah, seriously, Jordan Lindenbaum says looks like Young is the new Adams. It really does. He's like automatic fumble today. White cheddar popcorn is pretty good.
Look, I don't know. I just love smart food so much. I will say when I get the tri popcorn thing, though, I am with you. The caramel is better in that version. like white cheddar popcorn coming out of the Smart Food bag, definitely different than the white cheddar popcorn you get coming out of the big Christmas tins.
Yeah, the tins
I'll
that
give you
are
that.
made straight
What
out
I
of
like to
heaven.
do is I take the cardboard out and I mix all three.
I understand. See, I that's not my style with most kind of foods. I like separating, but I get that because that's just probably just yumminess from all.
Oh,
angles.
it's just fantastic. You just send in your taste buds for a ride.
David Stouffer says, "Who doesn't like Cheetos? Un-American." It's not that I don't necessarily like Cheetos. I just don't
You
like
don't like the
having
film?
I don't like anything on my hands like that. I don't like stickers. I'm weird. I have the texture issues. Like my son's.
Was it you I was telling you about Goo Gone?
Yeah, where you can get the stuff off, like if you have like, yeah, you were, and that even that kind of makes me a little uneasy. Yeah. I don't know. But all this popcorn, you know what's really good popcorn? If you ever want like legit the best popcorn and you got to spend up for it, my mind's drawing a blank on the name. It's a male name from Chicago.
Yes, I was just going to say, it's the Chicago popcorn. I've gotten it at the airport a bunch of times. I'm going to look it up right now. Popcorn. Garrett's.
My lord. That
Incredible.
is the one time with cheddar and caramel.
Yes.
So I would have my bachelor
I think it's
party
called
there.
the Chicago Mix or something.
If it's warm, because if you go to an actual place stand or a rest or I guess store, it's warm. It is incredible. That was the best popcorn I ever had.
Completely co-signed with that. So every time I fly back from New England to St. Louis, we have a layover at Midway Airport, and they have a Garrett like store at the airport, always near the terminals that we switch at. And
Awesome.
Without fail, I always get like a little box or a little bag of the mix with the caramel, the cheese, and the butter. Ooh, daddy likes.
That sounds good. That's good stuff. Yeah, Garrett,
it's a great snack.
Spoil yourself. Order a little tin of that. It's expensive. I'm not going to pretend, but very much worth every single penny. You will not be upset.
No, so did you pick Chicago as a bachelor party destination because of you just had never been to Chicago before, or did you have family there? Was there a tie? How did that come about?
I just love baseball. So I've been to Wrigley, but never with like pals. Me and my dad always did baseball trips. So I'm a big Cincinnati Reds fan too.
That's right.
And so we all boogied down there for the bachelor party. Went to Wrigley just to do like the experience.
Was it
of
a Red series?
Yep. It was just one game we went to. It was a day game. It was absolutely amazing. Like 5-hour long game, scolding hot sun, way too many refreshments, we'll just say. Hit the pizza spots. We had a great trip. I had a blast. I did every touristy thing. I love Chicago a lot. It's very expensive city. Very expensive. Yeah. Like everything.
Wrigleyville though is amazing.
Literally, like I don't care if
it lives up to the hype.
Yeah, I wait a second. Hold on, I just have to see this. Javi's saying Popcorn Factory jalapeno popcorn is where it's at. I don't even know about this Popcorn Factory, but anyways,
I like the idea of it.
Me too. I'm gonna have to check Garrett's for it. But yeah, Chicago's a great, like, again, we're just talking baseball or stadium experiences. Like to me, that's like right up there because Wrigleyville is so cool. Like the way it's all enclosed, and there's so many bars that like are almost like a part of the stadium the way they have it constructed. So you could be like leaning against the like outside of Wrigley, sitting in a bar watching the game, or just
on the
having
roof.
a beer.
Oh,
that's a timeout. See, that looked like he was in.
It looked like he was in too. He must have been down.
Now we're here in beautiful Pittsburgh on this Sunday before the Super Bowl, where Kansas City will take on the Tom Brady team. That's basically what you might as well call them. And you have a Steelers team that we thought would be here. Remember when the Steelers were 11-0? That was fun for them.
Yeah, that was weird, huh?
Yeah, that seemed like a lifetime ago.
They had, I guess they were just a victim of having a really easy schedule, and they just kept getting lucky. We got a touchdown here.
Wait a minute. Who is that? Is that Gibson?
Vulture.
Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! Let it out. The vulture call is here. Gibson, maybe the starter in reality, but in here he spells J.D. McKissick, and very rarely. So the vulture touchdown. And by the way, who beat those Steelers when they were 11-0?
These guys right here.
Yep, the team.
WFT.
Yeah, WTF, as most people write out because we're all dyslexic. That is the Washington football team. They beat them. Smoked them, actually. And, 14 zip here with 40 seconds to go in the first half. And a very intriguing game thus far.
Incredible. Always love a good vulture on a Sunday.
If you visit Chicago, you have to try Harold's, Garrett's, and Beggars? Is that what you said? Beggars Pizza. LOL. Those are musts. I don't know why you put LOL, because that makes me worried. When people write that, are you trying to joke with me? And
it's like, do you mean it or not?
Is Harold's a hot dog place? Thank the Try Guy? Because I feel like I may have been there.
The hot dog place I went to in Chicago that's sort of the touristy place is Portillo's.
I don't know. I can't remember. Everything I did.
Then it wouldn't be a good trip, am I right?
Yeah, I wish it was
you gotta
like
have
that.
so much fun that you're so just overwhelmed that you don't even remember.
I wish it was because of that. It's just because I'm dumb. Yeah, Gibson again was on that touchdown. The Vultures in play. Oh, Harold's Chicken. Okay, people told me about that, and I did not go. I'm not gonna lie. Did not do the chicken.
For pizza, I went to Lou Marlotti's, I think it's called.
It's Lou Manotti's.
Luminati's.
Yes,
great.
That's great. And then also there's Giordano's or something.
Yeah,
like one of those.
didn't go to Giordano's, but I went to the Lou Manotti's.
Illuminati, like the Illuminati, but Illuminati's.
Gotcha. Illuminati's. Went there. Delightful. Crushed a whole deep dish to the face.
Mike Sunken says, best hot dog in Chicago area is the Boz hot dog. Does that have to like Boz the football player?
Boz. He didn't play for the Bears, so probably not, unless he, for some reason, has a business up in Chicago.
I mean, it could be randomly. Take the Try Guy says, I wrote LOL because you're going by you're not going to try them, I think is what he says. But yeah, Harold's is a chicken place. All right.
Sounds like a challenge.
No, seriously. Let me get on the next plane out when it's safe to travel for me. And Andrew, our technical producer, says, and that was the Sunday Chicago tour with Tom and Jason. Coming up next at halftime, we're going to be spinning it around the Sim League. Oh, you know what? We should do a vote. I'm going to do a vote here. So everybody pick a team. For me, and it could be one of the two teams here. We can get into these two. Obviously, we're going to get into Stafford at some point in the second half. Give us a team you want us to do a quick, maybe half of a quarter to a full quarter off-season thought process on.
Yeah.
So start dropping them in there. We're going to drop them in there. And then between myself, producer Drew, Andrew, obviously our production.
Drew.
Yeah, the Drew stack. Why am I even trying? The Drew stack, TC, myself. We'll pick a team. So just start throwing them in the chat. Whether it's a team you like, team you just want to hear something about, we're going to pick one. We're going to go partial third, and we'll just chat about them.
Love it. Nick Thomas, I used to live in New Haven, Connecticut. Pizza there is made different. Best pizza in the world.
People say that all the time.
New Haven has great pizza.
Yeah, I don't know why either. It doesn't even really make sense. It doesn't even seem like a hub of anything.
Yeah, New Haven's got some cool spots. I used to live in Connecticut, and I got down there a couple times. Hit up the spots, good spots.
Like that by Drew. Producer Drew says that could be something we do. Do tourist attractions and food places for various cities. I'm going to say this. I got 2 votes. Get out of here. Well, it could be the Vikings. I see Eagles, Browns, Falcons. We'll pick it before the half is over.
We'll let our producers pick.
The team. Because here's what I'm going to say about the food thing, Drew. Save it, man. We're going to have a lot of off season with no football at all.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to need that from you from like a Tuesday at 2 in 2 weeks.
100%.
Actually, who knows? This season might be crazy. But quick stats here. I'm going to do QBs. You're going to do running backs and wide receivers, and then I'm going to take a dump. All right. It is Dwayne Haskins, 13 to 17. He's got the touchdown to the sprinkler, 147. Ben Roethlisberger's got 134.
J.D. McKissick, only 5 attempts for 13 yards, so not great. Trending towards the Babysitter Billy Award. James Conner, with his typical 4 attempts, 19 yards, doing nothing. In receiving, we got Eric Ebron, 5 catches, 26 yards, does not have a touchdown. The sprinkler, 2 catches and a touchdown, 25 yards receiving. Juju, 4 catches, 49 yards, but he had that fumble, remember, from getting blown up by Chase Young, who's having a monster first half. Terry McLaurin, nothing, goose eggs. So he probably truly is the Babysitter Billy winner for this sim so far. I mean, just awful awful half for the wide receiver one for Washington. And on defense, like we said, Chase Young absolutely dominating. 2 solo tackles, had the fumbles, all over the place doing things. Big time player, making big time plays.
I want to just say one thing. Jordan Lindenbaum just coming out straight throwing haymakers. Says F Chicago pizza with fork and knife. Dude, ready? Look at this, Jordan Lindenbaum. You know what this is? It's a big A mouth. You pick that sucker up. It's about 2.5 pounds of just pure dough and cheese and a little bit of sauce. You just find a way. But I'll be honest, it's worth it. It's also worth it. If you do fork and knife it, amen. It's worth it.
Yeah, I used my hands when I was in Chicago eating deep dish. I'm sure there are some places where you have to, where you're eating it more like a lasagna, but I was using my hands to eat my deep dish, and I was a happy boy.
Let's see, what team do we want to do here?
My favorite food in Chicago was the Italian beef sandwiches with the dip. You got to get that stuff dipped. Get those Giordano peppers or whatever they're called, Giardinera peppers. Delicious.
I'm looking at some of the teams here, and I want our production crews in this. Somebody said St. Louis, which now we're just being silly. I see Falcons, Browns, Eagles, Niners, Rams, Dolphins, Minnesota, Steelers. Those are the ones I'm seeing. I see. Eagles.
Here we go. Wow, what a weird spin. I think that was more of just a bad tackle than anything.
All right, we got the call. We're going to go Steelers in a minute, but look at that 70-yard touchdown by a guy I threw in the lineup, Steven Sims Jr., baby.
Roethlisberger is thinking, how did you not push him out of bounds? How did you not make that tackle?
Look at this. Nice grab, nice animation. Look at this.
Nothing.
Gotta get him out. No. And then just
the square button at the perfect time.
Yeah, or if you're playing on Xbox, the other button. Steven Sims Jr. owned in 37%, captain in 5. Touchdown, 70 yards, opening this game up to a 21-0 advantage for the football team. So let's talk about it, TC. You got the Steelers on deck here.
Where are they picking in the draft?
They are picking, well, they made the playoffs, so I think that would be, let's see, I'll get you NFL draft. I want to say it's got to be 4 or 5 or something like that. But I will tell you right now. So first thing that comes to mind for me, and I know we've had this conversation, 24. Thank you, producer Drew. To me, first thing I think of when I think of this team is coaching. I'm sorry, we have to get into the whole thing. I just think Mike Tomlin has had enough opportunities. He's right. I know you don't always just change a coach, but this has been 10 years of the same style, the same thing I've seen in New Orleans, and it's the same quarterback, the same stuff. So how much more defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators can you change? So you just have to make a big change from the big standpoint. But for you, where do you see? So 24th in the draft. It's obviously quarterback. Do they want Roethlisberger back? Do you, if you're the Steelers, bring Roethlisberger back?
So this is what I'm doing with Pittsburgh. They were 11-0. So you can't take that away from them. They won 11 straight games to start the season. Then they imploded.
Let me explain one thing about that just quickly, just to give a little credit. They had no bye week this week. Last year, realistically. It was forced into week 3? And it wasn't.
They were forced into a bye week.
And they didn't even know it was a bye until Friday afternoon. So
Correct.
They didn't have that full, after the game, chill out type of thing. So continue.
And so that was the first place I was going to go. They went 11-0 without a break. And that's really, really hard for teams to do. Because sometimes your bye week will come week 12 if you start 11-0. A lot of teams have later bye weeks, so they never had that time to regroup and sort of rest their bodies, and that took a toll on them. They have veteran guys top to bottom that need that time, especially their quarterback, Big Ben, who has taken huge hits over the years because of the way he plays. So right there, you got to look at it as the organization and say, look, we were 11-0. We need to run this back with a real offseason. We're going to have a bye week. We need to see what this team actually is. Because 11-0 is nothing to just, shake your hat at. That's legit.
Yep.
That's really, really difficult to do, to win 11 straight games in the NFL. So if I'm them, I'm running it back with this exact same crew. if it comes out of the gate flat, let's say they're, I don't know,
2-4,
2-4, 2-5, 3-6, whatever, then you have your answer. That I'm not saying you fire Mike Tomlin mid-season, but then you maybe know, okay, it's time to move on after this year because of everything you said. It's been a decade plus since the guy won the Super Bowl. I think the equity on that has sort of run out. And it's clear that he likes to let his guys, express themselves, and that's great. But it also seems like he needs to run a little bit of a tighter ship in that locker room because you've had guys like Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown sort of flame out of there when they were two of the best players at their position in the league, probably. And you guys did nothing with it. So I think that you got to give Tomlin next season to figure it out. And the same thing with Big Ben. He's going to have a bye week.
Yeah.
And he came out and said he doesn't care how much money he makes next season. And I know, over the last few days I've been saying, nothing means no one is telling the truth.
Yeah, especially
basically.
right now. Yeah.
But I tend to believe Big Ben when he says that because he has made a lot of cash. And I think the only motivation for him at this point, at this age, is to win Super Bowls. So I could see him taking a massive pay cut to try and make room for guys.
Yeah, because right now he's a $41 million cap hit, and as producer Drew points out, 22.2 of his dead cap. So even if you just drop him, you're still paying that. That's
right. So they're not getting rid of him.
No, or they're not doing it in the traditional sense, like they do a sign and release or something strange. But for me, I don't 100% disagree with what you're saying because you also remember Bud Dupree will be back. They had a lot of injuries that second half of the year on defense. So for me, I'll tell you this: if Deshaun Watson gets traded, it's going to tie in. And in Washington, another fumble from this Washington football team picked up. Look at him dancing on the ground. Nice safety blitz. Perfect time. Ben Roethlisberger loses the ball, goes down.
Wow.
So here's my two major things I think for the Steelers. One would be if the Deshaun Watson cookie crumbles and he gets moved, you go find a way to get J.J. Watt. Mm-hmm. You find a way to fit it. He seems like a perfect guy that would also come for cheap money to try to chase a ring, play with his brothers.
Who's great. TJ Watt is fantastic.
TJ Watt's unbelievable.
He might be the defensive player of the year.
Very well could be. If honestly, I'd give it to Chase Young. I'd give him both awards because he was that dominant. But it could be. I think it would just boost that morale. I think J.J. Watt is a rallier. I think he's a perfect guy. He wants to be on that team, like what the Patriots used to be, whereas like a team like you kind of plug in, you go chase a ring. I don't think Kansas City could even do it for him. So I think it's Pittsburgh, and I think he fits that mold too. He's got the leadership quality. He's got that grit, the bloody nose that he seems to always have in the middle of the game.
Steelers.
Yeah, and there's a fumble on the other way. The Steelers
God.
now call it. He's returning it down the field. Looks like it's going to get to the 38-yard line. Devin Bush, another guy they lost, I believe, in that defense. So they're going to get reloaded on defense. That's my one thing. I would try to get yourself somebody like him or another veteran defensive line. Maybe go get Lawrence Guy back, somebody that you can bring a little more veteran prowess and someone that can kind of spell some of these younger guys at times as well.
Yeah, because Steelers have talent on defense. There's no doubt.
And then here's the play. And I don't think it's unrealistic anymore. There was rumors of it before. There's a very humble man that'll be out there and may just be wearing Super Bowl ring after next week. It's Le'Veon Bell. Bring him home. He needs one more. He has absolutely done nothing in his career since he has departed from the Steelers. He stunk for the Jets. Don't tell me otherwise. Not you, Tom. You can. But if I don't want to hear the argument, he did. No, you can't tell me anyways. I'm trying.
Who would tell you he didn't stink? He stunk.
I don't know. He stunk. He's now with Kansas City. Barely a factor. He's had moments. You bring him back in, and probably one other, maybe whether it's a rookie, you draft. You're gonna need look. Vance McDonald thought he fumbles right there. You're gonna need a running back that can really pound between the tackles. It's the one thing. James Conner's a nice player, but I think he's had off injuries. He had a nice season 2 years ago. I think you got the most out of him. You keep him in your roster. I think he's another great guy in there. He's a good veteran leader. He's gone through a lot in his personal life. Brings a lot there, but get Le'Veon Bell. Probably not that expensive. And then draft somebody, or if there's another veteran like I know I'm throwing out names because I'd rather do that than third round pick this guy. Maybe an Adrian Peterson. Maybe just somebody
he'll probably keep playing. Adrian Peterson is going to play until they drag him off the field.
Well, he's another guy. Get me a ring. Go to a team like that.
And he's good still.
he was played very well for Detroit. He was their most consistent back between the tackles. Which
when he got touches, he ran the rock well. There's no question.
I think
here's a question for you, Rossi, and this is something Jeff and I discussed last night on Madden After Dark. Juju Smith-Schuster is a free agent.
See you later.
Go away. You're done with Juju.
I think he stinks. I'm sorry. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's that great of a receiver. I think he's above average. But for what the Steelers are looking for, and you saw what he is. And I'm sorry, I don't care about TikTok. Go and celebrate all you want. It's a different generation. I'm not going to say old man River here, but I still think he distracted away from the team. Not just because of that. Like I think there's other factors that we don't see. I think he was part of that, like with Antonio Brown. I think he saw the way he was. I move on from him. And I think the Steelers go completely working class receiver. And that is the Deontay Johnsons.
Chase Claypool, who's kind of a baby, but you have him cheap at this point.
And he could be a budding star here. He really could be remember Martavis Bryant a few years back when he was a star before he smoked his way out of the league? Like a guy like that's a difference maker.
Good,
and then go find that one other guy, another veteran presence, older receiver that you can get on the cheap, because that's what's going to be happening in the NFL, by the way, with this cap. So, I don't know who that is off the top of my head, but just somebody. You don't need a difference maker. You have Chase Claypool, you have Deontay Johnson, you have I can't think of the other name. He's in your lineup.
James Washington.
You have a good little repertoire. You still have Eric Ebron, who I think can play.
He's good.
So I think you have enough there. You just need maybe that one other guy that. Again, I can't put my finger on who that is. You just need that fourth guy that you can, when you need a big catcher, just a nice steady receiver, and then you really play.
Oh, you mean Juju Smith-Schuster?
No, because he could be a difference maker. I truly believe. I just don't think he's good enough.
Yeah,
I don't think he has the game in him. He had some big plays this year. Don't get me wrong, but he also fades. He disappears in big moments. You can't have that inconsistency. You know what else could come back? Why don't we just roll him back to get Antonio Brown back in there? No, I'm not. I'm kidding about that.
They're not bringing him back. Yeah, but no, I know what you mean. They need one more piece. They might be a piece away. But again, if you're Pittsburgh, you're probably looking at what you did at the first part of the season where you went 11-0 with no bye. And you're saying, okay,
what do we do? What can we do to make that better?
Let's see what we got here. We can't make a wholesale change right now. We need to see what our team looks like in a real season. And maybe that's worse because maybe they were 11-0 because all of their teams couldn't figure it out with the weird weeks and the lack of training camp, Maybe that's why the Steelers took, their streak of winning at the beginning of the season because they had an infrastructure and guys in place that had been there for a few years. So it was less crazy for them.
True. And here, a couple people dropping, obviously Andrew on the 1s through 7s here saying Larry Fitzgerald. So did somebody else in the chat. I like that one because he's from Pittsburgh. He went to college in Pittsburgh. Another one in here, AJ Green. That's an interesting one to me because I don't think AJ Green's going to get that much money. So he's from Minnesota. Sorry.
Larry Fitzgerald from Minnesota, but played at Pitt.
At Pitt, yes. But
played his college games at Heinz Field.
He just, I don't know. I like that. I like the AJ Green one even more because he isn't that same game changer he was, just like Larry Fitz. You just need that position. I think Larry Fitz is the perfect one because he doesn't seem like we saw AJ Green kind of become a little bit of a complainer last year, and you saw some of those reports where Fitz has just been class. And here's the sprinkler, nice first down.
And he's had all of the ability to complain about Arizona. That
Never
franchise has gone up and down so much since he's been there. When he first got there, they were awful. He helped them make Arizona a Super Bowl contender. Then they were awful again. Then Bruce Arians got there. They had a nice little run, but never really got over the hump. I think they parted ways with Arians a little too soon, forcing him into that retirement. They sort of knocked that roster out of contention by their own doing. If I'm Larry Fitzgerald and I'm as good as I am, I would have gotten myself out of there a long time ago, but he hasn't.
Yeah.
I think he likes golfing in Scottsdale.
Well, no, he's already said he wants to be a Cardinal his whole career. So I think he's actually going to retire personally. But I like the idea of him in Pittsburgh because a guy like Chase Claypool could learn a ton from him. You're gonna any receiving room would be so much better off having a Larry Fitzgerald in there. So those are our picks for changing up the Steelers. I like this idea, by the way, doing like a quarter like that once a game of a team. Maybe obviously being a team in the sim makes more sense. And by the way, while we were ranting and raving about him, kicked a field goal, so there's that. So we're after 3, 21-3, Washington over Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter. Me and Tom, I know we have another game, but we should like start the conversation about this whole Matthew Stafford sitch. We'll get into that in a few moments. Midwest Heather chatting in here. I see you guys all here. We see Midwest Heather, CEH, Alex Fox, Sean, Bo Daddy, Donald Duck. What's up, Donald Duck? Celebrity in the house. B Mills, Robbie Noble. Smash that like, guys. Like we don't have to keep telling you. Just do it. Just be a pal. 400.
I will smash it. There you go.
Yeah, I didn't smash it yet either. Hypocrite. We see you, our Twitch homies as well. We got the Drew Stack, Kyle, and Joe on Ops. DC, Jason Rossi. We're back with you for the 6 o'clock as well. Have a contest out there if you can enter in that one.
Midwest Heather asking me earlier if I've ever been to Crown Candy, legendary place here in St. Louis. Yes, have been. Amazing BLT sandwich. If you're ever in St. Louis and you're looking for a fun little lunch, go to Crown Candy. It's a little sort of like soda shop type 1920s store.
Ooh,
it's really,
vintage.
really cool. Yes.
I did.
Check it out. Crown Candy. Good spot.
Got it. All right. I guess just one last thing. So you definitely think we're bringing Roethlisberger back if you're the Steelers?
Yeah, I think so. Unless you can somehow pull off Deshaun.
Yeah.
I think you're bringing back.
First round that we said 24th.
I mean, Roethlisberger. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you go O-line then? Kind of where we're going?
Because if we're working off your theory from last night, I think it was you. It was either you or Jeff. You think all these quarterbacks are going to be gone by the time the Steelers are picking at 24.
Well, things are changing, though, that's a good segue, because at 24, I still think at 24, like the top 5 are gone. But Detroit making the big trade, obviously the headline news last night.
So you think that takes quarterback off the board for Detroit because they got Goff?
1,000%, 1,000,000%. I think Detroit could potentially even trade back now. And that's what I think is going to happen. My prediction would be that they are going to just bulk up on picks. They need to rehaul the organization. Jared Goff's a nice player, but now they have him for another 3 years. But they know, even if he isn't, that's 3 more years. So even if they even know, like this year, we're going to probably kind of stink. Like let's like just reorg this whole thing here. But maybe not. Who knows? They're still going to have good weapons. That clearly gives me a sign that they're going to re-sign Kenny Golladay. At least
well, Golladay and Marvin Jones are free agents. So.
Yeah. But I think Golladay is restricted, I believe.
So who knows, though, right? I mean, now that Stafford's gone, do those guys want to come back? Probably not.
Well, money speaks, especially the guy.
Money does speak. That is a very, very good point.
It said things to me before, and usually it's when it's leaving me. But yeah, so Roethlisberger, I'm going to say at this point, likely to come back, probably a cheaper deal. They'll probably re-sign him, restructure it, maybe a 2-year deal. Unless, like you said, Deshaun, or if there's other moves. Don't forget, the quarterback that we're seeing for Washington, Dwayne Haskins, is under now the Steelers brand, if you would.
That is true.
So that's an interesting move to see.
Whether or not he makes the team, I don't know.
Yep. But I still think, like, in my head, Cam Newton's going to be there too. I know it sounds weird.
In Pittsburgh, huh?
Yeah, I just see him in a Steelers uniform. I don't know what it is.
I wouldn't be shocked if Cam Newton doesn't play next season.
Ooh.
Because he only came to New England because he was going to be the starter. I don't think he's going to be the type of guy that's content sitting on the bench. I think he's going to want to be the guy that leads a team. Unless he has the opportunity to start, I don't think he's coming back. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. That's very fascinating. But yeah, so Detroit makes the big deal last night. Jared Goff going from the Rams to Detroit in his gigantic contract. Matthew Stafford Jared Goff's bringing with him a 3rd-round pick this year, 2 first-round picks in 2022, and then the 2023 first-round pick. So what a haul for Matthew Stafford, by the way. That is more expensive than Jamal Adams. I understand quarterback's a big position. Now, I think this puts the Rams in an unbelievably good position right now.
Yes, they're win now, right away mode.
Yeah, 2 years. They already knew it. They're over. Well, look at Roethlisberger. Bomb down the field. Has a receiver. It's caught. What a grab at the 17-yard line. It's Eric Ebron with a 55-yard.
With the catch.
So, yeah. So, you got a big trade there. I think this does a ton for the Rams. The Rams are definitely like they're at that like right in the Kansas City like probably 2-year window with the cap the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
They're spending way too much money on some players. They got to cash in, even though listen, this team has been winning playoff games, and they just don't like what they see out of Goff. Maybe buyer's remorse with the contract, so he goes to Detroit. In Detroit,
Not anymore. They got Stafford.
Well, I'm saying, well, yeah, I guess, but you know what I mean. They signed him 2 years
totally,
ago.
yes.
Too early. Again, you don't have to do this with these players. Mitch Trubisky it sometimes.
They got fooled by the Super Bowl run.
But honestly, I don't think they got fooled. I don't think he's a bad player. I really
He's just
don't.
too inconsistent to make the franchise guy.
Well, that's the problem. And they also gave him the money right after the Super Bowl, so you're giving him a ton of money based on a nice year. And then they had the down year, didn't make the playoffs this year. He goes in, wins a playoff game, competitive in a game against the Packers. So, hey, listen, he's done a lot more than Stafford, with all due respect, in the postseason. So
true, better rosters, no doubt, but true.
Oh yeah. So Stafford goes over to LA. I think instantly makes them a little bit better because they still were good. I think Detroit. I think Goff, like as bad as people want to make it out, like he could look real bad next year based on whatever the talent is. But I really do like the potential of like repackaging around a 26-year-old Jared Goff than maybe going to the draft and taking a new chance at number 7. Because now with number 7, you can either go get a great receiver, you could trade back. They have draft capital over the next few years.
Maybe you're looking at a guy like Devontae Smith at 7.
He makes it there. That would be foolish not to draft.
Yep.
If he's there, you're insane if you at least give it a shot.
100%.
So, I think the Rams, obviously, like that division's tough. The Niners kind of trending down. We'll see, but good coaching staff, a quarterback trade could be in the works.
I think they got a good roster.
Me too, but that division's just like
it's a tough division.
It really is because you never know. And if Kyler Murray takes another step forward, if he can stays consistent, stays healthy, should be a playoff team potentially as well.
Totally.
Some comments here.
I was talking with Geoff last night about this, and I'll ask you as well. Well, 2 things for you.
Sure.
One, does this now make Miami the only realistic trade partner for the Texans? And 2, does this now make the Rams the best team in the NFC on paper heading into next year? As we sit right now.
Yeah. First question, no. I still think the Jets, because the Jets have multiple picks as well.
But they don't have the quarterback to go along with the picks.
Nope,
Dolphins have Tua.
And maybe they don't want him. Maybe they want. There's a touchdown. Ben Roethlisberger to Deontay Johnson. Am I winning this thing? Is your boy winning this contest right now? Because he should.
He really might be.
He should be. Hold on. Andrew just said something about Kenny having a good point about something, so I got to freeze everything because I don't believe. Cost for Stafford was inflated because of Goff's contract. That Ed's first round pick. I know. I do agree with that. Actually, that is a good point. And so that
Watson makes a lot of money too, though, guys.
Yeah, $100 million, but it's only under like a few more years. Where, either way, here's what I'll say. Let me just answer your question. I still believe that if I'm the Texans, I don't care as much about the quarterback in return. If I see like a Fields, if that's who I want, I don't want Tua, or I don't want Sam Darnold. Just give me your pick. If he has to come along with it for whatever reason, like I'd rather not. If I'm the Texans, I'd rather deal with the Jets because I feel like Watson rather be there. Let him go play in New York. Enjoy yourself on all the posters and everything. Tebow was on a poster too. That was fun. And then I'd rather get the quarterback that I want as an organization, not pluck the other guy. Even though I still think Darnold at 23 years old or Tua at like 24, like I'm fine with it. But I think if I'm going to trade a franchise guy, I'd rather replace with a new franchise guy with the pick, personally.
So if you're Houston and you trade Deshaun Watson to Miami, and you're going to get back the pick that you gave Miami, so now you're picking 3rd, where before you had no first-round pick.
Yep, correct.
On top of a first pick, another first-round pick, whatever year that ends up being, and then a second or a third-round pick.
If I'm dealing with Miami, I'm taking both their first-round picks.
Oh, yeah. You're getting both picks. Oh, so you're going to pick at 18 as well, is what you're saying.
Yes. There's no chance Deshaun Watson.
Yep. So you're getting both firsts this year, and then maybe some futures.
Correct.
And you're getting Tua.
Maybe. Sure.
So
If I'm getting Tua, and I believe
then you're not picking a quarterback at 3.
No, I wouldn't. But here's the deal: I still don't think Watson's going anywhere. I think this is all smoke and mirrors. I think there's a lot of he said, she said. I think he'll end up playing for Houston. Personally, I don't think he's going anywhere.
We will see. I kind of want him to play somewhere else because I just think he's so good and I want him to win. But
win in Houston. I'm sick and tired.
They stink, man.
Yeah, but don't be the NBA.
Trash organization. We talked about this yesterday.
I know, but I'm tired. I don't want this to turn into the NBA where it's like, well, they stink. Get out of there. How about the organization rallied around him? That's what the good teams have done. You get the quarterback piece and you get the pieces around them. Patrick Mahomes was drafted 10th overall. Well, they had Alex Smith. They made players. Obviously they had Tyreek Hill. They had Kelsey. Things worked out for them, of course, but that was based on good GMs and good. Like, don't play this like, oh, I want to see him win. Like, it's not the end of his career. I'm not ready for like the last like the Green Mile here with them. Like, I got an idea, Watson. You played the best year statistically you've had. Shut up. Tell the ownership. Tell Caserio. They should be smart guys who know. All right, we got to bulk up around you. What do we need? Defense. Realistically, it's defense.
If Houston is smart, they will do everything they can to make Deshaun Watson happy enough to throw on a Texans uniform.
Yes.
Like, they need to make that happen because you can't let that be the first thing that happens when you become the GM of a new team. You can't be Chaim Bloom and trade Mookie Betts immediately. Because everyone's going to hate you, no matter what you do moving forward.
Yeah, and I think, I don't see it. I still don't really see it happening because I don't think there is the right market for a guy like him because I really think he's worth like 3 first-round picks or like 4. Like he's worth the biggest trade capital in the history of the NFL. So that's why I don't think it's dumb. I don't like the idea of like even trading him. Got to say one thing. Travis here says, ha, you all talk about Stafford like he's Mahomes all of a sudden. The Rams would be worse. Let me tell you, Travis, definitely not compared. I don't think Tom is. I don't think our production crew is.
No.
Drew Stack. Here's what he is. He's a consistent. Oh, look at this. Breaking tackles. Wow. Breaking loose to the end zone. No, he's tackled at the 8-yard line. Timeout. Under 2 minutes to go here. Washington just laying it on. I think Matthew Stafford is a really good quarterback, and we've seen him shine in moments. And I know people want to say, oh, no playoff wins. There was a game against Dallas, by the way, go back a few years, easily should have won that game. Penalties, weird flags at weird times. Get into that. I know it's excuses, but I also, they had that game against the Seahawks where they end up going to Seattle because of the rule, and there's a touchdown. J.D. McKissick bouncing it into the end zone. This game is over.
Over.
So, yeah, I just think Stafford can bring a lot more to this team than you're giving him credit for. His consistency, he can make the throw when needed. He's going to have the weapons that are insane. He's got Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Higbee, Gerald Everett. He's got, Reynolds.
Cam Akers in the backfield.
Yeah, Cam Akers. He's got playmakers there with Henderson, and you're still going to have that other dude that was in my fantasy team. That's how that
guy.
Yeah,
and also the Rams are in LA now, so they're an attractive place for free agents. Like, just being in Los Angeles makes them a more attractive franchise for players.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, you see if your organization says to you, if you're like a fan of that team, we don't want this player. Like, I'd be bummed a little bit as a Rams fan because I think you wanted to see Goff be the guy. Like, I believe that. So now you're like, okay, well, we just ditched him. And I like Goff coming out with a little moxie. Like, I'm ready. I'm excited to play for a place that wants to, have me there and respects me. Cool.
Sick.
Yeah, he's going to go bite some kneecaps in Detroit. Let's go. So I think Stafford is going to do wonders for that team personally. And guess what? They very well could stink. There could be a million things that happen, right? Like, I thought Detroit was going to be great this year. He was their quarterback. Millions of reasons why they weren't good. Not going to blame him. But he's going to have a good running game. He's got a good offensive line. Defense is stacked.
Great coach.
Good coach.
Ooh, okay. You're not a McVay guy.
Great. There's very few that are great.
See, I think he is great because you saw how good Goff was with McVay, and I think that McVay played a huge part of why Goff was as good as he was that 1 year.
Yeah. I think he can be great. I think he's just good right now.
Okay.
And this will be a big. Now you know what? This is a lot on the coach for this. Now you got all these big, high-priced players. Make it work. Make it work. By the way, if there's going to be a Hard Knocks, you better get that in Detroit. I need Dan Campbell on my TV talking to like varsity football, like he's in high school in Texas.
Oh, God, that's such a good call.
Oh, I was thinking about the other day. I'm like, okay, because these moves are going to be
Goff
happening.
was kind of funny on Hard Knocks the few times he's been on. Great call.
Yeah, oh man, that's too funny. Wait a second, hold on. Sorry, personal thing happening real quick.
Yeah, I think the Rams with Stafford are going to be the favorite in the NFC heading into next year, unless you just want to make it Tampa because of what they did, and they're going to probably be bringing the band back together outside of Godwin.
Yep.
Right now, as we sit in the question, right now, heading into next season, that's why I'm putting the Rams as the favorite to win the NFC, because they made the playoffs with Jared Goff. All these dudes are coming back. You're adding Stafford, who's a more consistent version of Goff. I think Stafford's ceiling is much higher and much more consistent than a guy like Jared Goff. So that's why I'm going with the Rams.
Honestly, I can't disagree with you because obviously it's hot to trot right now. A part of me is going to stick with the Packers because I know we aren't there. There's another sack of Roethlisberger. Washington football team's defense is insane. So here's my thought process why I think the Packers, because I think they started now 2 NFC title game losses in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have, I think this year they should have won even more than last year. So I think they know, okay, we need like 1 or 2 pieces that like will really be a changer. I think one is offensively and maybe one like in the pass rush category. So I see them being very motivated to make some plays. So that's why I'm going to put them there, because I think, like you said, especially if Tampa Bay wins, that ball's up for grabs and it's intercepted and returning the ball. Oh, look at this. Nice job, blockers. Kyle Fuller, former Bear, picks it off, 32 seconds. So you know what, Tom, we can pick this conversation up obviously in the next one. So why don't we just get into it here? Who is going to be your, what is it? I call it the rusty nickel, but I really don't know what that thing is.
Oh, the wooden nickel?
The wooden
Krusty
nickel.
Kaufman wooden nickel.
No.
MVP.
No. Bring it back. We're not calling it that crap award name. It is the your boy TC Fresh, Krusty Player of the Game.
Wooden nickel player of the game.
Please.
He is going to be. This is going to shake a lot of people because you can't roster him. I guess if you can roster Washington's defense, I'm going with Chase Young, man.
Good call.
Chase Young / Washington DST is going to get my wooden nickel. So if he's ever in St. Louis, he has just won himself a free small soft-serve ice cream cone, courtesy of Lion's Choice Roast Beef.
And what about your fade of the day?
Ooh, it's got to be my man McLaurin just not showing up at all. The wide receiver one, tons of talent, best player on Washington's offensive side of the ball. You got to go with McLaurin.
Yeah, Steelers DST also kind of let us down here. Just 4 points non-captained.
Great point.
I finished 25th. Thank you to our ops team, Kyle and Jim bounced. We got our Drew stack, Andrew, our technical advisor, and Drew, our producer. Those guys were great today. Let's give it up for them. Give it up for the Drew stack. Give it up for Kyle and Jim and ops. TC, we're going to be back in less than an hour, so I have nothing really nice to say about you except for the fact that I enjoy you, but I'm not going to overdo it because I'll do it later. We got our Royal Rumble preview show between the Jets and Bills as well. That's Sim. Get in the contest. Glash and Lamarca will take it over later tonight. Texans, Eagles, Lions, Ravens. They'll have plenty to talk about with those teams. Jets, Bills. We'll break down one of those off seasons. I'm leaning towards the Jets. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess there's more intrigue there because the Bills are probably going to try and just run it back, right? So I think we'll hit both.
All right, we'll talk about them. We're going to have some fun. We'll be with you guys back. And again, we'll probably be back on here in about 45 minutes. Be real, be good, go enjoy some dinner. Stay hydrated, be nice to people. Text somebody you haven't texted in about like 3 years. See how they're doing. We'll catch you later. Bye. Oh, welcome back in, DK Sim Fam, Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll. We got a game for you. It is a Sunday night. It's that great time, twilight here in the East Coast, and a bitter cold wherever you are. Hope you're warm, hope you're well, hope you're excited because we get Jets, Buffalo, and simulated Buffalo. Tom, looking at this one, got it. I have to. Oh, it's too late. I'm not even going to bother. I think I left literally way too much money on the table in this one. But where did you go here? We lineups haven't locked yet, but spoil your captain for us.
I'm going to shock a lot of people with this, but here we go. Frank Gore.
All right, everybody, it's been real. We're going to get Tom out of here. We're going to bring Daniel in on it because that is ridiculous.
Hear me out, okay? Running back 2,
Yep.
$1,500 in the captain spot. Running back 2 can vulture a touchdown.
We've seen it. Kaka.
So
We've seen it.
to have a running back 2 that low with the caliber of Frank Gore, Hall of Fame numbers, consummate professional, has played for 3 of the 4 AFC East teams.
What does this have to
It
do
just
with?
was so low, I couldn't ignore it. $1,500 in the captain spot, and it gave me all the flexibility in the world to do anything I wanted the rest of my lineup.
Okay, I'll give you definitely the latter portion. All the other stuff sounded like a bunch of jumbled up crap, but that last piece is great because you do have the flexibility to really dominate the rest of the way.
Heck yeah.
So lineups have locked. I need to know. Forget about my lineup. Now I'm so intrigued by yours. What the heck did you do with all this money?
Josh Allen, Le'Veon Bell, Sam Darnold, Stephon Diggs, Lee Smith. Lee Smith was
Good
my
call
punt
on the Lee
play
Smith.
at $6,600.
And he was cheaper. He's more expensive than your captain.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, so we have 129 in our contest.
Oh, I want Frank Gore to score so bad. Oh, man.
So my lineup, I think, stinks out loud, but we'll see. Josh Allen in the captain, which was like a gajillion dollars. Stephon Diggs teamed him up. Le'Veon Bell, the RB1, the guy who gets the carries. Brashard Perriman.
Who I also have.
Bills D, taking a shot there. And Dawson Knox, who's such a dumb play on my part, but you never know. Because I keep forgetting Lee Smith dominates in these things, but he was also super cheap. So that's where I went.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a lot of similar players. I just gave myself more flexibility to have better players at the back end of my lineup than you did.
Yeah, I think. I don't. You still have Frank Gore as your captain,
I
though.
got Frank Gore, baby. The old
need him to
man, Frank Gore. His son is playing at Southern Miss right now. And Frank Gore is still technically in the league, not retired. It's looking like he probably will retire.
One more
of that
year,
leg
Frank.
injury.
Keep it
Come
coming.
to New England. Honestly, complete the circle. Right?
No, I'm all set with him in New
Okay.
England, but
Okay, Frank Gore played for the Dolphins, the Jets, the Bills, and the Indianapolis Colts, former AFC East member. So not only if he comes to the Patriots will he do all of the current, he also got a former division team in there too. Come on, just come over. You wouldn't want a little Frank Gore if he still has gas left in the tank.
No, I don't. I really don't. Personally, as a Patriots guy, I think running back, I'm all set. I got enough.
We do. We have a lot. We have a
I
lot.
would
of
say
great
go to. We talked about Pittsburgh last time. He'd be a nice fit in Pittsburgh. There's another guy.
You're out on Frank Gore.
Well, I'm not. I don't just
You're
don't want him for not for my team. I'm not out of him in the NFL. David over on the old YouTube saying my Madden Sim goats, Rossi and Tommy Boy. Let's go.
Yes.
That's really nice. Appreciate that.
Let's go. That means greatest of all time for those who are wondering.
But I'm going to be honest. I'm not putting myself in that category. David, I appreciate that very much. Appreciate.
If we're going by my
positivity.
lineups, it's not the case for me. I finished towards the bottom because I put guys like Frank Gore in my captain spot. But hey, I go into the positive attitude.
I like to consider myself more of a boat than a goat. Personally, I'm more of a boat guy. As long as I don't capsize it by sitting on one side, like in the movie Tommy Boy. I'm more of a best of all time. We should just all day explain all analogies and like short Twitter handle stuff.
People say goat all the time. I'm sure there's people out there that didn't know what it meant.
I'm going to say that that's not true. I'm going to say that of the people watching us right now, they all knew what it meant. That's just my opinion, and that is not fact. So facts are here, though. Highest owned. Here's your top 5. Basically my lineup. It is Josh Allen, 80%, dude. Almost 81. Le'Veon Bell, 62. Diggs, 57. Chris Herndon.
In my lineup.
Chris Herndon, 42. Brashard Perriman, 37. I have 3 of the 4 of the 5 top owned, so I'm chalky over here.
I got 1, 2, 3.
Gore's here we go. Jordan Lindenbaum. Here he comes. Gore at captain is dumb. I shouldn't even read the rest. He never gets a touch. Some guys have low ceiling. He has no ceiling.
Okay,
Frank
let's
Gore
see.
is flexed, by the way.
No ceilings.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne, great mixtape back in the day.
He is owned in 0.38. I don't even think he
That's right.
registered. You captained him, and I don't even think it registered.
That's right, baby.
Look at what the heck just is going on here.
What just happened?
I literally was looking at the ownership, and boom, whoop, there
Same.
it is. Chocolata,
Oh my God.
chocolata, chocolata. Touchdown on the boot, baby. What in the world?
Oh my God.
This is insane. We're off to a great sim and slow, and I'm not happy about that. But that ain't nothing to do with it. It ain't about me. It ain't about you. It's about the sim fan. Look at this. Who would have thought? Betty saying announcers not even paying attention with the crying emojis.
No, because we were focused. Frank Gore threw us all for a loop. People
Yeah,
wanting to play me head-to-head now because they think I start guys like Frank Gore in my real-life lineups. No, absolutely not. No one can play me head-to-head because
You
I don't want you
believe
taking advantage of me.
Can you believe Frank Gore just scored on the first play? That's crazy. You both missed a kick 6. Great work. Hey, Johnny H. Sorry, just doing what we normally do. Barely pay attention, entertain, and then, whoops. I literally had my eye on a different, in our behind-the-scenes
So
Slack
does
channel, reading the ownership.
Does he get points for that? Is it weird like fantasy football where
No,
the
that's-
DST gets points, or does
You know what? I'll be
Roberts
honest.
get the points?
I believe was Roberts is draftable, right? Yeah, so I think both would. But we'll find out. I'll let Ops team. We got a great Ops crew. We have Zach and we have Tate. If you guys could drop that knowledge on us, because it's very rare we see a return on a kickoff. That is like the second time I've ever seen it. And to be honest, I didn't
And
see it.
you didn't even see it. I didn't see it.
I saw it on the
the
YouTube.
replay.
Yeah. Oh man, that's unbelievable. All right, here comes Le'Veon Bell off the left side, going nowhere. So just to give you guys a little structure, we'll probably talk, for those who are just joining us, Barry Walding, Matthew, David, Johnny H, Marcus, Bonzo, Marcus Clutch, Edmund, Mancho, obviously Jordan Lindenbaum, hashtag team always here, Evans, Royce, Mark. Smash that like button. We're going to talk a little bit of the offseason for both of these teams. Obviously, a week away from the big game, legit like this time, a week from now. Big sack from Buffalo. So we're going to talk a little offseason by both of these teams. We can continue a little bit of the trade talk that happened. Talk really anything you want. Got questions, toss them in there. Especially, we can center it around these teams at different points, though, Tom, right?
I'm also going to give you a Royal Rumble minute. Second half, fourth quarter. 1 minute. Yes,
Right.
I will we'll put 60 seconds on the clock. You'll have 1 minute to get all your Royal Rumble takes out there before it gets underway.
You have
The Royal Rumble minute
60
from
seconds.
Rossi.
60 seconds, my butt. I need at least 2. I'm taking 120 seconons. I'm stretching.
Well,
There's-
no, you call it the Royal
I
Rumble
know.
minute, but then you go as long as you want.
So back in the day when I was producing for afternoon show here in Boston, we used to have the Rossi Wrestling Minute, and it was about like 7 minutes. So I know
Yeah,
what
there
you're
you go. Exactly.
So yeah, we see you guys dropping it. Yeah, you can drop some Royal Rumble stuff in there too. You know I'm passionate. You know I got that going on. Edmund says, Jason, yes, kick return, first play of game by Roberts. Edmund, get in here. Take my position. We're going to get a punt here from the Jets. A measly 2 minutes into the game. Absolutely killing me.
We know that you and I can go hardcore play-by-play. We did it last night for the Broncos for like the whole fourth quarter.
We did.
It probably wasn't the whole fourth quarter, but it felt like an eternity.
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to go just straight, calm plays. Screw it. Here we go. This series. Ready? We're going to do it this series. Josh Allen's going to take the field here, coming off of a big win in his last sim. He got trips up the top with the 2 tight end set. Stephon Diggs, lone receiver down. He's got Singletary deflects. Caught down the middle, wide open receiver, gets to the 40-yard line. Josh Allen, first pass of the game complete.
Finding John Brown up the middle, one of the great acquisitions by Buffalo a few years ago. They have such a good wide receiver core up here in upstate New York. Talent top to bottom. Stephon Diggs, clearly the class of that wide receiver room, but making everyone elevate their game here. So Bills really like what they have on the offensive side.
Shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the top. Singletary next to him. Man in motion is Diggs. He's right behind the receiver, Beasley. Looking for him, and very horrible pass there by Josh Allen. Not even close. If he was trying to miss the pass, he was complete.
Yeah, didn't see a lot of that from Josh Allen this year. Had one of the better years of any quarterback in the league. Going to get some MVP votes. Not going to win, but showing in the future he could be a guy that's in discussion for that award.
Yeah, it was an MVP candidate through the season. See if he can complete it here in the shotgun again. All shotgun formation. Has a receiver caught. Definitely seeing something there on the right-hand side of the defense. That is John Brown with just the second completion of the game. Second catch to John Brown. They're moving here.
Buffalo offense taking what the Jets giving them. Let's take another look at this play here. Looking to the sidelines. John Brown cuts to the middle of the field. Great hands. Brings it into the body, goes down, secures the ball. That's a catch. Bills are moving.
Yeah, John Brown with those custom gloves. You see the star underneath because he is a superstar trait for Josh Allen. 4 wide here. Quick pump fake. Has time. Has a receiver. Going. Caught.
Oh,
Stephon Diggs at the 22-yard line. First catch of the game for 22 yards.
Steph Diggs showing why he's one of the best receivers in football there. Toe tapping on the sidelines. Let's watch that again. Josh Allen. Great throw.
Yeah,
putting it right where the receiver can get it. Brings it in. It's a first down for the Bills as they are right near the red zone.
Under center, the give to Singletary. He's going to make one move. Can't make a second move miss. The linebacking core for the Jets leaves a lot to be desired here after no more Jamal Adams kind of roaming around the backfields, the back end of their defense. So they can be picked on in the passing game. Also can right there, passing game complements this running game. Josh Allen here in the gun. Singletary to his left. Diggs slanting across the middle. He's going up top again. Not going to complete it.
Okay, I got to address the chat here. Mike Bizzle. Tommy, you sound a bit audio ready. Not that it's a bad thing, but I like the off the cuff more. Yeah. That's what we like to do too.
Right,
we don't like doing the play-by-play. I mean, we were just trying to show we could do it. We didn't
We're gonna
even
finish
make it
the
a whole.
drive. No, we're gonna finish it.
Okay,
fine.
fine.
Josh Allen in the gun, got the tight end close to the set here. He's got Singletary wide open, still wide open. Throw the ball to him, got him. They're on a 3rd and 5, short of the first down.
Big decision here from the Bills coaching staff. Sean McDermott is going to send out the kicker here, take the guaranteed 3 points, go up 10 on the Jets. That's what I would do here. I don't have any fear of the Jets offense. Just take the points and let's move on here.
Yeah, you're already up by 7. Sean McDermott does get aggressive, though, in the red zone. We've seen him go for plays like this around a 30% clip. So we'll see. They are going to go for it here, Tom. Wow. They load up the box.
Aggressive early.
Looks like it's still Singletary in the backfield. The give is to him.
Yeah, there you
He's
go.
got
Great
the first.
push.
Getting to the 10-yard line with 3.5 remaining here. 7-0. The Bills return the opening kickoff for a touchdown. MVP candidate Josh Allen has hit 4 passes on this drive. Singletary with 2 runs, including the last one for a first down. At the 10-yard line, this is where you could see Big Lee Smith get involved, or the favorite target, Stephon Diggs. Bottom of the set, throw quick. Another absolutely horrendous pass from Josh Allen, looking like he's trying to throw incompletions.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you're a Bills fan, this is why you got to like the direction this team is going in, right? I mean, early in the game, 4th and 1, you go for it. Now you got a chance at another 7 here to go up 14-0 on your
I just spilled my tea. God darn it. The night is ruined. The night is ruined. And I just lost my screen. Josh Allen under center while there's steaming hot tea on my lap. Josh Allen scrambles out, has the touchdown. My crotch is on fire. Josh Allen for the touchdown.
The big man can move. Josh Allen scampers in as my broadcast partner is covered in hot liquid.
It's unbelievable. It burns, but Josh Allen burns his way into a touchdown on a cold night. My socks are wet too. This night is ruined. This night is ruined.
Now, did you fully spill your mug there, partner?
I sure did, sir. I don't know if you can see the drips here in the Zoom screen, but I got a wet Flash sock here from Target. That's coming off. The chicken nugget toes are being unleashed. They could use as much moisture. I got calluses like you wouldn't believe. But an extra point makes it a 14-0 game. Buffalo over the Jets. Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, we're done. We're done with play-by-play. You guys got your fix.
Tom.
That felt like an hour
It's a
of my
mess.
life.
It's a mess.
Let's let Rossi vent here about the wetness on the keyboard.
Oh, yeah, it's everywhere.
Dude.
It's everywhere. Hold on.
Hey, at least it didn't mess up your sim here. I mean, as far as your video feed.
Look at that teabag, just lone teabag, just chilling.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
So I keep my water bottle very, very far away from my laptop.
Oh, dear God. How do I have to mop this up down here?
Rossi, not gonna lie, I spilled an entire huge Nalgene bottle worth of water.
Yeah.
While I was working at ESPN in a control room.
Oh,
and
the worst.
Messed up so much stuff. It was like $10,000 worth of damage, probably.
They could actually like malfunction the stuff.
Yes, everything.
They must have loved you.
So I got written up for it, but here's the thing: it wasn't my fault. Like,
oh, here we go.
Here's the situation. So I was on a laptop, not my laptop. I was on a desktop on like the side of the room, sort of away from stuff.
Sure.
And I was working on something, and the TV producer comes into our radio booth, and he was like, "Oh, I need a pen." And this guy never brought a pen. It was always very frustrating. He'd always borrow our pens.
It's always that guy.
So he's like, I need a pen. So instead of asking me, hey, Tom, can you pass me a pen from the mug that's next to you? He reached his entire body across this counter. And he was like basically on top of me trying to reach this pen. And I had just taken a sip from my Nalgene bottle. And so I just put it down next to me and didn't put the cap back on it yet, just because I had literally just put it down. And his belly hit the Nalgene bottle.
Is he a big boy?
And it spilled all over the cap.
Was he like a big? You said his belly. So is he like a little? Does he have a big belly? Am I gone? Is Tom gone? I think we lost Tom. How do we lose Tom somehow? And I'm in the middle of there's literally tea everywhere. Tom is gone. He's been fired for spill. Like ESPN just cracked the code in here. They remembered it was him. Millions of dollars worth of damages. They just kicked him out. My camera's destroyed. Laptop's destroyed. But we're getting back in the action here. We see you, DK Sim fam. If any of you have a towel, sorry, Madison, it's only the first quarter. It really is. We're in complete S-show mode here. Yes, I got tea bags over here. I really did. The tea's everywhere. The bags on the... This is absolute destruction. I wish my camera was a little bit better so I could show you, like, all the destruction. But nonetheless. Yeah, so we are here. Bills up 14-0. If you're just joining us, it was a Sam Roberts return touchdown on the kickoff. You don't see that often. And then you had a Josh Allen running it in while I dropped scalding hot tea all over my lap, my feet, and it's just a puddle underneath my desk at this point. My desk is probably going to have that water stain ruin, which always stinks. Let's see. Over on Twitch, Germ says, hello, friends. How are we doing? Not great. Be honest with you, Germ, not great. But you know what? We're going to turn this sun gun around because it's Sunday night. We got Sims, week away from the Super Bowl. For those that give two craps, it's the Royal Rumble. I'm pumped. I'm jacked. Sam Darnold's 4 for 5 for 44. $1.20 left here in the first. Mike Business says, don't forget to bring a towel. Now, I actually have a small towel, like one of those workout, like, I don't know, like cotton fiber towels. But like once you kind of get those wet, it's hard to like reuse. So I'm just going to get to the toes portion later. Hope you're okay, Rossi. I'm okay. Appreciate puddle of stank. That's right. Unbelievable. And ground control to Major Tom. Tom deuced on us. He must have spilled tea. He was talking all about, I keep my water away. He probably just knocked out his cable. 4th and 3 here. Sam Darnold looking for much more than the first. It's going to be incomplete. 56 seconds remain. Buffalo already up 14-0. Take it back over. Football is fake. Comedy is real, says Mike Bizzle. And so is the hot tea. It was such a bad call on my part to bring tea down. So early. Like, I haven't even eaten dinner. Who has tea before dinner? Just wanted something else than water. My fault. Happens. Robbie Noble, we see you. The pipes are calling. It was the director that spilled the drink. It's unbelievable. Hope you guys are having fun. Smash that like. Stephon Diggs with the grab. Having a nice start to this game. Again, the first quarters can really obviously set the tone. Captain Obvious, but 40 yards for Diggs in the first quarter. Josh Allen looks locked in. Just don't have him throw, those really horrible passes over the middle. And it's going to be a high-scoring game for them. All the way saying he's entering the ring. It's the number 12 contestant tonight. We'll see. I need number 20 to win in the pool I'm in for the men, 21, I believe, for the women. Here comes Josh Allen in the gun, 24 seconds and counting here, left in the first quarter. Man in motion is Diggs. See a little under 400 of you here. Here it comes. Josh Allen searching, looking, scrambles out to his left, taking off. Josh Allen makes a move, gets the first down as Tom Carroll comes back from what looks like a potato. He looks like he is joining us live from a potato as we're going to get to the end of the first.
Rossi, I
What
don't know
happened,
what
Tom?
happened. My internet just died.
Did you spill tea? Did you spill tea?
No, that's the thing. I was just talking about how it wasn't my fault.
Oh, here
that
we
the
go.
water messed up the thing at ESPN when I was working there, and then as I'm saying that, my internet completely dies.
Oh, I didn't
don't
know I was doing
what
a
the
6.
heck happened.
What's going on with 6 o'clock streams? All right, with all these people in the Midwest. All right, Christian's internet literally is like it's being worked on by toddlers at 6 o'clock. Now we got Tom Carroll, same deal.
That's the first time it's ever died like that. I mean, I've had internet.
If it
problems.
dies, it dies.
My fiance is standing in the middle of the living room. Morgan,
With
can
an
you look out
antenna-
the window
with
and
an
see if we're
ant-
having like some sort of weather event?
Tom, turn your camera. Turn the booyah.
Is that better? Okay, maybe we might be having some weather that is affecting our internet right now. Obviously,
What is this?
I
what
don't
is
know.
this?
I mean, we're in tornado row here in this country, so we get some crazy rain sometimes.
By the way, I like my new angle. I think this angle works for me. I had to drop. I usually have it on something that got soaked. You know what I usually have my computer boosted up on? It's actually kind of sad now, and now it's soaked. There's a Patriots bobblehead 3-pack. Can't see with my gigantic light, but that is Julian Edelman, Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski. I might as well turn this into a freaking pan. You know what? I'm throwing. Freaking Buccaneers. You've been nothing but trash to me. You've broken my heart, all three of you. Even Edelman didn't play.
I'm trying to make a stand here, a makeshift stand.
This game literally is that your hand or was that?
That was Morgan's hand. Hi.
Get her in here too.
No, she does not want to be on camera right now.
It's not about what she wants; it's what we need. All right, we are off the rails here. Stats good through one, says Daniel. Wow. Shout out to Daniel and Madison, by the way. Honestly, they have 3 games. They got Glash and Lamarca, so they're gonna have Glash and a guy who's gonna literally roll out of bed at about 7:45, roll out, be the man. Love Lamarca. I just hope it's smoother sailing after this. But we still got 3 quarters to go here. 14-0 Buffalo.
We're back. My internet's back. I'm hopping back in this Zoom from my laptop.
Wait till we're off. We're off here. You're good. You do whatever you want. That's a nice spin move from Devin Singletary.
Wow. I'm sorry, guys.
Just stop talking about it. Don't worry about it. 4-way tie in the free classic. 24-way in the free showdown. Tom, whenever there's technical difficulties, if people don't, I've literally dropped off before, talked for 10 minutes, and it was with Emerson. He just pretended like I was there the whole time. You don't have to say anything. Don't worry about it.
I just like to be transparent here.
And I like to lie. It's my favorite thing to do, just lie.
I think it's one of the beautiful things about the Sim fam, you know? You just
lie to each other?
You tell the truth at all times.
Oh, get the
accountability.
Bonzo, I got you. I'm going to get the ball. We're not going to do... Oh, we might need it. We might need Club Madden tonight. We might need to get funky like a monkey tonight. Because we're just having one of those nights. Club Madden belongs to Ross. Yeah, it does. No, I appreciate like, if people were wondering, I always take shots at people. I'll take shots at Glash in here, BK, Kenny.
Not me, ever.
No, I don't think only in the sim. I mean, I'll say, little digs about those guys. It's all, Emerson right now, me and him have straight beefaroni going on the Twitter machine. But I totally respect every single one of these dudes, and I love working with all of them. Some days, don't get me wrong, I think some of them. kill me. Like, and I'm sure I stink to some of them too.
I'm back.
You're never gone, Tom. You were never gone. There's a completion there. Josh Allen is 6 of 9, over 100 yards here in the first quarter and change.
I was gone, Rossi. I will not lie to the people.
Robbie Noble says new angle makes your head look more regular size. Me or him? I think they
definitely,
mean me.
Definitely talking about me. No,
I don't know. I don't know what they.
No,
were,
the head thing is a big sticking point for people with me.
Oh, okay. Lots of beef, my homie. I do. Trust me, that guy is on. I'm on his crap list right now. He is not a fan of mine, Mr. Emerson Lazio. You don't get on his bad side. He seems like he'd be very vicious if you got on his bad side. Like over those like super nice people, if you ever really aggravate him, which I think I did, I think he's like, oof. So for blood. He said he wanted hashtag like rigged Rossi to trend or something to him, but he was having at me. There's Josh Allen doing what he always does on those crossing routes, throwing absolute horrible passes. Stop it. Stop it, Josh. You're better than that.
Just stop it. Cody Holderfield asking me, Tom, where do we still stand with Deshaun Watson? I'm still of the mind that he's going to end up in Miami. That's just where I stand on it. I mean...
I've told you my thoughts. I'll make it very quick, make it very easy. He's going to be a Houston Texan quarterback next year and for the next few years. That's my belief. I think when a player says it, and nothing's actually been truly public at this point, I still think there's too much movement, and it's going to cost too much for a team to get him. Guess what? Deshaun, you signed a contract last year. Suck it up,
Shouldn't have signed it.
Just suck it up. Suck it up. You're making millions of dollars, and you have a pretty decent, like, of all the teams, like, what did you think? Like, did you really see this? You got rid of the bad coach. You didn't like Bill O'Brien. Okay, he's gone. We're moving on. Oh, you want to pick the coach? That's not how it goes. Oh, you want to pick the GM? Not how it goes. I want to pick my boss, right? I would love that. Like, if I could pick my boss right now, I'd be like, Madison, you are my boss. You control my destiny. Let's go.
She already is your boss.
She's not, but I would love her to be. I don't even know if I have a boss. She's my dictator. She rules. My destiny is in Madison's hands. But if you know what I'm saying, like if I could have her and Daniel be like, Madison's my coach, Daniel's my GM. Like, let's roll because we are gonna kick some butt. But I don't get to make those decisions. So
Thank God we did this sim with Madison because, you know, she was able to text me the Zoom link. If this was another producer, I don't know, guys. Might have been gone for a while.
Wow, just shots fired at Drew.
It's
basically.
true. No, I don't.
Earlier,
they don't have my numbers. They don't have my number.
I have your number. Look at this. Daniel says Rossi would be my first pick. Let's not lie, Daniel. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a huge lie. We all know you're picking Goff.
See, I would think I would be somewhere in like the maybe like
late round steal.
Well, I don't know how many. If we're just doing a DK host draft, like, I'm guessing
I like
I'd be
that.
somewhere.
Do you want to do that right now?
Sure. I'm just trying to. Well, power rankings.
Okay.
I don't think I'd be anywhere higher than 5, and that's even pushing it.
Okay, interesting. So who's your top? Who's ahead of you then?
I would say, in the eyes of the fans, as well as the staff, I would say like Emerson 1. I'm guessing, but Emerson also does aggravate people. Not like in real life. Like he just is a little wonky, and he's the best. Yeah. Like he's the best dude. Don't get me wrong. But I still think he's number 1. Him and Glash, I think, are your top 2, is my guess. And you guys can, and obviously Madison, actually, and Daniel, don't say a word. Just this is weird. I don't even know why we're doing this. But I'm guessing it's those 2. Reed has got to be up there because Reed is literally like a saint. Like I want to like spend time with Reed. I want to like fly him to my like area, let him like stay in the like my house and just like talk to me. He just seems like the most chill, likable, easy to get along with guy. He's kind of like a Moose in that instance, but I feel like Reed would be. This is just I'm wondering here. Who else? Goff would be like in all reality. Goff's professionalism, Goff's like fandom. Goff's got a good following with this crew.
Mm-hmm. He's into it.
Captain Blood says Rossi's a solid punt play. That's what I'm looking for. So I think those guys definitely. Christian, like what happened with me in this tee, if it was Christian and your computer didn't collapse, Tom, like I think you would have been right there.
Oh wow.
Because you know what would have happened if
I had a bad workout.
You did. You screwed us. No.
I had a bad interview with the GM and owner there.
Yeah, you pulled the enemy. Nice kick.
I don't know what happened, man.
It's all good.
That was insane.
Tommy,
look, it's hard for me to give a true draft because I have only worked with and this is going to sound like a lot when I list it out, but there's a lot of people that I haven't worked with. Like I've worked with Ducey, I've worked with Rossi, I've worked with Geoff, I've worked with
Moose might be higher than me too.
Goff, Glash, and Emerson. So I've worked with 6 people.
You never worked with LaMarca, BK. You never worked with Christian, you said, right?
Nope.
Christian's good.
And granted, I'm usually only available at night. On the weekends, I'm available during the day, but I'm a nighttime guy. So these are the guys. That's why I've only worked with Emerson, I think, 3 times.
Yeah, and Glash usually does like night stuff, so I understand.
Yeah, Glash and I are together a lot. Goff and I are together a lot. Those are my dudes.
Yeah, Glash and LaMarca will be with you guys the rest of the way after this. Again, we got Madison and Daniels. Honestly, if you want to smash in the like for those 2 alone, just for the 4 that they have to work with us suckers right now on a Sunday. Madison, did you have I was wondering about this. It's dinner time. Are you like a chicken breast, like with salad type of person for dinner?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm guessing, but I have no idea. Because I know your lunch. I don't even have to say it. We both know. But I'm thinking dinner. I was curious about that. Usually
salads for dinner.
Salad, but just no protein? Just straight greens?
It's interesting.
Wait. She says wait. Salads for lunch. Yeah, that
lunch.
I know.
That makes more sense.
With the veggie, turkey, burger, whatever. She said type that. Okay, so what's dinner? I'm very intrigued. And you guys can drop your dinner in there as well. Geoff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, and
what I'm
Matt
having for dinner.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Look at this. Beyond Walk or whatever. Geoff Ulrich, Kenny Ducey, and Matt Lamarca are promoters and use DK and play their personal accounts and games offer advice on. Don't know how that ties in, but I give them credit for that. Jordan Lindenbaum says, my top 5 is Glash, Goff, M, Lamarca, Ducey. That's all good here. There's no bad.
I am offended.
I'm definitely not. Tom is actually going to come after you now. Seriously, producer Madison is top notch as Mike Bizzle. How many rings does Dennis Rodman have? I don't know. I'm just going to guess 3.
3?
Yeah, I think it's 3. Here we go. I prep out dinners usually on Monday, Tuesday, and I usually grab recipes online from America's Test Kitchen Cookbook. Okay, didn't ask for all this, so what did you eat? It says last week was chicken and cauliflower. What is that? Toscano soup. Okay.
Sounds delicious.
Sounds fancy.
Sounds Italian, which is usually good.
Haven't eaten dinner yet, LOL. Okay, moving on from Madison's dinner.
Wait, Rossi, I have a question for you. You said you ate a bunch of Chinese food yesterday. What was on the Chinese food menu? Because we didn't actually end up talking about it. Because you were hot last night. Like you came in ready to roll. I didn't even have a chance to ask you, but Chinese food is not something that I eat a ton of out here in St. Louis. I don't know if it's just not as much of a thing as it is in the Northeast, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like there's good sushi places here, but like the Chinese food that you and I know, it's not as big around here. Although I will say, best crab rangoon I've ever had is a place near my fiance's place out in Baldwin. Continue.
Okay, for me, it was just, I love certain things. Oh, look at this. Matt said, we ate fried rice and dumplings for lunch, a salad later tonight. Either way, turkey, burger, patty, grilled chicken. I got you, if you must know. I did, and I didn't, and I know you wanted to tell us. 17-0 Buffalo. So yesterday, my Chinese food order usually in somewhere in this realm. We ordered way too much food. You can check on Twitter. I posted the table of stuff. But not that you really have to do that. It's actually CD Rossi if you're bored. But I love, there's a dish called sub gum chow mein, meatless. It's literally just it's like a vegetable stew. All my friends make fun of me. It's one of my favorites. It's Josh Allen just ripping through. He fumbles the ball at the 12-yard line, picked up by the Jets. This could be their way to turn this game around.
Oh, you got it from Kowloon? Nice.
Oh, yeah, dude. I dominate. I actually have a Colin bag right here. I love the Colin. Look at this. Just
never. So
handy.
honestly, I got to be completely honest. I've never been to the Kowloon, and it's like on a bucket list for me to go. It's like this legendary Chinese place north of Boston.
You come back, and I got you.
Oh, that'd be legendary.
David,
do
no
a
snow
DK
yet.
dinner at Kowloon.
No, not a D. Just me and you. I'm not inviting everybody.
All on Rossi.
Yeah, Madison and Daniel can come too. Anybody that's local, actually, screw that. I would do it. I would do it. We'll wait till it's outdoor safety. Come here in like the spring.
Exactly.
They have a nice outdoor setup. Honestly, my treat. We'll do that.
Heck yeah.
Nice catch here. 38 seconds. So I had sub-dub chow mein, chicken fingers, pork, boneless pork strips. What else? I had a little bit of an egg roll. Not a big fan, but it was just there. Lo mein. I'm a big lo mein fan. I'm not as big of a rice person. Teriyaki steak, beef and broccoli.
So you had a smorgasbord.
Oh, when we do it like family style, and I don't eat a ton. Like, I'm not saying I'm like, oh, look at me, Mr. Fit, but I don't eat a ton of food. But I eat small doses several
that's the way
times.
to do it.
It's like a slow. It's like paper cutting my way through it.
Yes.
Oh, I'll just have a scoop of this, scoop of that. Then like
It's a
3 hours
marathon,
later,
baby. It's a marathon.
and you have to way over order on trying. If you're doing it with if it's just me and my wife, like I try to under order because I know I'll eat it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're doing like we went big, we spent like way too much money. But it was my dad's 70th, so we ripped it.
Oh yeah, that's when you go all out. Yeah, I mean, 70 is a huge number. Someone in the chat asking if we've talked about last night's SNL. We haven't, but I definitely want to watch it. I'm a huge Office fan. John Krasinski hosted.
I didn't even see it.
And Machine Gun Kelly was the
was he?
musical artist. Fun fact for you, the girl I went to senior prom with was posting a bunch of Instagram videos from during the day today of her like partying with Machine Gun Kelly. Ergo, I partied with Machine Gun Kelly. No, just kidding. But that prompts me to want to watch SNL now even more because I saw her posting Instagram videos of partying with him.
I'll tell you right now, Machine Gun Kelly's latest album, fire. Yeah, he doesn't rap. It's more, excuse me. I'm like a pig. By the way, my microphone has been moved this whole time. I just realized. I don't know if I sounded different. Machine Gun Kelly did like a pop punk album, and it was fan-freaking-tastic.
Yeah, I think he's kind of underrated.
Yeah, I think he got a bad rep because obviously he had beef with Eminem, so that always kind of puts you in a bad spot. But that'll do it for the first half. We'll talk more about that. I did not see SNL. I know Madison probably did. She's a huge SNLer. But the new Machine Gun Kelly, I had a podcast recently on the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We talked about 2020 albums, and he was on my top 5. It was that good. And it was a year of like down. It was such a pop music year. So
yeah. And you're a music guy too. So this,
love it.
I take your opinion seriously in this realm. In every realm, but especially this realm.
No, let's not go every realm. I also told you the Detroit Lions are going to be a big turnaround. The Panthers are going to have the number 1 overall pick. So, take the good with the bad. Anyways, He's Tom Carroll right here. Look at him, smiling. Good dude. At your boy, TC Fresh. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Pleasure to be with you guys on a Sunday night. Hope you're doing well, staying safe. If you're in the East Coast, it's going to be a big snowstorm coming through over the next few days. We got producer Madison, who's in the midst of debating her soup, Chinese, chicken breast, turkey burger, flip de soleil dinner. We also have Daniel on the 1s and 2s. He's going to be watching the Rumble tonight as well. Tate and Zach on ops. Devin Singletary stinks. Receiving, interesting enough, Le'Veon Bell, most catches, 42 yards. Diggs got the 5 yards that is leading the way. Touchdowns in this game, again, are just, it's very odd. You got, Singletary scored, who scored on the ground from that last drive? It was, I know Josh Allen ran one in. We had the return on defense. And it was, Josh Allen. So what was that other touchdown? Listen, who knows what's going on in this game? Don't even ask me, all right? What am I here, to call the game? Or am I spilling tea all over myself? Throwing footballs around.
It was the kickoff return for the touchdown to start the game.
Oh, yeah, it's only 2. Duh, it's only 2 touchdowns. Yes. I'm an idiot.
You were confusing me for a second here. Maybe I shouldn't listen to everything you say, Ross.
Oh, don't. Absolutely not. You know what it is? I consider field goals touchdowns, so that's what it was.
Oh, that's what it is, yeah. Yeah, stack them kickers. Hey, I got a question for you, Rossi. So when I was on my phone instead of the laptop, how much better was the video quality on my phone?
Well, you're in a small box to me. Daniel will have to answer that one. Because you looked good. You did look good.
iPhone cameras, for my money, so much nicer than laptop cameras.
Yeah, unless you have like Moose has a nice laptop camera. He got like a new one, but everything else. Oh, look at this. Hey, Rossi, you were in second. Lewis, you know what? Can't even look at it. Now, and I'm not even going to look. I'm too scared.
Yeah, don't jinx it. That's like, don't jinx the perfect game. I'm actually in the 70s here, which I'm very surprised by because I have Frank Gore as my captain. I don't think he has seen the field yet.
Yeah, why would you be surprised by being 70s?
I feel like I would be way lower.
Yeah, Daniel's saying your phone camera is way better. I bet you all of ours are, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because most laptop computer, well, actually, the Mac one I have is decent. You can see by my fuzziness, I look ridiculous. I got to get this thing boosted back up. I threw that Tom Brady set.
I'm thinking, I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm thinking out loud here. I might get a little stand for my phone so I can use that as my camera for Sims.
See if I can show you this thing.
Yeah, something like that. Right.
Oh, this little contraption.
Yeah, I might get one of those and have that be my camera, and then have that plugged into a charger at all times so it doesn't die or anything. And then also log into the Zoom on my laptop so then I can see like the live feed of the game.
I feel like we're having a complete off-camera conversation right now. I love you, Tom. Love your microwave more. No offenses, Mike Bizzle.
It's fair. I love my microwave.
Watch Rossi not shave until July 4th. Red, white, and blue. No,
good call. Or just dress like Uncle Sam.
A lot of people now, I think my shaving schedule, they are questioning. I don't know, to be honest, when I'm going to go back.
I think 4th of July as Uncle Sam is the move.
No, I can't do it again that long.
Maybe wait till Easter. Use the beard as part of an Easter bunny costume.
When you get the good feeling of a nice shave, you're kind of like, I wouldn't mind that again. It's been literally a little under a month. I did it like a month ago when I shaved, and it was awesome. Might need it again. We'll see. It's like females when you dye your hair or something, or change your hair, you go up or down. Like this is.
Hey, Luke Murphy saying that I'm his favorite. He says a lot of other stuff, but there we go. I got one guy picking me as their favorite.
Absolutely. Luke Murphy will be monitoring you. You better not say about anybody else. I think Luke Murphy used to hate me, so he's probably telling the truth. Also, let me try. 1 second while we have this. I'm going to try to get this puddle underneath me.
You're still dealing with this tea disaster.
Dude, it was legit a full cup of tea all over me. Like Man. I am very uncomfortable. Like this is not a kind of like one of those no big deals, just a little damp. Like socks were soaked, feet are uncomfortable. Gonna have athlete's foot now.
Oh no.
Pants are soaked. Gonna need some powder. We're toast down here. The night has been ruined, and we haven't even kicked off the Royal Rumble. 20 minutes.
I was gonna say, does this ruin the beginning of the Royal Rumble for you?
No, just gonna change. Smell like absolute whatever, like an odd green tea for the night, and then I'll shower before bed.
Oh, so you're gonna put this off for a little bit.
Oh, I'm just going to change. Yeah, I got no time for that. Mike Bizzle, I love your football too. There's a pass here. This game's going to, of course, go slow now. I knew it. It's all because of spilled tea. Got things to do. But I hope you guys are honestly we're always having a good time. 432 of you over on YouTube. Gajillion of you over there on the Twitch. What's up, Twitch homies?
What's up, Twitch fam?
Yeah, we appreciate every single one of you joining us. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you had a nice weekend. Final week of the NFL season. Week from now, we'll be in the midst of the Chiefs versus the Buccaneers for the Super Bowl.
I am very excited for that.
Yeah, I think the hype's going to get really crazy about Thursday. Once we get to that point where it's like, oh boy. I still think that this whole week off is maybe a bit much. Maybe I'm crazy.
I hate it.
Especially during this year, even though I think it's maybe necessary. But I think there's no events really going on. Not everyone's down in Tampa like we normally would be, from a sports perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, I absolutely hate that we have to wait for this game. I'm so excited for this matchup. I just want to see Brady versus Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Sue me.
You're gonna see it. I'm not gonna sue you because I can't. I'm gonna sue Emerson for slandering me on Twitter, but I am not gonna sue you. Yeah, 1 week from tonight, it's gonna be I gotta already think about what I'm gonna order for that. I think I actually made a promise to. By the way, another guy totally forgot to bring up in the conversation. Zach Thompson. I don't know Thomas. What was it?
Another guy I haven't worked with.
Oh, dude, awesome. We were talking air fryer recipes, and what is Sam Darnold doing? That is why the Jets are going to trade you, even though you're only 23. Get out of here. Running backwards, third and 29. Oh, yeah, I'd say Zach Thompson is right, but he's like a dessert you can have a couple times a week, where Reed is literally like the sweet treat once a week, maybe once a month. Reed is legit special. So when you get a sim with him, you unload it. Saw Kenny with him the other day. I said, Kenny, you're not worthy, dude. You're not worthy of that time.
You were offended by that combination.
CH says, get another T. You'll be back on track. Nah, dude, it's over. The T is like within my body now. It is just like got right in there. By the way, Jets picked up that ridiculous play. They were at a 3rd and 29 and just said, yeah, we got this. It was a penalty, but still got it. So here they are with a 2nd and 5. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left here in the third. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, producer Daniel, Madison, Zach, Tate, the crew. Darnold give underneath. It's Le'Veon Bell. Still waiting to see if Frank Gore even looks at the field today.
Look, man, I stand by it.
You can. Of course, you're going to stand by it. It's still plenty of time.
Must binge saying Tom is getting married and the only thing he's bringing is that microwave. To be honest, I can't bring this microwave anywhere. It is, built into this cabinet situation. This thing is not moving. Can't bring it anywhere. So I'm not bringing it.
Bring the whole cabinet tray. Must be high. Says Tom is getting. Oh, they just said that one. The other one. I just had another one. Rams gave up too much for Savia. We can get to that. Oh, Rossi is hands down the worst Madden host. Thank you, wow. DJ. No, see, I appreciate that. You know why? And I'll be honest, because that means you thought about it. You're like, out of all these dudes, this guy stinks.
I understand what your sentiment there, but I'm curious why he feels that.
That's probably because I'm here.
I want to know. DJ 3D, tell us why.
Yeah, you can say it. I don't mind. Like I take
because
no
if you're gonna throw that out there, you gotta have some support. I mean, we're right here. You're just right to our face. You know, if you're gonna be a keyboard tough guy, you gotta back yourself up.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like
you might have a keyboard, but we got a mic.
Yeah, I used to have a keyboard.
Gotta back up my boy Rossi.
No. Let's give him a second because you might be dead right. So, Mike Bizzle says Rossi and TC nothing without that solid foundation with the PH.
I like that.
There was another comment I saw, and it really made me think about something. Tom's getting married. The only thing he brings the microwave. This is Kenny won't get rid of the bunk beds. Rossi keeps eating all the baby food. Kaufman has every movie. What baby food? By the way, absolutely too sweet for me. Baby food is loaded with like.
Wow. Okay, DJ 3D, keeping it
touchdown.
Pretty simple.
What do you say?
I'll let you read it.
All right, hold on. Is it bad? Can I read out loud?
No, he's incredibly annoying.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Can't disagree with you there. Got me.
All right.
But appreciate you being here to be here for my annoyance. There's a touchdown pass by Sam Darnold.
Just holding nothing back.
Yeah, just like, boom, you stink, dude.
You know what? Okay, I'm curious. DJ 3D, what do you think of me?
Yeah, there you go. Begs for likes. Oh, wait, hold on. No. I got to defend that.
Whoa.
I'm okay with being annoying. I don't beg for. I think I ask for likes less. I'm not. Now I'm sounding defensive because I'm defending. But I want to say this. Glash. Every time I do something with him, it's smash that like. Smash that like. I'm not begging. If you don't want to like,
what I appreciate what you do is you explain why there's no reason not to like that video. You go, look,
Yeah, I'm just whatever. Like I do, it's all good with me. But I just explain. Listen, like it because it's not going to hurt you, and it makes us feel good. That's all. It's just a damn Kaufman. Rossi is the Miz of Madden Sims. He may be annoying, but he's always must-see TV. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. And what DJ 3D saying you're cool.
Okay, cool.
So he has Tom Carroll higher on the power rankings.
Interesting. I want to see his full power rankings.
Yeah, drop them in there, DJ, if you know them all. Like, and if there's certain people you don't see a ton of, like, obviously you're going to get 2 of Lamarcas tonight, which I can understand if people like Lamarca is my absolute number 1 with a bullet because the dude is, like, as chill as they come. It says, beat on walks is you beg more than Emerson. I'd argue I'm paying attention more than Emerson, too. Got him. Even though I missed a touchdown to start the game.
Oh, that was incredible. I did a sim with Emerson the other day that went an hour and 45 minutes or something ridiculous like that. I think Daniel was on the broadcast with us. It was hour 38 or something. I mean, it was a slog.
Yeah, we're going to need to move that along. We're already way beyond.
It was triple OT. Yeah, it was brutal. It was Friday night too. I could hear Emerson's wife in the background going like, "Come on, like let's end this thing."
All right, Luke Murphy says, I'll throw my power rankings. Yeah, throw them out there. You don't have to ask, Luke. Just do it. Robbie Noble says, nah, Rossi flirting with Mount Rushmore. Hey, listen, we're all good. You like us, you don't like it's all gravy. As long as you like the DK Sim fam, and because we're not here all the time, none of us are. Even Glash and
Oh,
way,
fumble
here 2 minutes ago here in the third. He's going to return it. Yeah, we're getting 100%
I think
Club Madden.
the fact that we have the ability to have fans that can make a Mount Rushmore or give a legit ranking tells you that this is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think so too. We are here to be judged. It's part of being in some form of public eye, so we're okay with it.
100%.
Oh, here we go. Lewis Daniels says, Rossi, you were above Tommy, but I won a contest a couple days ago and no shout out, so I'm down.
Wow.
Blake Knight says Glash is number 1. DJ3D says Glash, Koff, tennis guy, Emerson, then TC. That order. Rossi is garbage. Need a mute button for him. That's so I just dropped me. There's a bunch of other people in there. Sean, this is a good one. Sean, Rossi is okay, and then he started singing commercials and said Geico is killing it. That really turned me away, and I muted. You gonna tell me you don't like those Geico commercials?
Geico commercials are awesome.
Like it's okay. How about this? It's okay. Mute. Like if I've never watched something and said, "Oh my god, I can't say what this person says," I'm just gonna mute it, or just come back at me and be like, "You stink, dude," and then we'll talk about it.
That's why this is a beautiful forum.
And by the way, Club Madden's coming up in a minute because we're gonna turn this sun gun around, and we all know the OG of CM was this guy. And I'm telling you, I loved with Tom and Glash keeping it alive, keeping the bar has been raised by them. They have taken what Club Madden was, brought it to the next level. We got Daniel saying he is legit ready to bring it to another level here. So I'm going to drop the lights in a minute. Tea is everywhere. I smell like green tea. It smells miraculous. I feel like my soul is just cleansed right now. So I'm feeling good. And we're going to have a lot of fun. Rossi is automatically the 4th best play-by-play. I don't know what automatic that means.
Automatic, baby. Lock him in. So he's your number 4 guy in the rotation. If you have a solid 4-man rotation, you got a good pitching rotation in baseball.
Blood Robot says, I agree. Rossi is garbage. Love the mute button idea. Again, totally fine with it, but give me a reason why. Why am I garbage? Is it because I'm legit trash because I smell like it right now? Because there's tea all over me? JJ Fat got my back, says Rossi's cool, y'all tripping. Yeah, tripping, man.
Rossi's my boy.
must be high, says Rossi hasn't been the same since that McRib.
I don't think any of us have.
Honestly, I haven't. And I thought, I talked about how, I would definitely recommend people at least try it. I'm like, I could see myself eating this again. Never gone back.
No.
Unless it was brought into me. Unless somebody was like, here's a free one. Not that I didn't like it, but.
Mike Bizzle wants quick Notre Dame thoughts. We're sort
of
pretty far removed from Notre Dame football season.
Disappointing. I'm disappointed, like I always am after every year. All right, that's how I feel.
Are you Notre Dame hoops guy or just football?
Mostly just football, but you know what, dude? Put it all aside. Let's go. Let's go.
You just got a fist pump the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold on. I don't fist bump, bro. This is what I do. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. I don't care about stats. I care about lights. Daniel's got music. Hope you all are having a good Sunday night, because you know what? It's the week before the Super Bowl. We got to get funky like a monkey up in here. It's Sunday night. We've been having a tough week. I'm getting absolutely trashed by the DK Sim fam. I'm with your boy, TC Fresh. We got producer Madison. We got Daniel on the 1 through 7. We got Zach and Tate on the ops. GOAT crew. That means greatest of all time, right? So here's the deal. Get all your anxiety, all your worries, all that hurts and pain. Get it out right now, because we're in Club Madden. We're feeling good. We're feeling fresh. There is no fears. There is nothing bad going on in the world. Everything that you've been told that is not good, like me. You don't got a mute button right now. You got to crank it to 11. I'm going to stop talking. Just let the beat take over. Yeah, we're having a good time here. It's Club Madden. Everybody's welcome. No exclusive clubs. You bring whoever you want. The freaks, the geeks, the wild. Those that aren't allowed in other places for whatever reason, they're all welcome here. Be positive, be nice to each other, and most importantly, smash that like, because I beg for it. Beg for that like. Tom's just smashing the ceiling looking like Super Mario over there. Let's go. It's Sunday and we're clubbing. All right, what is this, Florida?
Never fall in love on the Jersey Shore.
Reach.
Catch me at Karma later.
Coming back. Here we go. Stats. Good. Through 3. Here. Usually I'm making music. I just love that there's music anyways. I gotta listen to it. Oh, this is gangster. Let's go. Let's get to that fourth quarter. Let's get it fired up. Let's get you some wins here in Madden Sim.
Let's go.
17-7. The game is junk. Let's turn this thing around.
All right.
Let's go. Daniel, I don't care. You can say I beg for it. You can say whatever you want. You can say I stink out loud. I'm the worst commentator. You all hate me and hate my entire soul. But guess what? Daniel just crushed it. Hit the like button for him. Put in that production value. Madison's literally cringing. So smash the like for that too. We're having fun. It's Sunday night, baby. Get loose. We're going to have a big week. Kicking off February right tomorrow. Solo leader in the Classic.
Madison, you're supposed to just enjoy us dancing. That's all you got to do. Sit back and relax.
Cardio break here or what? Bob Daddy. Herb Dog says obviously neither one of these two can dance. Don't
You
judge
have
me.
never.
Don't you dare.
I mean, come on.
We're
That's
sitting in
just-
chairs, bro. Sitting in chairs.
I am an incredible dancer.
Congo Cab says, coming through my surround sound. Got my kids coming in here. Hey, Congo Cab Juniors. Hope you're doing well. Big O Bear, Chicago Bears. Love it, Carol and Rossi, the Bouncers.
Choker asking, was Morgan dancing or cringing? She's hiding in the bedroom watching Netflix as she does when I do these Sims. And I do not blame her one single bit.
Adam saying, love you, Rossi and Tom, smashing the like. You're wrong, Jason. We love you. Oh, thanks. Super Mario made me LOL. Hey, we're having a good time. That's what it's about here, DK Sim. Listen, we're all carving time out of our lives to come here. So we're cool. Like, that's why, like, you can judge me. You can say I stink. You can put it on mute. Do whatever you got to do. Just appreciate you being here. Not for me, but for DraftKings. That's a medium where we're all coming together. This nice little community.
We're all in this together. I think that's from High School Musical.
Yeah, I didn't miss that one.
I don't know.
I'll get to it one day.
I try my best.
Mike Bizzle says, Producer Madison, don't get it twisted.
That's right.
You tripping.
I have killer moves on the dance floor. That's what you do during Club Madden. You respect the dance floor.
Chef Duke says, cheers to you all. Cheers to you, my friend. I wish I had something to drink right now, but it's on my
Yeah,
lap.
unfortunately, you spilled an entire tea on your lap.
Yep. Get it later, though. I'll cheers to you all a little later. All right, so we'll see if the Jets can make a comeback here. They're going to get the ball back. It's going to be a punt here, a little before 7 o'clock Eastern. Blood's Robot says, please say this is Rossi's only sim today. Well, it is for you. It's just a damn Kaufman says, Tom free falling down the list now after that reference.
What reference?
I'm guessing High School Musical. Very temperamental crew here.
Oh.
How dare you?
Okay, here's my High School Musical thing. Never saw 1 and 2. Went to see High School Musical 3 in high school on a date because I let the girl pick the movie. And let me tell you, one of the worst 90 minutes of my life.
Sorry, dude.
I am not a musical guy.
Oh, I love musicals. Not even gonna lie.
I hate them.
I've never seen a lot of movies. Actually, I watched when Disney Plus released Hamilton. That was good.
Oh my God, I made it about half an hour in and I couldn't do it. I was watching the Hamilton thing on Disney Plus with my fiance and her family, and someone had to go to the bathroom, so we paused it. And when they were in the bathroom, we all sort of looked around. We're like, does everyone else hate this?
Oh, come on.
And we stopped it.
No class.
We couldn't do it.
No class.
It. Maybe if you were there in person, it's a different experience, but nope, sorry, nope, not for me. And it was so long.
I know. Give me all 4.5 hours. No, it's like 3 hours. Legit. Like strong.
Robbie gets it. Wu-Tang forever. That's more
Wu-Tang.
my speed. Wu-Tang.
Jets on the move here. 3rd and 6. Need a play here. They go to Le'Veon Bell. Looks like on the side. Got it. First down. 4 minutes remain. Luke Murphy says, first sim I ever watched was Brandon Glass Sheen and Jason Rossi. Rossi was telling a story and got cut off by Glass because there was a 10-yard catch from Waller, and he ended up calling play-by-play.
Wow.
Okay. I absolutely believe that. That's funny. Let's see what else we got here. Worse than Kaufman's Titanic experience. Sounds like it. Keep going with those Lev Bell dump-offs, says Cody.
Twitch.
Gets it.
Rossi,
Wait.
bottom 5.
Oh, that's cool.
By Ducey's Diaper, which is a hilarious Twitch name.
I think my starting... Wait, I'm just starting to understand.
DK SimFam doesn't like you. The name of the person on Twitch. Look, I'm a huge Rossi fan. I don't know what's not to like.
So good. Listen,
Positive dude.
But I'd rather personally be like...
Enthusiastic.
Yeah, but I'd rather people not like me than just be like somewhere in that meh, to be honest. Like, I'd rather just be like, nah, I'm out on that dude.
Hey, when half the people love you and half the people hate you, that means you're successful.
Doing something right. I love when people say this. Emerson tries too hard, like he's an actor playing a part. I want it real. Well, listen here, PGZ man, because that sounds real. I keep it as real as it comes. No gimmicks, real name. Yeah, and he really is such a good dude. Emerson,
it doesn't come across as fake to me at all.
Except for the fact that Emerson's a huge troll. He's awesome.
That's what I kind of like about him.
Here's the other thing I love about the DK like family we have. We're all from different areas. Like even if we're like some of us from Boston or hubbed in Boston, like from like Emerson has a Florida, so you get to know. Oh, that's a Florida thing. Like Kenny, his abrasiveness, never knows how to be wrong. That's a New York thing. Lamarca chilling. Seems like it's not a New York thing, but he's from New York. He's got the great accent. He's got a killer saxophone. Like we all have these little different traits and stuff, and that's what's good. So if you don't like a certain pair, that's fine. It's totally cool. Like it's okay not to like
from Darnold.
Oh, Darnold stinks too. Is he getting traded? Is he going to be the Jets' future? Are they going to bring it back?
I really think that they're going to try and bring it back. I got to be honest. Ducey has convinced me that they're going to trade that pick and try and build on Darnold. He's still so young. He's like 23 or something.
23 years old. They're keeping him.
I really feel that way.
Oh my God, brother Phil used to be. There's a touchdown, by the way. Jets making a comeback. Is that Herndon? I think. I could be wrong on that too. Look at this. Nice Darnold, clean pocket. Got his man. Touchdown. Brother Phil, this is a perfect time to say this. Brother Phil says, I like you too, Rossi. I really do. You never know who the players are or their numbers or what's going on in the game usually, so you're by far the worst play-by-play man in history, but I like you. I challenge you to stand by that, Brother Phil. I have watched some of these games. I've been on games with people. And by the way, this whole play-by-play thing, it's very
it's subjective
loose.
When it comes to this. I mean, come on.
But again, I'll take your criticism and much appreciated, Brother Phil, and I like you too. Chris B says,
I honestly feel like when there's the call the sim people, it's rare that you get that. Like we don't.
Oh, dude,
we joke about it, but it's not as prevalent for my money. I don't see it as much.
It used to be ferocious.
Yeah.
Me and Kaufman like never call when we do games together because it's like two chatty Cathys over here. And like there'll be people vehemently call the sim. Like here where it's 2 minutes, if the Jets get the ball back or something, that's where I think like you gotta like, okay, something really big happened. They just scored. It's a nice game. We're getting a good one here. It's 7:03 Eastern. Rumble has started. I'm nervous that we're going to overtime.
You're covered in green tea.
I'm literally covered in green tea. I smell like a sauna, or not a sauna, a spa. Might as well go get some eucalyptus and rub it on my toes. I've been to a spa. That's what they do, I think.
Heck no. What?
I'm gonna go get some
might as well go get some eucalyptics and rub them on my toes.
My toes are really dry. What do you want, Madison? I'm sorry. It's because my feet are out because my feet got so... There was nothing worse. I don't care. Hate me, love me. Put me your number one ranking. Put me below. Email DraftKings support and tell them to get Rossi off the broadcast. There was nothing worse than wet socks. Worst thing, top 5 in the world, aside from like pain. but like just a sheer annoyance. Bill's going to try to run this clock down. Jets going to call the timeout.
Agreed. I completely agree with you. When I played high school football, whenever it was starting to get towards the end of the season, you got to triple sock it up. Can't get those wet feet.
Oh, dude, brutal. And it's like, snow is falling. This is Joey. I don't know where you are, Joey, but don't bring that to me. Bell, 10 receptions. Yeah, Bell's killing it. Jordan Lindenbaum. He's having a big one. We're going to, by the way, if they get this first down, it's going to be a big play. He's been
throwing.
Oh, no, fumble on the
no!
ground. Pants on the ground. Balls on the ground.
Oh, my
Jets
God.
pick it up. If they don't score a touchdown, I'm going to
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to be rooting for a Jets touchdown. You know what I'm rooting for?
Nope.
Frank Gore.
I'm actually rooting for Frank Gore at this point because I already see the writing on the wall. I might as well just lock it down till about 7:45.
If Frank Gore scores a touchdown here,
I'll fly
go
I'll fly to St. Louis and kiss you. I'll fly to St. Louis and kiss you. All right, that's what I'll do.
I will go nuts. He's not going to score.
Hold on, this is a great one. Silly Sally says, say what you want about Ducey. He's not particularly my favorite, but look what he's accomplished. I can relate to on a personal level because I talk a lot too. He took a flaw and made it a career. I don't know. I'm done with this. I'm not crapping on anybody. He's awesome. All these people are awesome. That's the point. That should be the point of this conversation, that you don't have to like me. You have to like Tom. You don't have to like anybody, but you should equally respect
He's taken
everybody.
a flaw and made it into a career.
Talk to Ducey about that. Yeah, talk to Ducey and see how he feels.
That's a very funny comment.
Oh, my Lord. That's amazing. I've turned a lot of flaws into careers. You guys don't even know what I've done and do. You don't want to either. Garbage man. Straight garbage man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I used to get yelled at by teachers for being loud and talkative, and now
We all
I
did.
host a podcast and work for DraftKings. It's my job, so...
First down. Flaw into a career,
I almost
bro.
want to bring my old report cards back to them and have them sign it and frame them in my offices.
My progress reports were always talks too much.
Yep, always.
Then I said, one day I'm going to get paid to do that.
I'm telling you, I had a fourth grade teacher who
All right, here we go. Hold on.
was
Hold on
so
one second.
on
Let's see.
me. Here we go.
Sorry.
Score a touchdown.
He's going to throw to Bell. No, he's going to throw to the end zone. So what about this fourth grade teacher?
So Mrs. Mellon used to complain about my behavior.
Tough
We'll
name.
put those in quotes.
Tough
Mrs.
name.
Mellon, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
And she, it was like a ranking system. 1 was the best, 4 was the worst. And she gave me a 3 in the categories of self-control and conduct.
All right, hold on.
And my parents were pissed. And I
Right,
used
hold
to
it
get
here, hold it here.
basically
Let's
all
see.
ace.
Darnold's got it in the gun. Going short again
He's
to
got
Bell.
room.
Legit
Oh.
1 yard. Way to go.
He had room to play with. So my parents were pissed. It was the end of the second quarter. I'd gotten bad behavior grades. So they were like, okay, we're going to set up a thing where Tom is going to get either a check plus, a check, or a check minus
All right, hold
every
on.
day.
Hold it. Let's see if we get Sam Darnold to get a check here. Under a minute to go. Need the first 11 yards. Gonna go to Bell again. Going nowhere. We're getting a GD field goal, and I am literally going to green tea my pants.
So at the end of the day, I would get a sticky note from my teacher that would say, check minus if I was bad, check, or check plus. And I was, this was a big thing with my parents. They wanted me to behave. Here we go. Timeout. We're freezing the kicker. So I said to my dad, I was like, look, if I can get the top behavior grade this quarter, after having the second lowest on the 4-point scale, then I feel like you guys should buy a PS2 for me and my brother. Ooh. And my dad was like, okay, deal. If you can do it, we'll get you guys a PS2. So I got a check plus every single day for the whole quarter. Check plus, right? Meaning, okay. That means you're probably getting the top grade. Oh, 20 seconds to avoid overtime here, Rossi. Let's see what the Bills can do.
I'm literally just walking away in a minute.
So then report cards came out, and I'm thinking, okay, well, I got a check plus every single day of the quarter. I basically didn't say a peep the whole, whatever, 6 weeks a quarter is in elementary school, 8 weeks, whatever it is. And then report cards come out, and she gave me the second highest grade for behavior. So she decided, even though she gave me a check plus every day, that I still was not worthy of getting a 1 in self-control and conduct. Decided to give me a 2 instead. So I was furious. I marched right up to her desk. I said, you have all of these marked down. I got a check plus every single day. How come you didn't give me a 1? And she's like, well, I feel like if you didn't have the check system, then you wouldn't have gotten a check plus every day. I feel like you needed that to behave. And I was like, well, I did behave, so you should grade me on what happened. And this is 4th grade Tom negotiating with his teacher. And she full well knows that I have a PS2 on the line here. It was talked about. And she decided, nope, giving you 2 instead of a 1. So then I brought the report card home. I'd said to my parents, I leveraged them. I said, look, you guys saw I got a check plus every single day. Mrs. Mellon decided I needed the check system to receive the check pluses, so she didn't want to give me a top grade. I don't know what you guys want to say. I think I still deserve the PS2. My parents were mad at Mrs. Mellon. They called her. They said, hey, look, you gave the kid a check plus every day. What are we doing here? Sounds like you're complaining over nothing, right? And a few days later,
Yeah.
got the PS2.
How about that?
Redemption.
Nailed it. Do you. That's the moral of the story here, folks. Just do you. Be yourself.
Be yourself. It doesn't matter what people think.
17-0 comeback, by the way. Just like Tom's comeback to get that PlayStation 2. It was
Mrs.
17-0.
Mellon, honestly, and she felt so bad about it. Like when my parents called
Like I know her
and just
now.
straight up called her out, like,
Yep.
look, you gave him a check plus every day. We're sitting at home here thinking our kid is a menace to society. And clearly you just have a weird thing about Tom here. So, like, this problem is on you. This isn't us. The kid's got all A's, and he gave him a check plus every day. So, like,
Something ain't adding up.
yeah, like you go to bed and figure out your problems, Mrs. Mellon, okay?
Yeah, Mellon. Get with it. Hopefully she's doing well tonight.
You know what? I don't know. I don't want to wish poorly on anyone.
Nah,
But-
don't do that. Don't do that.
You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, Mrs. Mellon, really? I wonder if she regrets that.
Listen, and this is all
I
you
was
need to
proud
know.
of 4th grade me.
Ken says, I stole a PS2 from Kmart, so we got a freaking hooligan in here. Anyway, so real quick, as we get into overtime, Buffalo with the ball. I'm asking no spoilers here on anything else that's going on in the world. Just say that. For me, my only... Oh, go ahead, Tom.
I will say the story took 3 minutes because we did pause in between plays towards the end of regulation. It wouldn't have taken as long as...
Who can't... Listen, first of all, don't
Just
ever
saying.
do that. Don't ever apologize. If I make fun of it or something, or if the other person, if Madison makes fun of something, don't worry about what these malcontents out there say. You're good. I've listened to Christian tell a 5.5-minute story that led to a 10.5-minute story. It's all good. I want to hear it. Let it out. The only story I have about school is I once was going to fail science in sophomore year of high school, and I told my teacher I was going away, and if I had to go to summer school, my family wouldn't be able to go. There's a fumble! Was that Diggs dropping the ball in field goal territory? Terry, that's what they call him this season. CJ Mosley opted out
BGC,
this
man,
year.
there was another kid they did it to.
Yeah. Just very quickly, so I begged my teacher for a D-. I basically told him if I didn't get a D-, I was John Brown on the fumble, by the way, I would, my whole family wouldn't be able to go to Florida. So he gave me a D-. I passed.
Wow. There you go. That's
just manipulating.
That's just shrewd. That's
selling.
just shrewd
Oh,
businessman right there.
Yep, that's what I do.
That's
and there's
huge.
a huge sack, gets him out of field goal range. The Jets absolutely stink. 4 sacks for Buffalo. And by the way, fumbles, Buffalo has got a ton of them. 3 by Allen, another one there. Yeah, field goal wins it here. Thank you, Daniel, for jinxing it. The Buffalo choke job, says Liberty.
Oh,
Sin win
man.
will prevail.
I don't want to wish anything is in the way of how long this overtime is going to go, so I'm just going to shut my mouth.
I like how Foghorn Land, everyone just posting check plus. Yeah, just post check plus.
Thank you, guys. Mrs. Mellon, like, seriously, what was wrong with her?
2nd and 17. Gonna go to Lev Bell. That's gonna be his 12th grab. Oh, he drops it. Would have been his 12th catch of the game. He's got 11 on the day.
Like, I think about my friends that are teachers now, and I'm like, if any of you guys ever did that to a kid, like got in their head that bad, and like that's like almost malpractice. Like, she should have been fired straight up.
I think that's a little bit harsh, but I
No,
get what you're
honestly, fire her. Fire Mrs. Mellon. I hope she's retired.
saying. All right, deep
Otherwise,
ball. Come
fire
on,
her.
catch it. He's got it into the end zone. Tom, who is going to be your player of the game?
Oh my God!
Get it,
I
Owen.
don't
That's
even
Chris
know.
Hogan. Chris Hogan should play.
Chris Hogan gets player of the game for catching that incredible touchdown there. He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations. He wins a free soft serve ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis.
And who is going to be your Madison? She's probably like, I can't wait to get rid of these two. They stunk tonight. Fade player, not my kid award.
Frank Gore.
Yeah, that was a good call because who would have played him? Jordan Lindebaum is the chat VP because he nailed it right off the top. He's like, that's just dumb. I don't like the word dumb, but it wasn't a great play. But that'll do it. What a game here. 17 zip at the half, Buffalo. Look at Sam Darnold. Go get it, kiddo. There were 23 unanswered points. Fumble in overtime. Tom, tons of fun with you today, my man.
Mrs. Mellon.
You are
down.
rent-free, Mrs. Mellon. You are rent-free in this kid's cap, all right? I got to go change my pants. I got tea all over myself. Going to watch the Rumble. I'll keep Splash and Lamarca on a second screen. Follow him at your boy, TC Fresh. Check out Great Dane Nation, the podcast, Morton Anderson. I can be followed at Jason D. Rossi. I have the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We're going to be counting down the top 11 Super Bowl halftime shows. If you want to check that out, Pop Culture Pile Driver. For Madison. Give it up for Madison. Great production tonight. And Daniel, Zach, and Tate in Ops. Great job by everybody. And you, most importantly, you, DK Sim fam. Love this or hate this. We appreciate you being here and being a part of what we do. It literally means the world to me, to Tom, to everybody here on behalf of DraftKings. So, Tom, any final words of positivity?
Mrs. Mellon. Check minus for Mrs. Mellon.
Mrs. Mellon. This guy and his Mrs. freaking Mellon. I'm going to be like falling asleep and having a dream about Mrs. Mellon.
Nightmare about Mrs. Mellon.
I don't know. Maybe it's, we'll see. One person's nightmare is another person's treasure, I think. All right. You guys have an outstanding rest of your night. Glash and Lamarca, take it from here. Be well, be safe, say good things about people, reach out to friends, tweet something positive, be good, be well, stay hydrated. We'll catch you next time. Bye. My pants.
Hey, we're live. Sunday night football, ladies and gentlemen. No Pro Bowl. You get us. Simland. I mean, come on. Would you rather have the Pro Bowl or be inside the sim bubble? I would say the sim bubble, and that's why you're here.
Works for me.
All right. He's Matt Lamarca, Brendan Glasheen. We've got Daniel on the ones and twos. Producer Madison. We're here for the next two Madden Sims on the night. We've got Deshaun Watson, for now, with the Texans, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles, led by Carson Wentz. So typically, Lamarca, I wonder when the Texans play, do I captain Deshaun and then really figure out the values elsewhere, or do I put him in the flex? If you had to pick someone else besides Deshaun Watson, who's in that captain spot?
I would probably go with one of the pass catchers, either Brandon Cooks or Zach Ertz stand out to me. I actually like that idea more than going with one of the quarterbacks. Typically, like one wide receiver is going to pop off, for 100 yards and a touchdown. And that can not only differentiate your lineup, but it can give you a slightly higher ceiling because it allows you to get in some better players around him. So if you want to go in the Texans direction, I like Cooks. And if you want to go Eagles, Zach Ertz.
All right, fine. I mean, I've got Cooks in there in the flex. Lineups have locked, so we're going to be out at Lincoln Financial Field, the virtual version, of course. The link. We're linked up here for the rest of the night, so you're stuck with us. But, yeah, I mean, I put Will Fuller in there because I don't think I give Will Fuller enough of a chance. I really don't. I think I got to give him an opportunity here in the captain spot. He's worked really hard to earn this in my playbook. So I'm going to hope for the best and hope Will Fuller can help folks out. PhD says Miles Sanders is making his lineup as a captain. I don't mind it. Miles Sanders can catch the ball out of the backfield as well. So here we go, baby. Texans, Eagles, the big Saxy, and Glasheen. How you doing, buddy? Hanging in there? I've been bugging you with NBA lineups. I want you to know I really do care about you as a person, too. I just get excited to send you my NBA lineups for just even the simple love it, like it, tweak that, tweak. I appreciate it greatly.
Listen, I enjoy talking to you too. It's nice, We all need extra human communication during these times. Even if it's just a simple text to talk about NBA DFS, I think any sort of extra communication between people is healthy in the year 2021.
I'm with you, buddy. Good vibes. Even though Philadelphia can be nasty in real life.
Yeah, they threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
Yeah, those people. The best fans in the country.
Interesting uniforms here.
Yeah.
The throwbacks.
Do you make your uniforms of the crayon deeds? These look like Jets uniforms. In my opinion. All right, so the free roll that we made and created in the DK SimFam Friends League, 149 entries. It's labeled Deshaun wants a trade to... Matt Stafford got his wish. So, there you go. We'll talk to Sean. We'll talk about whatever the heck you want. Your NBA lineups. Those Brooklyn Nets are in action. Always like keeping an eye on the Brooklyn Nets to see if that blows up. But Lamarca, any reaction? Is there something that now with almost 24 hours gone by since Matt Stafford was traded, anything like coming to mind here in terms of what you're expecting next season for either the Rams or the Lions?
I actually like this trade for both teams. I think that that's a pretty unique opinion. It seems like a lot of people think that the Rams drastically overpaid for Matt Stafford, but Matt Stafford is still a very good quarterback in the NFL. He's not in the tier of best quarterbacks in the league, but he's probably in that next tier down. He has spent his whole career playing for bad teams in Detroit. I am excited to see what he can do on a winning team with a genius level coach as Deshaun Watson overthrows the receiver down the sideline. So I think it's a clear upgrade for the Rams, and they're ready to win now. They have a win now team. They had to pay a big premium, but they were shedding a awful contract with Jared Goff. I think that they know how poor of a quarterback he is, right? You know, nobody sees Jared Goff more than the Rams do. So I think that they're in their win now mode. They saw an opening and they took it. They upgraded the most important position in football. Did they pay up a couple of firsts to do it? Yes.
Yep.
But that's the price for A, shedding a bad contract, and B, upgrading your quarterback.
Over on Twitch, Luther Lex, do you think the Rams gave up too much for Stafford? I don't think so. I mean, I'm in the middle. I understand why they had to give up the first-round picks, because the Lions were willing to take on Jared Goff's contract. I think at the end of the day, if you are Sean McVay and the Los Angeles Rams, you cannot put a price on what you think it takes to get a quarterback, the right quarterback, in the room to put you over the top.
Agreed. And yeah, I mean, if you look at the Browns a couple of years, took on a second and a fourth round pick just to eat Brock Osweiler's contract. Now, I'm not saying that Jared Goff is Brock Osweiler, but would it shock me if Goff, outside of the LA system, outside of, you know, Sean McVay and all of the talent that they have there, is considered one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league? No, it would not surprise me at all.
I want to say hi to Blake Knight and wish him luck because he put a lot of his savings on this sim. Good luck to his kids down the road as well if tonight does not go well. Dump off to David Johnson, and he is quickly ripped down, so maybe we'll get a Kikini field goal attempt. Mike Bizzle says Lamarca owes us dad jokes.
You know, my dad hasn't been in the office, so he doesn't have access to his book of dad jokes. It's not my fault, guys.
We'll work.
Blame COVID and blame his office for shutting down.
Maybe Lamarca can come up with some stuff as the night unfolds. We're here for the next two sims. Want to shout out Zach and Tate from the Game Ops team. I actually appreciate the Texans not sending out their kicker to embarrass himself. They decide to punt. Sets up the ball at the 19 for Carson Wentz and the Eagles. Want to say hi to Frank White, Nick Thomas. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Obi-Wan, what's up? Mike Ahmed, AD Poker, Ken, Robbie Noble, Lewis Daniel, Justin Lee, Dante Lindenbaum, J.E., Tank the Chai Guy. What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. So, yeah, I mean, Stafford's an upgrade, I think, for sure. Hopefully he can get some protection. How old is he? 33?
32, but he'll be 33 by the start of the season.
Okay. I feel like that's an old 33, right? Just all the hits he's been taking throughout his career.
Yeah, I said that the other day. He's 33 with a body of about a 38-year-old at this point.
Oh, that's complete out to the 50. Deshaun Jackson. Fly like an eagle. Wow. Nice play. Ed Zone Dance, Starfighter, AD Poker 89. Wow. Flashbacks to like June, AD Poker. Hope you're doing well. JJ Fat, Luke Murphy, Herb Dog, Choker. Choker says, we've never had a Lamarca Freeze Pops call. How is that possible? You worked with Tommy Freeze Pops yet with anything?
Is that Tom Ace?
Tom Ace.
No, I have not had the pleasure of working with him yet.
Wentz delivers first down inside the 40. Nice ball to Marquise Goodwin. COVID opt-out, but the wideout 3. Slot guy for Philadelphia in Simland. Gain of 12 to the Houston 38. We've got the free showdown going on, the free classic for the late night. Producer Madison just feeding us your comments. You'll love to see it. Deshaun Watson, 80% owned, highest in the free showdown. Sanders is ripped apart. He'll lose a yard. Zach Morris is trash. How we doing? Bonzo. Eero, what's up? Ralphie, 508. Bob Daddy. Bob Daddy says, Rams fan here. Bad trade. Bob, feel free to elaborate on your stance. Luther now on Twitch. So when they say Detroit took over Goff's contract, does that mean there's no dead cap space for the Rams? Pretty sure the Rams are taking on, if I read correctly, like $22 million in dead money.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't even know how the cap works. There's so many weird hits and penalties and, you know, signing bonuses, and I just believe whatever I'm told, and I haven't seen anything on it yet.
Okay, here we go. The Rams, this is from turfshowtimes.com. Great site, I think. The Rams carry over $22 million in dead money next season because of trading Goff, while Stafford carries a $9.5 million base salary with a $10 million roster bonus, which is due in each of the next 2 years. He'll become a free agent at 35 years old in 2023.
All right.
Phil says the salary cap is going down this year.
Laser beam kick.
Yeah, Elliott, dude. That was a laser beam at the link. Travis Anderson wants to see Deshaun Watson to the Vikings. You have any updated stance on where you think this guy's going?
I continue to say the Jets and the Dolphins are the front runners. I just think that they have the most to offer. They are reportedly Deshaun's preferred destinations. You know, I'm not 100% sure why Deshaun wants to go to the Jets, but it sounds like he really does want to go to the Jets. So that's great for Jet fans like myself. He would immediately become the greatest quarterback in the franchise history. And there's so many reasons to want to play for the Dolphins. Outside of the team, you know, being really good and ready to win, it's in Florida. You know, Miami, I've been told, is pretty nice from time to time.
Yeah.
No state tax. You know, you got to be thinking about these kind of things, Brian.
I could see you ripping apart Miami for a weekend.
Maybe in my younger days.
Top button loosened up, shades on, the flow just in those palm trees.
Oh, yeah, but it's got to be like a fluorescent shot, too, you know.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Man, that's everyone close your eyes. That's a heck of an image. Javen Griffiths, Cousins to New England, Watson to the Vikings, three-way trade. You know, we should all be NFL GMs. We all have great ideas. All right, Deshaun, what do you got? Prove it to us. There you go. To Fells, complete at the 35. Good for a first down, gain of 23.
So, Glash, as a Patriots fan, would you be excited for Kirk Cousins to end up in New England?
I don't know if we're allowed to do Patriots talk. I don't want to. I don't want to rub anybody the wrong way. Hero. No, I'm all set with Kirk Cousins. Give me a young guy. Get out of my face, Kirk Cousins.
That's kind of how I feel too.
That guy can't even throw indoors. What makes you think he can throw in Foxborough when it's 20 out? All set.
Fair point.
Moving on. We're fair on this show. We talk about all teams, not just Boston. Ken May says Watson to the Cowboys, trade Dak to Houston. I kind of dig that. That's Randall Cobb with the cat.
That seems like a good move for both teams. I don't know. Is there a Texas rivalry between those two teams? Like, the Mets would never make a trade with the Yankees. Is it the same way for the Texans and the Cowboys? I don't know.
It's true. Who's got the ball? David Johnson. Gain of 4. Burt Macklin says, Glash, you always rub me the right way. I won't tell Sarah.
Ooh.
Burt. Hey, Burt. Hey, Ernie. Kareem says Stafford deserves sunny skies in the Hollywood Hills. He has inhaled Ford exhaust smoke for 10 years. That's funny. Marcus, what's up, buddy? Dennis Thibodeau says Stafford, glad he left. Happy as hell Goff is in the Motor City.
Interesting. I don't know how you could not love Matt Stafford if you're a Lions fan. You know, they were playing this clip on Twitter today of him at the end of a game throwing one up. He drew a defensive pass interference in the end zone, but like the defender landed on his shoulder. He was clearly had like a dislocated shoulder, and he just refused to be taken out of the game.
He's a warrior. I mean,
warrior, dude.
Warrior. He doesn't come out. It's true. He's played what? He's played 16 games. Well, that's not true because what?
He missed a couple this year, but prior to that, it was a lot of 16-game seasons despite nagging injuries.
Who was his backup? Driscoll? A couple years ago? Jeff Driscoll?
Yes.
It was last year or the year before? It's the last 2 or 3 years, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Chase Daniel was in the mix, but the backup job for Matt Stafford is that's a good place to go if you're just looking for a paycheck.
Snowman 0312. What's going on, guys? No score. I thought Elliott made that kick.
No, laser beam, low left.
Oh, all right. The way you said it was like he made it. I didn't even look at the scoreboard. Well, maybe we'll get a score here. 1st and goal from the 10. Watson, end zone, touchdown. Darren Fells.
The big man.
Go chasing Darren Fells.
Ooh, and a little golf celly. I'm excited. That's one of my New Year's resolutions that I'm actually looking forward to. Is I'm going to play more golf this year.
Oh, I didn't struggle with that due to the pandemic. Just something to do. John Benjovi. Hey, Brendan, don't remember if it was you, but do you still have those annoying neighbors? That's Tommy Freeze Pops, but he talked to me about it on a sim. Madison has informed us solo leaders in both the late free classic and the free showdown. Ed Zone Dance says, Lamarca, I like your black hoodie.
Oh. Thanks, man. Standard black issue hoodie.
It's very sleek. You know?
Yeah, you know, that's why that was my big James Harden theory. You know, everybody was like, oh, he was wearing a fat suit in Houston and got traded to Brooklyn. He looks like he lost 30 pounds overnight. It's those black uniforms, man. They're slim. You see him when they're wearing those light blue funky ones. He's still got a little punch going.
Moral of the story is everybody just stay away from light blue. Stay away. Burt Macklin, not a problem. Kristen Carl, appreciate it. Hope you're having a good night. Brother Phil, what's up? Brother Phil says, Saxey in Goff's second year, the Rams did a quick O-line fix. Whitworth, it's just starting to name numbers. I love that. 37, Sullivan 35, and Saffold, left tackle, center, right tackle, all Pro Bowlers. So Whitworth, Sullivan, Saffold. And the Rams scored 40 points a game with Goff. So, Brother Phil, I'm guessing you don't think the Rams got that much better, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, some people believe in Goff. I think that his numbers were a clear byproduct of playing for a very talented offensive team behind a good offensive line for one of the best offensive head coaches in the system, in the league. My thing is like if Sean McVay can get that kind of production out of Jared Goff, I'm excited to see what he can do for Matt Stafford.
Adam Kaufman has arrived.
Goff.
All caps. Sing us a song, Saxy. That was Dallas Goedert, by the way, with the cat. Tight end 2. You don't have to do that. Do what you want.
I'll wait for something to fit in organically.
I agree. Organic is the way to go. If Watson goes to the Jets, Big Saxy will be playing Big Saxy Holiday Special on Sim.
If he comes to the Jets, I will be so excited. I mean, the Mets getting Lindor was one thing. If the Jets can get Deshaun Watson, I may not be able to contain myself.
Oh. 3rd and 5. Wentz complete inside the 40 for a first down. Deshaun Jackson strikes again to the Houston 36. Smash that like button, guys. We are not even at 250 yet. My God. Come on, DK Sim fam. It's a Sunday. Typically, there would be NFL, but the Sim bubble is open. The Sim is yours. Gotham is yours. Lamarca's here. Glasheen. Tate, how you doing in the free roll, Tate? Tate from Ops. He's always sneak attacking people in that free roll. The Deshaun wants a trade too free roll. Tate. Gotta watch out for Tate. Very, very sneaky. As Miles Sanders to the 18. 5 for 33 now for Sanders. Yeah, I don't see Tate. That's right, Tate. I'm in 123rd. Did you make the lineup?
Did not.
It's all right, man.
Did not.
I understand.
K Squared says, if the Jets get Watson, will you cut the beard? Would that make you guys happy? If that would make you guys happy, I'd cut the beard, I'd cut the hair, I would go completely clean shaven for a Sim if the Jets get Deshaun Watson. But you guys might see me and be like, ugh.
Rick Lewis needs Alshon Jeffrey. I tried it, Rick. That's not him. There's Doug Peterson. Gonna miss him.
Yeah, that's been weird seeing all the fired head coaches on the sidelines in these things.
You know, cringeworthy press conference for the new head coach. I don't even know his name. What's his name? Eagles' new head coach, Nick Sirianni.
Yes.
Felt bad for the guy. You know, like.
I mean, it was a terrible press conference.
It's Marquise Goodwin for the touchdown. I'll put it to you this way. As long as they win games, no one's going to remember. But if they get off to a bad start, that video's making loops, man.
It's kind of like the Adam Gase when he looked with the eyes popping out of his head when he got introduced. You know, it's just not it's not a good way to start your tenure. I don't know. The Dan Campbell one is just as bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Gonna bite kneecaps, and it's again not how I would start my tenure, but
right. And the other thing too is we saw Dan Campbell in an interim role with the Dolphins. So when we heard Dan Campbell, I was like, doesn't this guy like kind of get it? Like maybe he learned this rah-rah high school crap might not fly at the next level. You know, 2 levels ahead, college and then the pro. At least with Sirianni, it's like the guy is still he's unproven, but not a great press conference for a very feisty, fiery sports market.
Not a good start. Not a smart start, as he might say. Yeah, but the Campbell thing too. It's like he got his nameplate at his office to say the dude. I mean, come on. How can I get the over under on Dan Campbell years at 1.5? I will take the under.
Wait, Are we starting to wonder if the Lions maybe just hired him and got Jared Goff to tank for a year? Is that crazy? Am I nuts?
I don't know if the tank's the right word. Goff does have a pedigree of being a number 1 overall pick.
Okay.
And I think he's on the books for a good, solid couple years. Oh, fumble.
Oh, no. Deshaun loses it, and I think they're going to review this, but for sure that's a fumble. I mean, they should review it. It's a turnover. Yeah, that ball's out. Come on, Deshaun. That's not going to help your trade value. Goofball. Back out Carson Wentz. Is he the starter for Philadelphia next year?
Sadly, yes. It seems like that was the main reason Doug Peterson got fired and Nick Sirianni got hired, is that the owner does not want to move on from Carson Wentz. I would personally hand the keys over to Jalen Hurts, but you're paying Wentz all that money, and that's just how the NFL works, unfortunately. The money talks. So Wentz is going to get another shot for sure.
Second down and 9. That's complete. Way to stretch the arm, kid. Deshaun Jackson again. And the Eagles are making the Texans pay on the turnover. Jordan K, can't wait for the Rams to do bad with Stafford. Lions get to the playoffs with Goff, then everyone pretends they predicted that the whole time.
I promise you, I will not be one of them. If the Lions make the playoffs with Jared Goff, I will be as surprised as anything that's happened in football recently.
If only the Lions were in the NFC East, then it'd actually give them a chance.
Still wouldn't be the favorites.
No, probably not. Plus, I'd like to find out what Chicago does at quarterback. If they stay with Trubisky, I don't know. If Jared Goff has like a crazy redemption kind of season, maybe they could make a run for like second behind the Packers. I don't know. It's not crazy.
I just don't see a lot of talent over there.
I'm trying to help the Lions here. Why am I being nice to Jared Goff? First and goal. Wentz sees daylight, and he's in for a touchdown.
Carson Wentz heard me bad-mouthing him and said, I got your money for you right here.
All right. Carson Wentz, the third highest owned in the free showdown at 50% on the nose. So half of you, if we would sample the chat, my guess is about half of you here have Carson Wentz. So if you have Carson Wentz, let us know. Smash that like button. Sexual chocolate. Yeah, Lamarca is from Long Island.
Yeah, that's why my accent is Long Islandish. It's because I am from Long Island. But I gotta say, Sexual Chocolate, one of my favorite YouTube names in a while.
I'm not even going to try to read into that username, because I could maybe discuss a whole quarter discuss that username and what it's trying to capture.
Right, maybe it's a reference to former WWF legend Mark Henry.
Oh, see, I wouldn't have known that. I don't know much. All right, 14-7. This sim has a pulse. All 3 touchdowns in the second quarter. Lindenbaum says, Long Island represent. Sorry, guys. I'm drinking the rest of my shake. Good shake. Banana. A scoop of protein. A couple of dark chocolate chips.
Ooh.
A little bit of peanut butter. Some water. 4 ice cubes.
4 cubes. Exactly 4 cubes.
Exactly 4. Just like the number 4 on this guy's jersey. To the 31. Got 3 minutes left, first half.
Robbie Noble making fun of the way I say both sexual and chocolate. Chocolate I can hear as I say that pretty funny.
Giggle Pig says, don't ask about the real meaning of my name, Brendan Glasheen. You're one of my favorites. Producers are watching, and I want you to keep your job. Well, thanks for the heads up.
Another fumble. That one gets
bounds.
out of bounds, though.
Thank you, Giggle Pigs, for your consideration. Oh, Joey Riley says sexual chocolate is from the movie Coming to America with Eddie Murphy.
I have to admit, and I know I'm going to get killed for this one, but I have never seen the movie.
I haven't either. Maybe we should stop.
Yeah, if Kaufman's still listening, he's about to blast both of us. I'm sure that's one of his 95,000 DVDs.
Right, he probably just grabbed it as that comment came up, dusted it off. Dusted the crust off it. Lindenbaum wants to know, how do you say coffee?
Yeah, I put a W in there. Coffee.
Coffee. Yeah, can I get a cream and sugar?
I'm the mayor at Duncan's.
Yeah, Cough's not happy. Lamarca, WTH.
I know, it's a classic. I'm sure that I would love it, but I've just never seen it. I'm sorry.
Put it on the list. Got to get to it. Shout out to J.E. sitting in 5th place in the Deshaun Wants a Trade 2 free roll. Wergy 2 in 1st place by 0.56 points. Deshaun Jackson captain. Darren Fells to the 9. He's already scored a touchdown in this one. 3 for 50. All right. First and goal for the Texans. There's a good energy in the sim. Criminal Bob.
Add 3 pounds to the women's scales before you go home.
You call that a sit-up? You don't even have cup holders. Oh, and you need a cup because there's Darren Fells again.
His cup runneth over with receiving touchdowns.
Don't go chasing Darren Fells.
Why is that the reference for Darren Fells?
I don't know, man. Waterfall, Darren Fell. I mean,
I guess they both have an F and 2 L's in it, but
I mean, if you got something else, go for it.
Nah, I really don't.
All right, man. you get back to me. Hey, Joe. Good to see you, Joe. Joe Reacher. I had to read that slowly for a second, making sure that was appropriate. Could be reading too much into it. That's probably what I'm doing. And that is the inside of my brain. Barbs, Barry. Hey, Barbs has Fells in Showdown. Nice. Robbie Noble. Yeah, Robbie Noble feels it. Thank you, Robbie. I can always rely on Robbie Noble.
Yeah, Robbie Noble's the man. He's such a positive person.
Nick Thomas says, Glash, I picked Fuller over Fells on your recommendation. Well, excuse me, Nick, if that is your name. I played both of them. Right? Oh, crap, I didn't play both of them. I thought I did. See, look who's in 14th. Tate from Game Ops.
Sneaky.
Oh, very, very sneaky.
I think you are underestimating the sneaky.
Hey, he just kind of snuck up on me. Sexual Chocolate now says, I would listen to a podcast where Glash is in his Boston accent, Lamarca does his Long Island accent, talking about Dunkin' Donuts.
I first of all, I couldn't participate because anytime Glash goes super Boston on me, I just can't stop laughing. I think it's the funniest accent out there. I don't know why, but the way that he does it, it just kills me.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, what time you wake up this morning? I went and got my Krella. Hey, Deshaun Jackson again. Marquise Goodwin has one of the touchdowns. Wentz ran one in. 4 for 71 for Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson.
So, yeah, as it turns out, I did not play Darren Fells. I'm sorry, Nick Thomas. I take back what I said first time. That's a contested ball. Oh, incomplete. Popped out. Bob Daddy, how could you even understand what would be said on this podcast? Yeah, it might only last like 5 minutes.
I can understand.
Mike
It would
Grizzle,
also, I would listen to a podcast of Glash talking about obscure Celtics players in that accent. Like, dude, let me tell you, the greatest Celtic of all time.
Yeah, dude, years ago, Celts 0-1. Jefferson, Kidd, Carter. Dude, Antoine Walker and Pierce, they almost got them in the conference finals. Like, thank God we got Garnett in 07. Because Garnett put us over the top. I loved Walker and Erie Welsh and Pierce and Tony Delk. I love that squad. But I'll tell you what, with Posey and Eddie House, Perkins, Garnett, got a squad there. You can forget about it, yeah. Yeah, sexual chocolate. Noma Garcia Parra. He's better than Jeter. Oh, man.
Antoine Walker did have one of my favorite NBA quotes of all time, though. Somebody once asked him, "Why do you shoot so many threes?" And he said, "Because there aren't any fours."
Producer Madison says, "I don't know if I like listening to your accent, Glash, or just watching Lamarca giggle to it. I like Lamarca giggling to it more." Hey, Nick Thomas, what's your DK username? When I mentioned the free roll, that's what we're talking about. The DK SimFam Friends League that Goff started up probably at this point months ago. Got about 1,400 people in that league. And we make contests. 200 people, 200 entries max. One per username. And it's just kind of a way for the commentators, ops team to get involved. Producers as well. We can't play in the public ones, but we can play in the DK SimFam Friends League. It's just a fun bragging rights way of competing. Jason is asking if scores are updated. That ball incomplete. It's 14-14. We've got Tate, Sneaky Tate, and Zach updating the scores. Based on what I see here, Jason, yeah, the scores are updated. Nick Thomas also says, what did Nick say? Why is there never a Glash and Goff sim, or rarely if that? That's where the real money is. When Goff and I are together, it's special, but we have to limit those because there could be a lot of, the sim could blow up. That's
Seriously,
why
these guys have day jobs, guys. They can't be here 24/7.
The sim could blow up, meaning the stream could break, Simland could reach a very dark time. You have to limit your dose of that. 3rd and 4, one timeout for the Texans. Deshaun takes off, weaves through the D, inside the 40 to the 30. All right, gain of 19. He's at 33 rushing yards now. Jared says, Glash, my glass is a little empty. I wish it was a little fuller.
Not bad, not bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good. What do you got? I'm sorry. You had something to say.
Yeah, Justin Dufault says, Dogecoin with 2 exclamation points. Made a nice rebound today.
One of my buddies is super invested in that. It's great. Oh, come on, Texan. Settle for 3. Kimi! Give it all you got! Hey, you got it. Good boy.
Yeah, I gotta say that I was in on Doge as well, but I have since exited. I will not be riding it to the moon. I was happy to settle for slightly above the Earth's floor.
Jason, yeah, nothing from Brandon Cooks, nothing from Alshon Jeffrey. I tried to help Rick Lewis and speak Alshon into existence. Can try it again soon. So, hey, Carl, good to see you, Carl. Says, what's up, guys? What did I miss? Carson Wentz, Marquise Goodwin have touchdowns. Wentz, of course, threw it to Goodwin. Wentz also ran one in. For Houston, Darren Fells has 2 touchdowns. And we're going to go through the stats right now anyway. So, there you go.
Has any team ever tried a fake knee? And if so, would it work?
I've never seen it, but that'd be great. I'd be down. I'd be down to see that.
You take a little fake knee, the knee doesn't hit the ground, you act like you took the knee, and then you just take off.
Fake knee sounds like the title of a Curb episode.
It also gives me major Waterboy vibes. He doesn't knee. He fakes the knee. He pretends to knee.
The accidental knee.
I don't think you need.
I don't think the knee's down. Jeff? No, knee's not down. All right, here we go. Stats for Jason. 10 for 13. Oh, can we go back to the quarterbacks, please? Thank you. Watson, 10 for 13, 190, 2 touchdowns, both to Darren Fells. Wentz, 13 of 17, 127, and a touchdown. See, Tate and Zach, they're lightning quick. These guys are quick, which is a good thing. David Johnson, 7 for 23. Sanders, 6 for 45. Watson, 4 for 33. Wentz, 2 for 3. And Duke Johnson, 1 for -2. And on to the receivers. Deshaun Jackson's been very good, 5 for 77. Darren Fells, 4 for 59 and 2 touchdowns. This one is the biggest surprise. Randall Cobb, the wideout 4, 3 for 75. Sanders, 3 for 12. Ertz, 2 for 12. Kenny Stills has 1 for 31. Goodwin, 2 for 21 and a touchdown. So the touchdowns belong to Goodwin, 2 for Fells, and then 1 on the ground for Carson Wentz. So there you go. Dems the stats.
I was just thinking the same thing.
3-point game. We're ready for the second half. I got nothing else. Would be a good Curb episode, though.
I mean, it sounds like a Curb episode. You're 100% right.
Oh, man. Well, again, Tate and Zach have been doing a great job, and Daniel has told us scores are good, updated through the half. Mike Amen says, Glash Lamarca. You guys sound great. Well, thank you. Robbie Noble, we might be auctioning one of those off.
I'm not involved.
All right. Mike Bizzle misses Leafy. Mike, I knew you were going to go there.
Mike Bizzle freaking loves Leafy.
Mike, do you just have an obsession with plants? It's okay. You can tell us. I want to know more. Can't just drop an I miss Leafy and not expand on what exactly you miss. The lights, the location.
Producer Madison introduced me to maybe the funniest segment in SNL history, which is just Christopher Walken talking to plants, and he puts googly eyes on all his plants.
Wait, that's an SNL skit?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's got to be from the 90s, I would imagine.
Okay.
But it's hysterical. He's like afraid of plants a little bit, so he puts googly eyes on them because he's, doing the whole Christopher Walken thing. Like, You can't look a plant in the eyes. You need to be able to see into its soul.
Maybe I should put some eyes on Leafy. Ralphie says, Glash, all you got to do is match Matt's energy and put your hat backwards. Maybe I will do it for Carson Wentz.
I feel like your energy is top notch.
There's good energy in the sim. What's up, Mersh? How you doing? Congo Cab. Let's watch Carson Wentz. Nice ball. Way to beat Carson. 15 of 19. Has a passing touchdown. Also has a rushing touchdown. 4th and inches. Unlikely they go for it. Where was that? Oh, Congo Cap says, Glash, one of your eyebrows didn't grow all the way back. You might have to cut them again so they can grow back evenly. I was thinking the same thing. PGZ Man 666. Hey, have you guys ever watched The League? Yes, love The League.
Sure.
I liked the first couple seasons, and then I thought it got a little stale.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. It's a show that I thought was funny, but it's also like, I think that was a pretty easy concept to pull off. Like, just a bunch of idiot friends in a fantasy football league.
Yeah, at the time, though, it was a fantastic creation. When did that come out? Like 08, 09?
That sounds about right. The good news about these Sims is I am on the computer, so I can look it up.
I know.
2009.
Oh, 09. Okay. Good guess. Pat myself on the shoulder there. Bruiser B says, does anyone watch SNL anymore? They have been horrible for a decade.
How dare you?
I didn't even watch last night's.
I saw the opening on YouTube, but producer Madison loves SNL. It's her favorite show in the world. So speaking poorly of SNL is an easy way to get booted.
Ooh. You guys smell that? Better watch it. Hey, Will Fuller. Hi, Will. Nice of you to show up. 5 minutes left in the third. Go. Yes, Watson has 2 passing touchdowns. Both to Darren Fells. Wes is on Twitch. Hi, Wes. Wes says, people come on here to be angry and whiny about so much stuff. Nobody is keeping you here. Wow.
I mean, that's life, isn't it? You know?
Hey, we're here for
some people are only happy when they're complaining.
It's true. It's okay. If your lineup stinks and you want to blame me, want to blame Lamarca, want to blame Madison, we're here for it. Go for it. It's fine.
Behave yourself, Robbie.
It's not our fault. Yeah, take responsibility for your own roster plays. David Johnson, 3rd and 6. Feeble. What's up, buddy? Congo Cab. I will read pretty much anything in the chat. I admit that. Spaz says, schedule Matt and Tom for a sim impersonating game. Who could you? What's your best impersonation?
I do a pretty good Dr. Evil.
Ooh. Can we get a little bit?
Why make billions when we could make millions? How about no? No. We do not gnaw on our kitty. We just love him. Stroke him.
It's pretty good. Wow. What's your favorite Austin Powers? I like Goldmember.
It's a very good question. I liked them all. I will say number 2.
That was 2, right?
Goldmember was number 3.
Oh.
Number 2 is the one with Heather Graham.
Okay. I'm looking them up right now. 2nd and 10 from the 26. Duke Johnson. Very dukey. 2 for -4. Michael Rogers says that's really good. The Joshu says CEH and the fam truly enjoy the back and forth contest. Good times. He's talking about the Sim Fam Friends League.
Smoking a pancake? No. Bong in a blue? No. Pipe and a crepe?
Lindenbaum says, really, Glash? Goldmember was the weakest of them, of the 3. I'm with Lamarca. The second one was the best. So the second one was the spy who shagged.
Correct.
Okay. There was an Austin Powers 4? I didn't know that.
I feel like it's been in the talks for like 15 years.
Oh.
But I don't think it's ever happened.
You search Austin Powers movies. Yeah, Austin Powers 4. There's nothing here. You're right. It hasn't happened. Interesting. All right, so Kiimi makes it a 6-point game.
Another bomb for Kaimi.
Smash that like button, guys. Let's make our way to 300 likes. We will have the Lions and the Ravens next. So I suppose we could bid farewell to Matthew Stafford, even though we will see him again and again and again and again in Simland for probably a while. But we can get started with the goodbyes. If anyone has anything to say to Matt Stafford, the virtual one, you can say it next sim. You can say it now too. Pluto, Zeus Pluto, Zeus-Pluto, first place in the free showdown. Goodwin captained, Watson, Wentz, Fells, Cobb, and Kiimi Fairbairn. Late classic, McNult 56 in first with still a receiver to play. Stacked Watson and Fells, also played Goodwin and Sanders. And in our free roll, Canada No. Not Canada Dry, Canada No in first place by a healthy 9 points. Nice ball there. Into Texans territory, Alshon Jeffrey. Good to see you.
What did I want to respond to here? Oh, Nick Thomas says, y'all boys Harry Potter nerds with me or no? If so, what was your favorite? I know Glash has been watching Harry Potter.
We are through the first 3. I've watched them all. Sarah has not seen them.
I am probably as big of a Harry Potter nerd as a 31-year-old man can be. I love it. I've read the books multiple times. I've seen all the movies multiple times. If you are a Harry Potter fan and you haven't checked out the Ringer podcast that they do about Harry Potter, it's a must listen to. And as for what my favorite movie is, it's number 3.
Yeah, I like Buckbeak. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Swish and flick.
Yeah, Joe Reacher's on my level. Prisoner of Azkaban. Not the best book, but I just thought that was the best movie.
I like Chamber of Secrets was pretty good. The movie. I didn't like 5 and 6. Those two just dragged.
Oh, Sarah's in the chat.
Goblet of Fire was pretty sweet. Yeah, Sarah doesn't really like it. She's all right with it. When Sarah's into something, I know she won't shut up about it. But the fact that she wasn't very outspoken about it, I knew she didn't like it.
Well, what I will say is that in the beginning, there are kids' books, kids' movies. And as you get through them towards the end, it starts to become more, like adultish type material. Like in the beginning, it's about Harry, playing Quidditch and being a kid.
Yeah, Quidditch kid.
Yeah, though.
My favorite spot in Hogwarts.
What would you be?
What house? Sarah's
I was thinking more what Quidditch position.
Oh. Probably the Bulger attacker, right? The attackers with the Bulger.
Well, they're more defenders, but yeah, they get the club. So I could see that. You might be a little too thin to be that a bludger these days.
Yeah, those are some meaty dudes. you gotta be able to take a beating. And of course, we're talking at Hogwarts here, Quidditch.
Yes, and as for my house, I've done the quizzes, and I'm mostly a Ravenclaw more than anything else. But I've got some Slytherin in me as well. I'm like a Ravenclaw, Slytherin mix. Burns says, Lamarca, do you write for Fantasy Labs? I do. You can find my NBA content there 5 days a week, as well as at the DraftKings playbook 5 days a week. Different days, though.
So, Jay Nice 55 just dropped a thank you Glash in the chat. And I'm wondering, what is he thanking me for? Then says, those curtains were killing me. You're hating on my bedroom curtains? They're peachy. I mean, it did look like I was in a hotel room.
I don't get this one at all. But Steve Davis says Lamarca's face is shaped like a 10-seed bicycle seat.
What?
Does that mean I have like a wide forehead and then it really thins out towards the bottom? Because I think we can all agree that that's not the case.
Mike Ament. I have actually talked to some folks with the NEC, and maybe for college hoops, maybe conference tournament time. There could be something there, but not anytime soon. America East, some ACC. That's what we got going on. Bill Hamilton says Glash is getting that look in his eyes like he is about to start licking air again.
The snowflakes.
Yeah. Which
it is
not
freezing.
Yeah.
And it's definitely snowing down by me. I'm sure it's snowing more up by you.
We're getting a ton tomorrow. So that's, I was out at the grill today making a lot of meat. Serious. I mean, Sarah's like, you better go make that chicken because we're getting snow. And I'm like, yeah, good point. So it was 20 degrees out by the grill. It's good. We got 7 minutes left, fourth quarter. Having a good time here in Simland. Brendan Glashy, Matt Lamarca. We are here for the next one as well. Madden After Dark. Ravens, Lions. Producer Madison's here. Daniel on the ones and twos. Tate and Zach here from Game Ops. Yeah, Burn. Lamarca does a great job with his write-ups. Fuller with the catch. NBA. Even gets involved with NFL. Sportsbook, DFS, you name it.
Baseball coming right around the corner.
Baseball.
Let's go, Mets.
LGM. So, Gillespie with the touch. Madison, I might have skipped over this. So they're making a Harry Potter TV show? Did you hear about this?
I have not. But I have to say I'm excited. I'm curious the premise.
Huh.
Matt R says, Lamarca, where do you want to see Bradley Beal get traded to? Anywhere that gives that guy a chance to win. I feel so bad for him.
What's realistic? The Knicks, maybe? No?
Like, that's not doing anything for him.
Oh, for him. That's nice of you to look out for his interest.
I mean, I'm just being realistic. I just, like, I'd love him on the Knicks, but that's not a huge increase over the Wizards. Why not? How about the Celtics? Can they make that work?
If I was the Celtics, I'd only do it if you can keep Brown and Tatum. But I doubt the Wizards are going to settle for anything less than
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would do it in a minute. You can take anybody except Brown and Tatum.
Wow, even Boston legend Marcus Smart.
Yeah, all set. Smart gives you intangibles, but he thinks he's. Let me give you a quick Celtics minute. Let me channel my Kaufman here for a second. You want to know what's twisted about the Boston Celtics? They are including Marcus Smart in their Twitter polling for the All-Star game. So you know how like each team will promote vote for Tatum or vote for Brown or vote for LeBron, vote for Paul George, vote for Kawhi. They're including Marcus Smart. Like even Kemba, I understand, even though he's been hurt this year, he has clout. He's been an All-Star before. Other star players like Mark, they're just doing that to appease Marcus Smart. They're including him in that conversation to make him feel like he's one of the stars, when I think everyone knows he's not that player. He's a very, very good role player, and he doesn't get that. But folks that think he's untouchable, like, come on. Yeah, but he bleeds green. I know. He's a great player. He's a role player, though. It's a stars league. I'm done.
That was very rational Marcus Smart take.
That's all.
There are some times where he's like, he thinks he's the best player on the court, and, you know, he gets into hero mode and he wants to take the biggest shots, and it's like, all right, dude, you need to cut that out of your game a little bit.
What's the sign of a championship team when you know, hey, on a night we might need some offense? Hey, Marcus, we're going to need you to give us 15 points, a couple of threes. You just know the spot that night. You might be given the green light to chuck a little bit more. But then there are other nights when it's like, dial it back. He doesn't get that. He thinks after one great game against a bad team, you can just do whatever. It's like, dude, it doesn't work that way. So I don't know. It's tough because he's a good guy. He loves Boston. Miles Sanders in for a touchdown. B-Don walks this flash. You are wrong. Defensive player of the year every year. Yeah, how many rings have they won, B-Don? With Marcus Smart. I don't know. I think they're a piece away. And he might have to be someone that goes out the door. There you go. He also had a quote the other day, like someone mentioned, hey, do you ever get concerned about if you're shooting too much? And he said something like, I don't care. I'll keep shooting no matter what. I don't care what anybody tells me. I'm like, oh, great. B-Don Walk, I hope Marcus Smart is part of a championship team. But he's got to figure out that he's not one of the stars of the team. I don't think he gets that. That's all. Yeah, I haven't watched Game of Thrones. Call me a bad person. Is that what Sarah's yapping about in the chat?
Seems like it.
Okay. Sarah kicked me out here tonight. She wanted the bedroom. And I was a good person.
You are a good person.
She doesn't include that in her chatting. Well, Philadelphia has the lead by 4, so Houston, with about 3 minutes left, has to be in touchdown mode. Tony with the question here in the chat. By the way, guys, let's get to 300 likes. There's 450 of you on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Over on Twitch, we've got 75 on Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. Bubba. Yahtzee. Jaylen Brown is better than Smart. I can get behind that. Faux show. Ooh, Fooligan. How about P. Fooligan, real quick, before I forget this one? Would you trade Ben Simmons for Bradley Beal? Yes, right? If you're
I
Philly?
would. I think you're about to read this question, but I think there's a pretty clear answer. So it wasn't directed at me, but I'm going to chime in. Who is the most unstoppable basketball player ever by Tony Dank 25? I think you got to go with Wilt for that one. I mean, the dude literally averaged like 50 points a season one year. So I think Wilt, as far as just dominating his opposition, he would be the number one guy.
Yeah. It's a good call. You know, when you go watch Wilt highlights on YouTube, I'm like, wow, this guy can ball.
Do those exist?
Pretty sure. It's been a while. Wilt Chamberlain highlights. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, dude.
There's 11 minutes of highlights cut up March 6, 2020. So someone spent time at the beginning of the pandemic to give us that. So thank you.
I like that I have a extension on my browser, so it shows like DraftKings points when you go to Basketball Reference. So in 1961-62, Wilt averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, which was good for 93.6 DraftKings points per game. Like, imagine the DFS with a guy who averaged a robust 93 a game. What would his salary have to be? Like 20 grand?
Wow. Talk about underpaid. Or, you know, oh, I see what you're saying now. I thought you're talking about his DraftKings salary.
Yeah.
20 grand?
He's averaging 100 points a game.
Would you pay up for him every night? Must play?
Probably. Yes, and It's Me says, and that's before blocks were even a stat.
Yeah, it's true.
Definitely seeing some people complaining about the era and the level of competition, and those are valid concerns, and that's why he's not considered the greatest basketball player of all time. But you want to talk about what player had the most dominant run in the NBA? It's Wilt. You can't argue it for anybody but Wilt.
Watson first and goal from the 6. He'll drop it off to Duke Johnson. He reaches. Oh, down at the 1. Watson has the bonus, by the way.
Bonzo says Coffee Black, also unstoppable.
So Richard says Wilt would be at least 15K in DraftKings, must play, showdown 20K captain.
No way. Way more expensive.
Wow.
In showdown, Wilt would have to be 30K at captain.
Tom. Patrick Ewing is up there, says Midwest Heather.
Disagree.
Oh, is that a hat trick? It is! Darren Fells, number 3. Don't go chasing Darren Fells. 25% owned in the showdown. You guys should have played him instead of Will Fuller. I'm telling you now, I feel good about that take.
Kareem says stick to football. I will not.
Yeah, Kareem.
Basketball is actually my favorite sport and the one that I cover the most. So I feel pretty well qualified to talk about hoops.
Maybe Kareem is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Like maybe that's.
Ooh, it's
a Kareem
I was going to say
burner.
it's his burner, but it's not a very good burner if it's your name. Speaking of burners, did you follow this thing with Patrick Reed?
Yes, I heard about this last night. It was Was it his girlfriend? Right?
I think that's what it
wife?
was, but
Yeah.
it's just hysterical. Patrick
guy.
Reed, already the most hated golfer on tour, and now this thing happens.
Unreal. Unreal. Are we gonna get overtime?
I'm gonna say no.
I think we're gonna get overtime. Oh, Madison says there was overtime last sim.
Madison says if the Eagles kick a field goal, they win. Field goals have been changed to 4 points for the near future.
Kareem says I was named after Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, as a matter of fact.
He's the guy that always gets left out of the best player discussion, and he clearly deserves a seat at the table. The fact that he played for, I think, like 23 years and was still getting the job done.
That was a bullet. Deshaun Jackson, he has the bonus after that reception. Quick timeout. Good job, AI. Philly down by 3 at its own 47. 4-way tie for first place in the free showdown. Fells and the captain. Deshaun Jackson, the bonus has been upgraded in the game center. Wentz fires, completes. I think that's Ertz. Did he get out of bounds? I think he did to stop the clock.
Could be time for another Elliott laser beam.
Yeah, hope it's straight this time, dude. But if we go to overtime, I can't go get my large donkeys. McNult remains. Oh, McNult just lost first place in the
McNulty?
late classic. Wow. Canada no, up by 13 in the Deshaun wants a trade 2 free roll. Oh, there might be go for it all. Intercepted. Intercepted. Conley in the right place at the right time.
Mike Conley.
Oh, man. Come on. Wow. Nick Thomas says, I met Patrick at the Players' Championship, and he was honestly the nicest guy. Even in his post-round conference. He said he asked the rules official, and the guy told him to drop.
I'm not saying he's not a nice guy. I've never met him. He just has the reputation of being the least liked player on tour. That's not me making that up. You know, that's just what is out in the ethos.
Daniel, our technical director, says this is why these two franchises will have new coaches next season. That is pretty bad. Philly was at the Houston 47 and just had to get 10, 15 more yards to be in, deep field goal range, but they decide to no risk it, no biscuit. All right, so that's probably going to do it. Nice little sim here in terms of the points. If you took 51 as the point total, congratulations. Pat yourself on the back.
Oh, and they're running a read option for some reason.
Oh, my God. Imagine he fumbled. He already has fumbled in this sim. Leet over on YouTube says, what a Wentz thing to do. Byrne asks, Lamarca, how many sports games do you play typically in DFS?
I'm not entirely sure what that question means. I play MLB, NBA, NFL. If you're asking like how many lineups do I build, depends on the slate, depends on what I'm feeling at the time, depends on how much free time I have. That's the thing for me, is that I'm playing less now than I used to.
Oh.
Just because I spend all day writing about and thinking about DFS, and when I get off the clock, I kind of just want to turn my brain off for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So when I wasn't writing and doing content so much, I played a lot more because it was a hobby. Now it's like a job. And as much as I love my job and wouldn't trade it for anything else, you still need to unwind a little bit from time to time.
You got to step away, for
Yes.
sure. when you step away, it makes you appreciate the work more.
Correct.
It's a delicate balance here in Simland and also all of DFS and Sportsbook. But hey, at the end of the day, it's a fun job. And we enjoy being with all of you, for sure. All right, so Watson hit the bonus, 321 passing, 3 touchdowns, all to Darren Fells. Carson Wentz, 23 of 30, 258 and a touchdown. He also threw a pick at the end of the sim. He threw it right into Conley's hands, not Mike. His lone touchdown, Carson Wentz, was to Marquise Goodwin. Who do you like for player of the game? I mean, Darren Fells was fantastic.
Got to be Darren Fells.
Got to be Darren Fells, right? Yeah.
3 touchdowns. You know, Deshaun Watson had a great game as well, but Fells was much more creative. You know, Watson we expected to be one of the high scorers. Fells we did not. So Fells, it is.
Don't go chasing Darren Fells. You're a winner. Would have been nice if he hit the bonus too, but we can't be greedy. 6 for 73, 3 touchdowns. Deshaun Jackson, the lone pass catcher to hit the bonus. Darren Fells was 25% owned too. You got to factor that in, the ownership. Deshaun Watson, 80% owned. Fumbled on the ground, running the ball, but did hit the passing bonus with the 3 touchdowns. And Deshaun Jackson was the 5th highest owned in the free showdown. But Darren Fells, no question, was a great value play if you put him in your lineup. How about the LVP? Alshon Jeffrey had 1 catch. Did Brandon Cooks catch a pass?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Brandon Cooks, and really any of the running backs. There were a lot of candidates for this award.
Oh, Cooks had 5 catches. Okay, my bad.
All right, he came on late. I'm going to give it to Alshon, I think. The 1 catch.
Yeah.
He's getting the job done, dude.
Well, if Brandon Cooks had 5 for 61, but none of it was memorable. So must have been in Harry Potter world at the time.
Yeah, it was probably during the second half when we were wandering a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry to Brandon Cooks owners. And someone in the pregame told you to play Will Fuller at the captain spot. That guy should be gone. But we will have, we'll be back, actually. The 2 of us are back for Ravens and Lions. We can revisit Matt Stafford and say goodbye to him for the first of many times here in Simland, but he's really probably not going anywhere because we're far away from another roster update. When I say far away, that could be a month, 2 months. It's going to be a while.
Half a year,
which is 6 months if you didn't know.
Hold on. It checks out.
Okay. I was going to count with you. Use my fingers and my toes. But guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hit that like button on the way out, if you don't mind. Let me see what I labeled the free roll for the next one. Oh, Glash and Big Saxy. God bless Matt Stafford's kneecaps. That's the Madden After Dark contest. Coming your way at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. J.E., we'll see you soon. Thanks, buddy. Thank you all. Lamarca, myself, we're back at about 9:57, 58. Give you a couple minutes of pregame. Daniel will return on the 1s and 2s. Producer Madison. Thank you to Tate. Where'd Tate finish in the free roll? Did he end up being sneaky? Did he sneak up to the top? We had a 4-way tie for first in the free showdown. D Silva S right now hopped in front of McNult, but McNult still has a receiver to play. So that's good for him.
McNulty.
Hold on a second. I got this. I finished in not good place. 121 out of 149. Not good. Lamarca didn't make a lineup.
Did not.
Shame on him. Oh, there's Tate. 12th. Snaky, man. Canada, no. Finished in first. Familiar names up at the top here. Feeble, 8th place. Criminal Bob, 9th. Good stuff, guys. Mike Drummer, 19th. Obi-Wan, 24th. It's over, Anakin. Joker, 31st. All right. Good stuff. Hope to see you all again in about 40 minutes for Madden After Dark. Ravens, Lions, us two, Madison, Daniel, Tate, Zach. We'll be back to wrap up Sunday night. We'll see you soon. All right, Madden After Dark, Sunday night sim football. It feels right. Hey, fun fact, programming note, a week from now tonight, after the Super Bowl, us two are going to be together for the post-Super Bowl Madden sim. Tampa, Kansas City. $25,000 in prizes, free to enter.
Sick.
So, didn't want to bury the lead. And I'm sure we'll mention that again. We decided to go cozy Madden After Dark because, look, the fact that there's no real football going on this fine Sunday, we figured let's get our rest and our coziness in now because next Sunday at this time, this exact time, what's 24 times 7? I'm not going to do that math on the air. But you know what I'm saying? A week from now today, we're going to be like super amped up from the Super Bowl and reaction and all that good stuff. So we're going to be cozy tonight. Lamarca's got his blanket.
Freezing.
It is freezing here in New England, also in New York. So, all right, lineups have locked. Matthew Stafford, we'll say goodbye to him for the first of many times. Mark Ingram's also my boy. I love Mark Ingram.
You're my boy, Blue.
Big trust. Woo woo. So I got Galladay and the captain, both quarterbacks. Giggle pigs over here trying to tell people Jackson's been ruled out. That's not cool.
Yeah, normally we talked about it. I like the wide receiver in the captain spot. I ate the chalk with Lamar today. Just so many more fantasy points than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, he does have that capability to go mobile. But, yeah, I mean, I've done so many. I feel like looking at the schedule, too. I have so many Ravens sims coming up. Like, I'm good. I want to mix it up. Putting Lamar in the captain, I don't want to be a follower. So I've got Ingram, Prater, Dobbins, Stafford, Jackson, flexed, Galladay, captain. Calvin Brown says, do neither of you have heat at your house? It's funny that, and Calvin, I don't mean to pick on you, but because sometimes when I do sims, like for Wild Weather Wednesday, I'll wear a winter hat and a winter coat, you know, just to kind of play it up for the act. But some people like legitimately hop in here and are concerned about the warmth of your home. I mean, it's not frowned upon to wear a blanket for some extra warmth to get cozy. And I know you're probably cold. I'm usually cold too, but I always just like an extra layer. You know, that doesn't mean I'm freezing. I do have heat in my home.
I keep it, I'm like a Larry David heat guy. I like a brisk 70.
Yep.
You know, I don't want to pay for that 75 Leon heat.
Forgot about that. He had the talking to with the family.
72, Larry? Oh, that's way too cold.
What did he say? What's Larry? Larry wanted 68, right?
Yeah. That was 68. Yeah, that was 68.
Oh, man. All right, so we did start the 8 o'clock sim on this fine Sunday night talking about the Lions. So if you guys want to hop in and discuss Matt Stafford, we can. But if you guys are Stafforded out, Jared Goffed out, totally get it. So we can hop in to basically any topic you want. Bill says going with the Ravens defense in the captain spot. Kyle, what's up to you and your dad? I will be on Madden After Dark tomorrow as well. But let's stay in the moment. Let's enjoy the next 32 minutes of sim football. And then maybe extra time if we need it.
McGear. That is exactly what he says. I'm an 82 man myself.
Yo, Meager66, really cool. Sent us a tweet. Me, Rossi, and Freeze Pops. He did a cross-country trip with his wife now. Was a girlfriend and a fiance during the summer, but then he got married. He got married on the Friday of 4th of July weekend when we were actually off, not doing sims. So he didn't have to miss a sim on his wedding. We took care of him.
That's dedication right there.
Yeah. But he made a trip to where they shoot the Office, where they film The Office in California.
Oh, it's not in Scranton?
No. Let me see. I forget his Twitter name. I'll figure it out. Meager66, you can clarify what you sent, because now I kind of forget. That ball was incomplete a moment ago. Actually, it was the running back, Swift, who took it. That's a first down. There you go. Stafford to Swift. Abraham Castillo, Lions defense in the captain spot. How many entries did we end up with? 165. You make a lineup, you get one in?
I did. I got one in. I went, like I said, with Lamar at the captain spot.
Yep.
I've got Stafford. Where is that coming from? Is that coming from me?
I think so. Go on in.
It's not me.
I don't think it's me. Dude, that's definitely you.
Oh, it's on the DraftKings tab.
Yeah, that happens
That's
to me
so
once in a while.
sneaky. That is very sneaky, DraftKings.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a catch. Marvin Jones Jr., 40 yards.
I apologize.
Nick Thomas put Snead in the captain spot. Need a big game to keep up with Lamar captain entries. Ditto. Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's just me that we could... I was pretty much the only one that could hear Lamarca there. As B. Don Walk says, I hacked you guys. Meager66. Yeah, we went to the office studios in Burbank and the Pasadena City Hall, which is the exterior they show on Parks and Rec for their City Hall. It's pretty cool. Stafford looking, shuffle step. He's got the protection. You're going to get way more protection in L.A., buddy. Oh, come on.
You can't get more protection than that. He had the ball for about 10 seconds there.
You think the Rams have a good offensive line, right? Brother Phil was preaching this in the last sim.
They do have a good offensive line.
You think it's going to work? Is it Super Bowl or bust? It has to be, right? With all the
It's
first round
Super
picks
Bowl or
they've given up
bust.
the last few years?
For sure. I think, like I said, I think that the Stafford trade makes them a better team. And they were, one game away from the NFC Championship or one game away from the Super Bowl, however you want to interpret it. They were close already. So if they can get better production as Stafford airmails DeAndre Swift by about 10 yards, if they can get better production from the quarterback position, I think that they are going to be better next season.
It is true. What, 3 years ago? Was it 3 seasons ago or 2 seasons ago? 2 seasons ago, Jared Goff was in the Super Bowl. Do I have that right? Yeah, 2 seasons ago. That's crazy to think. Swift with another catch.
Right,
For the
and they
20.
put up, what did they score in that game? 9 points? 10 points?
3
points?
13-3 was the final. Yeah, it's a good point. Who did the Rams beat in the conference championship game that year? I asked because I wonder how their offense did that game.
Good question.
Rams playoffs.
Take a peek.
I got it. I mean, you're right. It's funny when you ask things like this out loud, and it's like, I have my computer.
That was the Saints game with the blown pass.
Oh, with the
interference.
blown call, the PI, right? Nah, so they were lucky to be there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yarrow in the chat says Stafford was waiting on Patricia to block for him. Yeah, Mark Ingram was actually on the Saints at the time. That's crazy to think as well. Rams scored 30 points in the divisional round to beat the Cowboys that season. Scored 26 to beat the Saints, but controversy at the end, and then just 3 points in the Super Bowl. Yeah, Kyle, we're going to keep that buzzword. Crackle Smack says the Rams would have beaten the Packers in the playoffs with Stafford. They started a dude called Wolford. Yeah.
Let's check. Oh, no, we can't. All right, I'm looking up some Jared Goff stats. So Jared Goff this season earned the number 22 grade at the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
That's not very impressive. Let's check going back where he would have ranked.
Louis Daniel, what's up? Thanks for being here. Nick Thomas says, nobody except the two quarterbacks were reliable, in my opinion. Travis says, Seattle, Niners, Arizona, Rams, NFC West next year. Yeah, Travis, I don't really get your point. You're just naming the teams in the division.
That is the NFC West.
Oh, he's giving the order of how they'll finish, maybe? He thinks the Rams are going to finish in last place? Wow. It's a hot take.
It depends on the Niners are the wild card, right? Like if they really do get Aaron Rodgers.
Who?
The Niners.
San Francisco. Okay.
Yeah. You know, that's like the rumor because Rodgers went to Cal. He's a California guy. He wants out of Green Bay, supposedly. Like, if they can somehow swindle that trade, then they become the best team in that division. But if they run it back with Garoppolo, they might be the worst team in that division.
I don't think they're going to run it back with Jimmy G. I think they see what just happened with the Rams. In my opinion, on 3rd and 11, Jackson looks. Oh, he fumbles, and the Lions have it. Trey Flowers, I believe. Yes, leaping on it. Who was it? We shouted out someone. Someone captained the Lions defense. Abraham Castillo. There you go, buddy. Lamarca. After seeing that move get executed about 24 hours ago, for the short and long term, don't you think the Niners should just go get Deshaun Watson and do whatever it takes just to bury the momentum for the Rams? Or do you wait it out and you try to run it back with quarterback X if it's Garoppolo? Who do you believe is the quarterback for San Francisco? You think, okay, Rodgers, of course, would be excellent.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you can get Deshaun Watson, you get Deshaun Watson. I don't know what it would cost. You know, maybe, like, I've heard some, you throw Nick Bosa and a couple firsts. That would be a pretty appealing trade package if I was San Francisco, but
Adrian Peterson touchdown.
The old man.
Wow.
Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. Somebody requested some singing, so there you go.
Yeah, you did. Or they did.
Well, what was I saying?
About what if the Niners should just go all in on Deshaun Watson?
Yes. Any team that doesn't have a quarterback should try their best to get him. There should be about 25 teams that are calling Houston. But it's going to come down, again, to who Deshaun wants to play for, because he's got the full no-trade clause. So not only do you have to make an appealing pitch to the Texans, you also have to make an appealing pitch to Deshaun Watson.
Obi-Wan loves the big saxy pipes. Crooked Tooth says, sing it again. Chef Duke, what's up, buddy? Mars Bright Burn. My cat was like, WTF was that?
No lie. I was, my niece was over the other day. She's about 6 months old. And I had on some music and I started singing along. And she literally put her hands up to her ears. And I was like, all right, guess I'm done.
There you go. Motivation. Jeremy Meadows says that was classic. I don't know if he can, meaning sing it again. Old Money loved it. CJ71 on Twitch. Stop with the Rodgers to the Niners. Okay. I hear you, man. Rodgers kind of came out and put out that fire the day after his press conference. I hear you. He's probably staying in Green Bay.
Probably.
David Georgie says Goff took Rams to the Super Bowl. Stafford Crickets. Goff will take the Lions further than the Stafford takes the Lambs.
I'll take that bet.
All right, David Georgie, you want to go to Twitter and find Matt Lamarca. You can find him on Twitter at Matt Lamarca.
Very clever Twitter name on my part.
Yeah. Nick Thomas, Clash, how do you get the job of working at DraftKings? Do they contact you to be a commentator? Or do you just fill out an application like any other job? Seems interesting to me. I'll give you the quick story about how I was hired at DraftKings.
I'm curious myself. So.
Okay, ready? April 2016. I was in South Carolina calling minor league baseball. I applied for a job at DraftKings to be on the air. Probably wasn't qualified. I was only 1 year out of college. I applied for the job via like Work or Indeed or work in sports or whatever. Found out about a month later, didn't get it. Okay, like probably didn't have enough of a resume anyway. I'm not kidding. A year goes by. I'm still trying to figure out if I want to do the whole minor league baseball thing. It's kind of a tough business to get into in terms of pay and just figuring your play-by-play career out. I get a random email from talent acquisition with DraftKings. Barry's still at the company. I forget his last name. I haven't seen
Barry
him.
Noyce?
Might be.
No,
But like,
it's not Barry Noyce.
oh, damn. God, what was his last name? I'm going to look it up real fast because now it's bugging me. Anyway, they were like, oh, we saw you recently applied for a job here. And by recently, I'm like, that was a year ago, but okay. They're like, oh, we want you to come in and audition. And I went in, auditioned, did like a couple of like 60 to 90 second sports hits. For example, I did a baseball video on like stack to consider. So I gave some stats. I studied some DFS stuff and pretty generic stuff. And I got hired May of 2017. And they were like, all right, we want you to come in like 1 or 2 days a week in our Boston office. I was commuting from home. That was a pain in the neck. And then just slowly but surely, 1 or 2 days turned into 3, then 3 turned into 4. And then the pandemic hit, and here we are. It's been cool. Been a fun place to work. That's it. Got a shot.
You only
Been
get
here
one
since.
shot.
One opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted. Moment. Just let it stick. Yo.
Okay.
So, and I've known, like, it's weird to think I've known you for like 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Something like that?
We've connected more through the Sims than we ever did with the DK Live. Because, or the Sweat, I should say. That was just smaller segments and stuff. Not as much one-on-one personal time.
So, yeah. Kaufman was already at the company. Emerson got hired maybe a year after I did. So did Jesse. Tara Lynn was hired after them two. I forget how long after, but that's kind of the order. Koff was there, then me, Emerson, Jesse, Tara Lynn from the host's chair. So it's been fun.
And all 4 of you are great.
Yeah, we have fun.
I guess five of you.
5, yeah. Here we go.
Sorry.
Barry Sylvia. That's the name. And this is the email. I just searched my inbox. Friday, May 19th, 2017. Barry Sylvia. The team would love for you to start on Monday. You'll be receiving the consulting agreement shortly. So there you go.
Wonderful.
Yep. So that's the quick
And
story.
you still do your college basketball calls.
College hoops, play-by-play all over the place. And Sports Hub in Boston. Yeah. Oh, boy, that's a touchdown. Bam!
Miles Boykin.
Boykin, the wideout 3.
He turned on the Jets there.
Boykin with the Jets.
Boykin!
Boykin! Boykin! Boykin! Boykin!
With the Jets.
All right. I'm your niece again. Putting my hands over my ears.
Fair.
Oh man. All right. So it's now 10-7. Adrian Peterson has a touchdown. Boykin with the touchdown. Suave. Yep. Eyebrows are back, buddy. Good to have you here. K Squared says Matt looks like the Penguin from Batman.
All right.
Interesting. Dustin Stevens. Thanks, buddy. You guys are a good time. Thanks for being here. Sam Cohn in New Jersey says, "Hey Brandon, what's doing? You well?" I am well. If I wanted to share something with you, how can I do that without being live? I'm on Twitter, guys. BJ_Glash. Your secrets are safe with me. Jordan K says Glash looks like the Riddler from Batman.
I don't see that one. I think I look more like the Penguin than you do the Riddler.
Boykin 16.4% in the flex. Check out the leaderboard here, see how we're doing. Barton 31 leading the late classic. We got a flag here on the first play of this drive. TXC TDC in first place in our free roll with Galladay in the captain. Lamar, Stafford, Ingram, Prater, and Dobbins. I lied. That was my lineup. Jackson captains, Stafford, both defenses, Boykin and Galladay. All right, good stuff. And how about the free showdown? Oh, I have to pull that up. Whoops.
I'm in third place.
Hey! That's what I'm talking about.
Not that my lineup is any good. I just happen to have a defense that has 11 points at the moment.
In the free showdown, 5-way tie for first. Lamar Jackson, 90.5% in the flex, 49% in the captain. Taylor Rash, wow. I miss the Ben Watson days. For real, he would tear it up with the Patriots in Madden 20. Geoff Ulrich used to say that Ben Watson was really just Gronk in Ben Watson's body. Guys, I didn't promise Kaufman Chinese. I said maybe I'll bring him Chinese for his birthday. He'll be fine. Bonzo says, what if Emerson got us suspended from Twitter?
Emerson has that kind of power?
Highest paid employee at DraftKings, according to him.
Yeah,
oh, boy. That is a dart down the middle. Keep on going. Danny Amendola. Wow. Down at the 4.
Wow.
Wow, that's mine.
It's my Owen Wilson. Wow.
David Georgie says Glash is the Adam Levine of DraftKings, by far the coolest. Wow.
That is so untrue.
I might retire tonight. I am the furthest thing from cool. I am a dork.
Super dork.
Such a dork. First and goal from the 4. Swift! Gain of 2.
But in a good way, you know?
Yeah. Thanks, man.
I would consider myself more nerd than dork, but we all have our weird stuff, you know, like me, Harry Potter. It's a little nerdy, a little dorky.
Yeah.
Love it.
Just gotta own it. Just own it. Stafford fires. Ooh, Galladay, way to get up, but couldn't reel it in. Third and goal. Starfighter, I missed the soft glow filter in the bedroom. Glash. Yeah, Sarah kicked me out. You can go.
Yeah, somebody said it was a Martha Stewart bedroom.
You know what? It's a very homey bedroom, okay? It's cozy. Obi-Wan, thank you. We love Super Dorks, Anakin. That's a touchdown. Marvin Jones. That's mine.
Starving like Marvin, girl.
Danny, babe. Wow. Marvin Jones. Way to be. Matt Stafford, you're looking good in the baby blue. Pretty soon you'll be in that Rams blue. But you'll be in Simland for a lot longer. You can't leave yet. Giggle Pig says Glash and Leafy had an argument. Things are a little tense. He needed some air. No, yeah, Leafy's okay. I didn't want to concern Leafy and put her in a new place. Because I have thought about that. Like, if I move out here, should I bring Leafy with me? And that's not fair to Leafy. She's cozy where she is.
True.
All right, so look, it's Madden After Dark. It's Sunday night, typically, and like I said, I mentioned this right off the top, and now that we're about midway through the sim, almost, I want to remind all of you of what we have coming up this weekend, because it is the start of a new week. So, for those that are watching now, a week from now tonight, $25,000 in prize money, free to play. We're going to have a replay sim of the Super Bowl. Kansas City against Tampa. The rosters we've been using since that December update with the superstar traits, X factors, depth charts that you've been used to. Matt Lamarca and I will be on that sim. Madden After Dark style, 10 p.m.-ish, start to the sim a week from tonight after the Super Bowl. So come hang out. Also, coming up this weekend, Saturday, 2 p.m., February 6th, the day before, we will have a sim of Tampa, Kansas City, a Super Bowl preview. $55,000 to represent Super Bowl 55. $55K in prizes, free to enter. Join us. That'll be a blast.
That's before the Super Bowl?
Before the Super Bowl, Saturday, February 6th at 2 p.m.
Cool.
That'll be awesome. We'll have some other sims that day after that one. But that's a big one you want to mark your calendar, 2 p.m. On Sunday, the day of the Super Bowl, we just talked about the Madden After Dark one, but at 1 p.m. on Sunday, we'll have the What If Super Bowl sim matchup. Bills, Packers, 1 p.m. Eastern, $20,000 in prize money. Free to enter. So get excited. Should be a fun weekend. We will be talking about that all week long. So if you need a reminder and you weren't listening just now, that's fine. We'll be hyping it up all week.
Yes, we're seeing some confusion about that long catch. Was it Hawkinson? Was it Danny Amendola? I thought it was Amendola, but I could be wrong. We will find out, guys. We run through the stats, and you'll know. Tate says it was to Amendola, so we will be updating everything to get Amendola's points.
We got you guys. Ops team is always on it. Tate, Tate's just excited he came in 12th last contest, so he must have just missed it. It's all right, Tate. I'm just teasing you. Zach here from Game Ops. Producer Madison. Daniel on the ones and twos. We're almost at 300 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get to 300 likes.
David Gorgie says Matt was addicted to helium as a kid and his voice never recovered. Well, how do you explain this, David? Late night Madden After Dark, we take it down low.
Take it down low.
Put your girl to bed. Hang out with Matt Lamarca and Brandon Glasheen for a little late night commentary. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was 80, not 88. You feel? Ace wants to see a Galladay bomb. Up, it's a run. Swift, 2 carries, 6 yards. Kyle's asking about Madden After Dark tomorrow. I can tell you that. The lineup for tomorrow. I'll be with Tom Carroll. Ooh, a Patriots sim. Yay. Patriots and Seahawks for Madden After Dark at 10. So, someone was asking about the prize pool. I believe that's DK dollars, guys. 55K free-to-play showdown, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday, February 6th. Tampa, KC. Sunday, 1 p.m., the sim of the what-if Super Bowl matchup, Buffalo, Green Bay, 20K free-to-play showdown contest. Also, more to come on what the first-placed payout is. All right, guys. And then Sunday night, like I said, Lamarca and I will call the Super Bowl replay sim. Kansas City, Tampa. Right after the big game on Sunday. Come hang out on the Dream Stream. Travis Anderson, appreciate you, buddy. Jeremy needs to see more Marvin Jones. Meager 66, I heard about this. I have not watched John Krasinski play Tom Brady last night. I'm excited to check that out.
That was the cold open.
Oh, it was the open of the show. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was good. It was funny.
Okay. Interesting. They decided to lead with that. Now I'm excited. Might have to watch it after this. Did you see Nick Thomas's comment about a narrator?
No.
A creepy pasta narrator?
Oh, I did see that. Yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with the creepypasta.
Same. That's why I asked.
I know, like, the Slender Man. You know the Slender Man?
Yep.
That's like creepypasta. But that's really all I know.
He is Matt Lamarca. If you guys want to follow him on Twitter, you can find him, Matt Lamarca. Pretty simple. He's breaking things down at DraftKings. Baseball season coming up. He's knee-deep in basketball coverage, NBA. Also, you can catch his coverage of the NFL Sportsbook, also DFS. Matt with 2 T's, Lamarca, Lamarca. I am BJ_Glash over on Twitter. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Up over 300 likes. Dustin says, when do you change from Madden 20 to 21? This is 21. Dustin, we did an update in December. It did not change the rosters. It just changed superstar traits and X factors. December 2020. If you want to find, Dustin, all the information on how to make lineups, what the depth charts are, just Google Madden Streams info page. That'll be a great resource when you guys play in those big contests next weekend.
So we got some housekeeping to do here.
Okay.
One, Mars Brightburn says, Glash, I wondered where Nick Mangold went. Didn't know he was hosting Sims with you. So Nick Mangold, I actually have gotten plenty of times before. And I think that's a good one, especially being a Jets fan. I'll take Nick Mangold. 2, somebody wanted to know if we got paid in DK dollars, and the answer is no, we get DK crowns. And 3 is, does Keebler get royalties for Matt's appearance? I want a cookie all of a sudden. No, Taco Bell does.
Dustin, no problem, man. Ryan, I'm glad you're enjoying the sim. Good to hear. Oh, producer Madison. You're the best. Thank you. So I'll give you guys an example about next weekend. As Lamar looks on 2nd and 16, a bullet to Boykin. Boykin with the chance. Kinda, to the 43. 1 timeout remaining for Baltimore in this half. Down 10 to the Lions. So you can find the Madden Stream 25K free big game replay contest, KC and Tampa, in the DraftKings lobby right now. Boykin again, my God. Check it out. So, looking at the full contest details, it's free to enter. DK dollars. First place wins 200. Let me make sure I get the running right. Nope, let me say it again. First place wins $2,500 DK dollars. $2,500 first place payout in DK dollars. Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hey, look, full disclosure, I know there was a dip in the prize pools this past week, but this is a way of like, all right, football season coming to an end. Really cool that DraftKings is putting this on. So we're going to have a really fun weekend coming up. I want to keep reminding you, get excited for the weekend. We're excited to bring you Sims. And just keep finding ways to, get amped up for these things. Because I know, look, if you're playing these every day, 6 a day, 7 days a week, you might have a sim or two where you're like, all right, I gotta find some life, gotta find the energy to make a lineup and get invested. Well, keep it up this week. If I'm looking at the schedule, I would think the Chiefs as well as, the Chiefs are going to be in action this week. The Bucks. I can tell you right now, tomorrow, let me see, Chiefs play at 8 tomorrow. You might want to check that out. See how the Chiefs look in Simland. You might want to check out the Bucks on Wednesday night, Wild Weather Wednesday, playing the Bills at home. Chiefs play the Raiders at home on Thursday. Bucks play at Denver on Friday. I don't know. Kind of get a feel for the two teams. But if you've been playing since day one, since we started the new game, of course, you should have a good sense of how the two teams look. But again, Madden Stream's info page, the #1 resource for all the information to get those lineups ready to go. Stafford's 11 of 15, 178 and a touchdown. Jackson 10 for 10 passing, 135 and a score to Boykin. Ingram 6 carries, 14 yards. We have not had a running back stand out in two sims tonight.
No, it's been pretty not good.
Yeah.
Peterson did score the touchdown at least.
True.
But that's for all we've got. It's Swift active in the passing game, so at least he's got that going for him. That's pretty good.
Swift, the leading receiver in terms of receptions, 5 for 32. Jones, 3 for 48 and a touchdown. Boykin, 3 for 69 and a touchdown. Amendola had that big catch that you guys were chiming in about in the chat. Chiming in on. That's a better way of saying it. 2 for 89. Andrews, 3 for 29. Snead, 2 for 21. Mike in the chat. Look, the info page is just a guide. So you get the depth charts right. So I hear you. Paul Butler. This guy is insufferable. Even his voice is truly horrible. I mean, how is he being paid?
He was referring to me or you. But I'm gonna take it as a compliment.
Paul, the fact that you had the time to use your energy and put that in the chat, it was worth reading. And we'll be better for you. All right?
Paul, I invite you to apply for either one of our jobs and see where that gets you. Oh!
Captain Blood, my eyes are blue, but thank you. Let's see. Looking at the contest, I am in 118th. Not good. Rob Rand is in 5th. Nice. Canada, no. We mentioned that username last sim. Canada, no, is in 11th. McNult is back.
McNulty
56. We mentioned how McNult 56 had a receiver left. It was Marvin Jones. That's good for McNult. McNult is in first by 3-ish points. And in the free showdown, we've got a 20-way tie for first place. This might be my favorite username. I said it live on the air, and then I realized what it said, but it hurts when I furt. Lamarca is on fire tonight. Oh, Paul Butler clarifies, says, Matt, he's the annoying one. Where do I apply? Do you have to have a degree in bad facial hair? Paul.
Yeah.
Come on, Paul. Matt's like the nicest guy in the world. He's not annoying. Anyway, we appreciate you being here. Whether you love us or you hate us. Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, Lamar. Peace.
He gone.
He gone. 75 yards with the Jets.
Big trust. Put a little wiggle on him. Turn the Jets on. And all of a sudden, Lamar is in business.
Big trust. Woo, woo. Woo, woo. Oh, so Dan Russell. Say it all together. Canada in... I'm having a hard time. This is why they call me Phonics. How else would you say that name? Not Canada, no. How else would you say that? Canado?
Canada, no.
Canada, no. That's hard. Canada, no? Anyway, that's Dan Russell. He's DMing me on Twitter saying, that's me. Say it all together. I'm like, I'm having a hard time. That's why I'm just saying Canada, no. Not Canada Dry. Canada, no. All right.
Man, Paul Butler just throwing shots.
Do you have anything to say, or you want to move on?
I'm fine. He can take shots all he wants. You know, I'm not self-conscious. I mean, I think I do a pretty good job of rolling with the punches on these things. So if you don't like it, you don't have to listen. But he's still here. So maybe I got that Howard Stern thing where the people that like me listen and the people that love to hate me also listen.
True. I understand.
As DeAndre Swift gets buried in the backfield.
Luke Murphy needs Hawkinson and carry on to step it up. Feeble 715. Glasham headed for a third straight top 10. Well, there you go. No Feeble. Let's see. He's in 9th right now. Tied for 9th. All these lineups. Well, Rod is in first in our free roll with Marvin Jones in the captain. Stafford, Amendola in there as well. Amendola 11 yards from hitting the bonus. Third quarter is underway from the 23. Marvin Jones with the catch. He'll tumble for a gain of about 10. Check it, 8. 3rd and 2 upcoming. 4 catches, 58 yards for Marvin Jones. Did you see Mike Bizzle?
Yes.
Go ahead, read it.
What do you call a Matt Vulture? Lamar, caw.
Oh, Galladay. You had your mitts on it. Hey, so Lamarca was going to go get Duncan, but didn't. Disappointing.
Yeah, I decided I didn't need the caffeine boost. I do have some work to do after this, but I think I can push through without it, and I didn't want to be up until like 4 in the morning, so.
Fair enough. Paul Butler now says, I could give more in-depth reasons, but I don't get that many characters. Well, Paul,
write an email, send it to Madden Sim Reviews at DraftKings.com, and I promise someone will get back to you.
Lamar out of the pistol. Keeper. Do it again. Make it 80 yards. Dustin Stevens says, Matt does an excellent job of rolling with the punches. It's actually quite impressive, sir. Glass, you're good too, but you do get mad and fired. Mad and fire back occasionally. Oh, yeah. I mean, every once in a while, I'll unleash on someone. Not a person. Just, I mean, more so, I try to protect the ops team. Except Tate.
Dan Russell, I appreciate you, buddy. I've seen a lot of you guys throwing out some nice stuff in chat. And just because I don't read those out loud doesn't mean I don't see them. And they make me feel great. So I appreciate all of you.
Meager66, all the DK hosts are super cool. Ducey drives the most chat interaction. What's the phrase? There's no such thing as negative chat interaction. That was a line by Pat Mayo when we first started these. Yeah, Ducey comes in hot for sure.
Ducey's got takes, man.
What is that? Someone turn your stereo down. I'm trying to do a sim here. You know what, though, I will say? I think, I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think here's where Ducey runs into trouble. I think this chat genuinely has enjoyed getting to know us. So Ducey has not allowed for people to get into his life and learn about him. If you kind of allow for that, then start to spit the hot takes, there can be a little bit more context and understanding. When you just come in hot, it's like, whoa, where'd this guy come from? So I think it's fantastic how he just comes in ready to go. It's honestly impressive. This is a little hot. Like, these people just want to say hi, man. Like, oh, man. He's good, man. He's fun. Interactive for sure. 2nd and 3. Got 4.5 left in the third. Thanks for being here, everybody. And see, you bring up Ducey and the chat just goes off. That's great.
The Deuce.
Let's see. We got producer Madison with us. Ryan Bossy, he came back. Ryan, please behave. And the other thing, too, is you got to be receptive to the other side. If I disagree with you about something, like, that's fine. But can we have a conversation? Or is it just going to be, no, it's what I say. No, stop. No, stop it. 2nd and 8. Oh, Lamar, sir.
Runs right into the left hand. D hand. Deshaun hand?
Smash that like button if you love these Madden Sims. 6 a day, 7 days a week. Of course, there will be some exceptions this coming weekend, Saturday and Sunday, with some special prize pools. And then right after the Super Bowl, we're going to be back to what we were doing starting March 28th, which is consistent 6 a day, 7 days a week, non-stop. 3rd and 12. Lamar, go to the marker. Oh, he's literally.
That will set up a field goal attempt, and I do believe that got him the 100-yard bonus right there. Ricky Robbie's got a need for Sneed.
Dustin Stevens brings up something here. Both being East Coast boys, do y'all hate Monday Night Football starting at 8? I would hate that. I like the game starting at 5. I love that the Super Bowl is starting at 6, whatever it is, 6:30. Is it 6:20? 6:20. 6:20?
Yeah, 6. I mean, the game probably won't kick off till like 6:40. But, you know, and that's why, by the way, I don't think we're getting on till like 11 would be my guess.
Oh, for the replay sim? Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
But, I don't know. Maybe it'll be a quick game. I will say that I'm very excited for the weekend's halftime performance. I love the weekend. I think it's going to be a fun game. We haven't really talked about the game yet. Do you have a feeling one way or the other? I'm sure that you've talked about this many times on these sims, so I won't ask you to beat it to death, since I'm sure that Chad has heard your takes, but do you think that the Bucks can pull off the upset, or are you team you would be surprised if the Chiefs lost?
I wouldn't be surprised by anything at this stage because of, look, as hot as Tampa's got, I think it's pretty improbable what they've done. Tom Brady, to be fair, to be a non-bias Brady Bobo, okay, they've done all of this on the road. I mean, now, look, they were a favorite against Washington. Marvin Jones with another catch to the 35-yard line. First down, tied at 17, about 2 minutes left in the third. We'll look at the leaderboard here in just a second. Kansas City is just so loaded that it's hard to like not pick them. I'm kind of surprised they're not favored by like 4 or 5 points as opposed to like whatever it is now, like 3.5.
Yeah.
Like I'm surprised it didn't start at like 4.5, 5, then drop. You know how that normally happens? It will drop throughout the week.
Yes.
I think KC being KC's not traveling to Tampa until the Friday before the game on Sunday. I think that is a great advantage for them. Andy Reid's going to have a lot of time to game plan. Andy Reid against the Brady-Belichick teams has always game planned well. The question, do you believe Tampa can keep up and score 30 points? They struggled to do so in Tampa week 12. But I also would say, because Tom Brady's always due for a bad pick. He threw 3 in the NFC Championship game. I'm kind of waiting for Patrick Mahomes to have like a bad moment. I think it's going to happen. Like Kansas City proved last year they can play from behind. So,
yeah.
But for Tampa, they've also proven in this run that they need a lead. They haven't showed us they can come from behind. So I do believe Tampa can get a lead. The question is, I don't know if they can hold off this Kansas City team. That's what it comes down to for me. If Tampa doesn't have a lead, forget about it. They're playing from behind, forget it.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing the game very similarly. I mean, it's not hard to see these things, but the Tampa Bay pass rush against the Kansas City offensive line, who will likely be without their starting 2 offensive tackles, like they have to control the game on that side. And I think they need Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones to control the game on the ground when they're on offense. Like, we have seen that you cannot beat the Chiefs in a shootout. If any team was equipped to beat the Chiefs in a shootout, it was the Buffalo Bills, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't even come close, to be honest. So they're going to have to kind of muck this up a little bit, make it a little bit ugly, keep Mahomes on the sidelines, and like you said, they're going to have to get to 30 points or so.
Yep, I generally agree. David says Bucks D is better than KC. Also, Nick Thomas, those contests they've been rattling off, those big ones, public, man. They're public. They should be in the lobby. So, yeah, I think it's a difficult game to predict but you know, I would be shocked if it's a blowout. I would. Tom Brady's going to have to accept, and I think he has, because of how he ran an offense in New England, especially that latest Super Bowl they won against the Rams, which we talked about a little bit. Are you cool with, because you know who's been hot these playoffs is Leonard Fournette. Run the football. Lenny. As cool as the Brady, because I'm a big Brady guy, as cool as that.
Really?
Yeah. That pass down the left side to Scotty Miller, as cool as that was, and they needed the points, you're on the road, I get it. The no risk it, no biscuit, you can't do that crap in this game. Ball control game. Keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands. And I look back on this too. The last time Brady, besides week 12 this year, when Brady faced Mahomes in the, so I guess 2 times ago, when Brady faced Mahomes, AFC title game 2 years ago in Kansas City, the Patriots doubled the Chiefs in time of possession, and the game went to overtime. Like, that offense is so explosive. They have to be willing to make a game plan. Can Bruce Arians accept? Can he just not do the whole no risk it, no biscuit thing for a night and just say we got to control the ball. We need to control time of possession. If they are not willing to do that and try to keep throwing home run balls on 1st and 2nd down, forget about it. Forget about it.
Agree?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. We can't get Tampa in trouble for something that hasn't happened yet, which is they have not had to play from behind in a playoff game yet. Their last come from behind win was against an awful Atlanta team in December on the road. And everyone made the jokes like, oh yeah, Brady comes back against the Falcons again. At the same time, we know Kansas City can come from behind. They've proved it all last year. So.
And they were down 9-0 to Buffalo as well. and
True.
it came back and scored 2 touchdowns in the blink of an eye. So you really are never clear of them. However many points you think you need to beat them by, you need to beat them by more.
Mm-hmm. Neville cleanup hitter. Who brought up Brady? Well, Lamarca was asking my take on the big game, so blame Lamarca.
The big game.
Well, the beginning of the week, rightfully so, we were reacting to the crazy championship Sunday, and I think a lot of people are they're very hurt that they're mad at the commentators that the Bucs just won and got to the Super Bowl, and it's Brady fatigue. It's kicking in.
Yeah, I mean, I am not the biggest Brady guy. I have come out on the record and said that he is not the most talented quarterback that I've ever seen. He's a great winner. He's played on a lot of great teams. You can't take that away from him. He's going to go down as the GOAT. But the fact that Tampa Bay went from a non-playoff team to in the Super Bowl
Year 1.
just by trade, essentially that was the only change they made was at quarterback.
Yeah.
And New England went from a perennial playoff dominant team to a legit bottom feeding team. And for the most part, their big change was just the quarterback position. They had some opt-outs on defense as well, but it's really a testament to just how good Brady is, especially considering his age. I mean, it's really insane. Like the Peyton Manning, Tom Brady debate for me has kind of turned into the LeBron James, Michael Jordan thing. Like when both were at their primes, at the peak of their powers, I think Peyton Manning was better. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, right? It's an opinion-based question.
Yeah.
But when you look at the whole spectrum of their careers, it's got to be Tom Brady, right? Like he has now played at such a high level for such a long time. That's what separates Jordan from LeBron for me. Maybe Jordan at his peak was better than LeBron at his peak.
Sure.
But LeBron has legit been the best player in the league now for 15 straight years. Jordan played about 12 years total in Chicago. So this is how I'm viewing the situation. I don't love Tom Brady. I'm a Jets fan. I've grown up hating Tom Brady, but I have nothing but respect for that man.
Hey, I hear you, man. Luke Murphy, totally get it. Totally get it. And look, like I said on Monday, Tuesday, this past week, if we got Green Bay, Kansas City, or Green Bay, Buffalo, Tampa, we'd be diving into the thing for sure. No question about it. But as it turns out, the matchup is Tampa and KC. Mahomes against Brady. Someone had something here in the chat. Some of you guys, Luke Murphy included, needs Hawkinson, 40.5% owned. How about Matt Prater? Shout out to Emerson Latzia's alma mater. UCF delivering to put the Lions in front 20-17. Lamar Jackson has a 75-yard rushing touchdown in this sim. Rod is in first place in our free roll. God bless Matt Stafford's kneecaps. Yeah, Kareem, I hear you, man. I'm just saying, time of possession's a big deal for Tampa. It should be.
Yeah, I talked about this with Geoff a little bit yesterday, but like, I normally think the whole establish the run thing is overrated. You know, you need to score points and you pass to score points, but establishing the run is a legitimate key for the Bucs in this game.
Yeah, Mars Brightburn, Brady's awareness is top level. It's the intangibles. I mean, like you said, year one, he's got this team in the Super Bowl.
The man has discipline like nobody else on this planet.
Buy-in.
You know,
He's got everyone in that locker room bought in.
There are probably plenty of people with as much talent as Tom Brady in their body, but they're not willing to sacrifice the way this man has.
Yep. I mean, guys, the Bucs had one Pro Bowler this year, and guess what? I don't care, but there's an article, I think it was in CBS Sports, like Devin White was bummed out that he didn't make the Pro Bowl, and look, easy for Brady to say at 43, but it's just like, dude, like, we're going for a bigger prize here. And like, I think just guys look at him and they buy in. That's it. They've bought in for sure. Thank you guys for hanging out. Seriously, Sunday night. Wow, I missed the buzzword. I'm a bad person. I totally went over the buzzword. See what happens when you get me down the Brady road?
Oh, shucks.
Missed the buzzword. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. Totally missed it. Well, whatever. It's fine. I'll make up for it this week, somehow.
On to Cincinnati.
Legacy Lock says, holy bleep, texted the exact same thing Glash said as he said. Legacy Lock, what are you talking about? There's Lamar with the big tries. Woo-woo. First down.
Yeah, woo-woo.
Woo-woo. Down at the 2-2. 124 rushing. Woo-hoo. Rick Lewis, I think it's at 3.5 now. Feeble, I'm hearing you, man. I got you.
Tate hopping in the chat. Says Manning big forehead, Brady big forehead. Coincidence? I think not. So we should be measuring forehead sizes at the combine is what you're telling us, Tate.
Oh, Rick Lewis, I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that, Rick. Kenny says, you said Brady enough. That was the buzzword. All right, fair enough. Oh.
Tate says, absolutely, we should be measuring forehead sizes. See, my theory, I've always had a theory that all the best quarterbacks are like...
Ooh, touchdown. Mark Andrews.
Getting his dance on.
What do you got?
My theory has always been that all successful quarterbacks are handsome to some extent. The one real exception for me is Peyton Manning.
Big
I wouldn't
Ben.
really consider him a handsome guy.
Big Ben. No.
Yeah, Big Ben probably fits that as well. He's gotten a little chubby. So.
You think Joe Flacco is handsome?
Yes.
Interesting. Quick housekeeping note. Eric Rodriguez. What's up, Eric? Last I saw Eric, Sammy Watkins will be available to play in the Super Bowl. He will be active. That was earlier. Sorry, it's a new week. It's Sunday. So last week, technically, the beginning of the week. So around a week ago now. Watkins should be good. AB should be good. Is there anyone else that's noteworthy in terms of injuries for the Super Bowl? I mean, Mahomes, of course, is fine. He got cleared to play last week.
So we've got, Mitchell Schwartz for the Chiefs is a big one to monitor.
Oh, God, yeah, their offensive lineman, yeah.
Antoine Winfield Jr. for the Bucs. But these guys, the Bucs guys are all, for the most part, expected to play.
Yeah.
Meager says Emerson Latia is the handsomest QB/kicker. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Emerson's a good-looking man.
Real quick, Daniel says, Daniel on the ones and twos, Julian Edelman will be sidelined for the game. Talk about a guy who's so jealous and wishes he was in Tampa. Which reminds me, bringing up Emerson and kicking. I don't know how we're going to produce this, but Emerson and I are actually going to, Saturday morning, before the 2 p.m. sim on Saturday, we're actually going to go kick field goals. I'm going to go buy a ball and a tee this week. Surprised he trusted me as a New Englander, the air pressure in the football.
Hey, you got to deflate him. Yeah.
That's why I told him he should buy it, Get that Matt Prater feel of the ball. But we're going to go, oh, man, Hugh Banks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Damn. You guys are making me sad here. Rick and Hugh, God bless you guys. Sorry, I don't want to transition like I'm not caring. I just caught that corner of my eye. We're going to kick field goals on Saturday morning. This guy keeps getting on the stream telling you all he can make 45-yard field goals. So I'm probably like really, really bad. But I'm like, you know what, man? Let's go do it. Let's go kick field goals. So we're gonna kick field goals on Saturday. Maybe we'll stream it. It's supposed to snow on Saturday.
Well, that could create a problem.
Oh, I think it would make it awesome. It'd be fun.
That was like Katie Nolan had a segment on her show where she brought in fans who were like complaining on Twitter about how they could make field goals that other kickers in either college or professional football have missed. So she set up the kicks, like, okay, you can make it, prove it. And needless to say, the results were not impressive.
Yeah, I'm nervous. I think I'll be really bad. But...
I mean, have you kicked before?
No, I can't tell you the last time I tried to kick a field goal. Maybe I should practice. Talk about practice, man. Maybe we'll stream it. Maybe we'll stream it on. I don't think we can do it on here. Oh, Stafford, go for it, baby. Incomplete.
My advice is you get some steel-toe boots.
Ooh.
Maybe you get some extra distance off the steel toe.
Maybe if I called a boot company, I'll tell them, hey, I'm doing this thing maybe they'll sponsor me. Intimidate Emerson. Hey, man, I got a sponsor from a steel and boot company. Hey, Emerson, look at these boots, man. Better be scared. Ooh, Marvin Jones, what a catch. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Meager 66. We can stream it on Periscope via Twitter. Scope it. Instagram Live. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. We got to make that happen. Maybe Sarah can come and she can tape it if she doesn't mind. If she doesn't mind, I'll have to ask her.
If I lived up there, I'd go, but I don't, so I won't.
Oh, Galladay, sir. Let's go. Detroit might win this thing. Do it for Stafford. Dan, best of luck with your surgery. Thanks for the message. First and goal. Stafford. Galladay was out of bounds. Oh, boy. Mars Brightburn. I found Galladay. Chef Duke. There you go. Kareem, are you guys kicking in cleats? I don't think I have any cleats. We're just gonna kick with.
So you're just gonna wear sneakers in the snow.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bad formula.
Caw-caw, caw-caw, the hawk. Matt Lamarca, caw. There you go. Matt Stafford.
I really don't think that's a hawk sound, unfortunately.
What's that?
I don't know if that's a hawk sound. That's more of like a crow.
Okay. All right, I haven't tried.
Can you do a pigeon?
No, can you? Ooh. Yeah, we love birds.
Do you like birds?
I don't dislike birds.
My sister is terrified of birds.
What kind of birds?
All birds.
So if like a innocent blue jay is just feasting off a bird feeder out the window,
she would not like Emerson's jacked blue jay.
What about like a pigeon just like hanging out by a fountain?
Nope.
So what does she do?
She just avoids birds.
Does she like scream?
No, it's not like that, but she just don't like them.
Wow. I mean, I can see if she doesn't like birds, like if they poop on her windshield or something. Like seagulls pooping and stuff.
So it's her fear stems from two things. One, we were young, and we were at a park, and she had a can of soda. And we were getting, like, these geese, like, aggressively followed us trying to get the soda, to the point where she, like, started running and they took off after us. So she had to just chuck it. And then she saw the movie The Birds at, like, a younger age and became terrified. So...
Chris Robinson says, don't laugh, Brendan, because fear of birds is a common thing. I absolutely hate and fear them myself. I would rather a person with a gun coming after me than a bunch of birds. You don't mean that, Chris. Come on.
You're birds.
Wow. TX says, put bread outside her window.
That would be mean. Just drive to her house and put bread there.
And Russell, explain to her that birds are angels. All right, this is probably... I got one timeout. You got to get in field goal range and call a timeout. Come on, I want overtime. I'm in. Oh, what a catch. That 60-yarder, they can pull this off. Chris says, tell me you are screwing with me right now because I have a very similar origin story for my fear of birds as well. He's talking about your story.
Yeah, no, I don't know Chris Robinson. That really happened. We got chased by geese.
What kind of soda was it?
Oh, the only soda that was allowed in the Lamarca household was Coca-Cola Classic.
Okay.
My dad's one of those guys. You know, like, when you go to a restaurant and they're like, oh, you don't have Coke, is Pepsi okay? He's like the only person in the world that's like, no, it's not okay. We're leaving.
All right, you got to call timeout. No, what are you doing? Lamar, I love you. Oh, my God. He might score. No, he won't. Dude, 166 rushing. What are you doing? The AI again. Come on. They had a timeout as well. So here's Chris's story. When I was 3 years old and taking a nap at a park, my father spread a whole loaf of bread around my blanket, and I woke up to a herd of geese and ducks or some bleat. It was so terrifying I ran away crying.
Oh my God.
Now that is torture.
Yeah,
that
that's not cool. Chris Robinson's dad.
Well, now I get why he's afraid of birds and that he's tortured. That makes sense.
Yeah, and park geese and ducks are very aggressive. Geese are in general are just mean birds, yo. There was at my local golf course, there's one geese that's always there, or goose, I guess. No, I'm sorry, it's a swan. That's what it is that's mean. It was a swan, and I hit my ball over there by one time.
Is this the Curb episode, The Black Swan?
It was hissing at me, and I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, Mr. Swan. Let me just get my ball and get out of here.
Sorry, Mr. Swan. Oh, my God. Wow. See, you never know what you're going to get on Madden After Dark. Fear of birds. Well, I'm sorry, Chris. That is just...
Yeah, that's rough.
Like, that's probably not good parenting, but wow. You were 3 years old. That's torture. Oh, all right. So Lamar Jackson was the high point man tonight, guys. 166 rushing. He did fumble, but made up for it, clearly. Marvin Jones hit the bonus. Meager 66. Stop looking at me, Swan. Willie Snead, 5 for 50. Swift, 7 for 34. Nice catch there by Joe. Hollywood Brown, zip. He's probably the Not My Kid award.
Hollywood swinging.
Say goodbye to Hollywood. Chris, I literally woke up, saw a bunch of geese, ran away screaming, throwing Starburst at the ducks. So first it was Coke in your situation, Coca-Cola.
Classic.
Clarify. Chris Robinson's got Starburst in hopes they would leave me alone, and has stayed with me in my adulthood, and I even hate caged birds.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mike Ament finished fifth in the free roll. Nice. Okay, is Lamar the player of the game?
I think he has to be. I mean, he put up a 40 burger, so.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, man. Sweet. Dave Weinstein finished in first place in the late classic. Nicely done by 5 points. Lamar at quarterback. And Marvin Jones, one of the receiver plays, our buddy McNult 56, finished in sixth. In the, let's see, the $250 free showdown. Six-way tie for first, Lamar and the captain. 61.56 points in the captain spot. Stafford, Andrews, Jones, Boykin, Dobbins. And finally, in the God Bless Matt Stafford's Kneecaps free roll, W.J. Grimes came in first place with Jackson, Stafford, Andrews, Jones, Amendola, and Dobbins. One more bird story, two more bird stories, and then we'll go. Nick Thomas, if we are all telling bird stories, one time when I was young, I fell in the lake trying to feed a duck bread. And while I was flailing my arms around, the duck bit my hand. I'm not scared, though. Ooh, duck bite. Chris Robinson, when I was in my 20s, I was sitting with a friend in the Burger King parking lot. He knew of my fear, so he poured a bunch of French fries on his dashboard and put the windows down and locked the windows.
Oh, my God.
Holy crap. So your dad's torturing you and your friends are. Chris, is this why you come to the chat? Do you need new friends?
Chris, it's safe here.
Now I kind of want to see birds flying above the stadium to start the sim. And then Chris starts freaking out. Oh man, Chris, that's good stuff. That's funny. I mean, sorry, I know it freaks you out, but all right, man. Let's go through the schedule. Yeah, they're not my kid, Madison. We're going with Hollywood Brown. He didn't have a catch.
Hollywood.
Yeah, he was bad. All right. So here's the schedule for tomorrow in Simland. You'll start the day at noon Eastern. Cardinals at the Bucks. Oh, there's that man again. Tom Brady, the Buccaneers. That pass rush, though. Talk about the pass rush. Emerson and Christian to start the day tomorrow, 2 p.m. We keep getting 49ers Falcons.
The Falcons.
The Kyle Shanahan Bowl. We've had like 10 matchups. It's insane. I'm not yelling at anybody. Sorry. I know. It's not Madison. Sorry, Madison. Let me mean it. It just blew me away reading that. 49ers and Falcons. Kenny Ducey and Christian D'Andrea. 4 p.m. You'll get the Titans at the Jags with Kenny Ducey and Zach Thompson. After the 4 p.m. Madden Sim tomorrow, February 1st, start of a new month. NBA Pre-Lock. You'll have Shirag Hira, the content manager at DK Live, joined by Julian Edlow. All of you, remember to tell Julian to smile when he does his segments. He needs to smile more. I will be here for the start of the late slate at 6 Eastern, Packers at Texans. I will be with Brandon Cristal. 8 p.m., Chiefs at the Broncos. You get Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops, and then I'll come back for Madden After Dark. Patriots at Seahawks. I will be with Freeze Pops to wrap up the night. As one last reminder, well, not one last, we'll be doing it throughout the week. Matt Lamarca and I will be together a week from now for the DK Dollar prize pool of $25,000 for the replay sim of Super Bowl 55. Chiefs and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. $25K in prize money, $2,500 to first place. We will be joining you guys for Madden After Dark. That's going to be late because you made the point we could be starting at like 11 o'clock. So
yep.
Right around like now, probably-ish. So now that goes. But that's the deal. So we'll be together for that. Are you in Simland this week, during the week? No, right?
No, sir. I will be back next weekend.
So on my calendar here, you will be on Saturday night as well with Kaufman for Mad After Dark. So Saturday the 6th. Throughout the course of the week, we will be reminding you of those really, really, really awesome contests. I'll just do it one more time since there's still 200 of you here. This Saturday, February 6th, 2 p.m. Eastern, $55,000 in prize money, DK dollars, but still pretty awesome. $55K in prize money, Chiefs, Bucks, Super Bowl preview sim. Sunday, and we'll have other sims going on during the day. The next one you want to remember for sure. Sunday, the What If Super Bowl sim. Buffalo at Green Bay, 1 p.m. Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, 1 p.m., $20,000 in prize money up for grabs, DK dollars. And then the one I just talked about. We'll be together for that one. So, Mike Bizzle, yes, these are mostly Sarah's books. You caught me. That's going to do it for us. Thank you to producer Madison, Daniel on the ones and twos, Tate, even you. I was giving you a hard time tonight. Thank you, Tate. You're the man. And Zach as well from the Game Ops team. Lamarca, good stuff, buddy. I want you to know I lost an NBA tonight, but I'll be back at it again. You've given me some confidence.
So it's a small slate tonight, tough night.
Yeah. All right, man. That's it. You guys stay safe, be well. We start another week of Sims tomorrow here on the DraftKings Dream Stream at noon Eastern. We'll see you then.